Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the County Ground at Wantage Road in Northampton. My name is Dan Jadzovic, joined by Phil Rowe as the County Championship returns in 2025. We've had a month off, changed the colour of the ball, we've changed it back. Middlesex won the toss this morning. Captain Toby Rowland-Jones electing to have a bat first. Rowie, there was something pretty special happened before play this morning.
Yeah, it was. It was lovely, lovely moment actually, Dan. Zaib getting his county cap, and yeah, it was very nice. The family asked me to come along and be part of the huddle when that was given out, which was fantastic. I've mentioned before I was running the academy when Zaib came onto our radar. And then sort of his career followed my career, if you like, into the first team and into the upper echelons. So it was lovely to be invited. David Ripley was asked to present the cap. He spoke nicely, and yeah, it was a lovely warm moment with Zaib and his family. Yeah,
fantastic for Zaib and his family. He's been an absolutely brilliant member of Northamptonshire County Cricket Club since the age of 14, 15 when he made his first class debut, wasn't it?
He made his first team debut at 15, yeah, up in Durham, playing against Durham University. Got a 50 in that game, so we knew then, okay, we've got a good one at 15.
Luke Proctor to open the bowling this morning from the Lynn Wilson centre end, and that opens the account straight away with Sam Robson picking up 4 through square leg. Nice one to get off the mark and resume county championship batting.
That was a fabulous shot, wasn't it? I mean, where do you want it first? Ball kind of on the knee, on the hip, somewhere in that area on the thigh pad, just to generally, you took it away down a fine leg and walk up the other end. I think I'm off the mark. And he'd actually timed that like a man who's on 40.
Yeah, it's just straight through square leg for the boundary. 3 slips in place for Luke Proctor. That one back on the money. Northamptonshire line up as follows. A few changes, a few new faces, and a little bit of a reshuffle as well for Northamptonshire. It's going to be Ricardo Vasconcelos and Luke Proctor. Calvin Harrison, he was on loan, wasn't he, from Nottinghamshire in that last block. He's come back for another loan game here, and he's carded at 3. James Sales at 4. The New Zealander Tim Robinson at 5. Safe Zaib at 6, who we've just been speaking about. Lewis McManus with the gloves. Justin Broad at 8. Rob Keogh at 9. Liam Guthrie at 10, and then another debutant, Australian leg spinner Lloyd Pope, who was initially and originally signed for the T20 Blast campaign. So having a change of codes for Lloyd Pope. And I'll read you the Middlesex lineup in just a moment. It's Luke Proctor from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Runs that one back into Sam Robson. It's going to be Sam Robson with Josh DeCaires opening the batting. Max Holden, Luce Deploy, Ryan Higgins, Ben Geddes, Joe Cracknell with the gloves, Luke Holman, Zafar Gohar, Toby Rowland-Jones as captain, and Tom Helm. And we've got that Kookaburra back as well.
I'd kind of forgotten about that. I'd put that to the back of my mind. Yeah, you're quite right. It's well played.
So I think, well, it will be a topic of conversation, won't it, throughout the course of this game? And it won't just be our game. It'll be the topic of conversation for each and every game. And you've only really got to look at Northamptonshire's lineup in particular to see what the mindset and what the mode is here. There's 4 spin bowling options in the 11 for Northamptonshire.
Oh, dear, oh, Lord, that kept quite low, didn't it?
It did, didn't it? Kept along. Luke Proctor, Justin Broad, and James Sales, Liam Guthrie offering some seam bowling options. But it'll be fair to say it didn't work at the start of last year. The experiment didn't work, but tried it, learnt from it, and moved those blocks into the middle of the summer, where I think last year it had some success.
Yeah, I mean, I think if it's going to work, it's the job. It's trying to do a number of things, isn't it? The move to introduce an alternative to the Duke's ball. There are a number of reasons for that, including some of them commercial, I suspect. But in terms of cricket, the cricket aspects of it, they're trying to introduce more spin, aren't they? So having those games, as was the case last year, at either end of the season, didn't make a whole lot of sense because of the nature of the pitches. You're not going to bowl spin in those situations. having it in the middle makes perfect sense. And both teams have got some strong spin options, 3 in the Middlesex side, 4, as you say, in the Northamptonshire side. So we'll see, and it's worth a look.
Absolutely. It's going to be Australian left armer Liam Guthrie from the David Capel end. Started his stint as a Northamptonshire cricketer with a bang, didn't he, when he dismissed Zach Crawley with an absolute wonder delivery. And that one, well played by Josh De Cares through the leg side. Will just be a couple as Captain Luke Proctor gives chase. Keeps it inside the boundary rope.
Guthrie has generally bowled with the red ball from this end, from the Lynn Wilson end, hasn't he? But looking at the flags on the groundsman's hut, they're blowing very strongly right to left, which aids his swing from the David Capel end back into the right hand of that first ball. Definitely swung.
Yeah, it's a nice matchup, isn't it, into the pads here for De Cares. That one through to McManus. 14 wickets so far in 2025 for Liam Guthrie. Average of 41.7. He's one of those cricketers, isn't he, that he's prepared to go for runs in order to search for those wickets, which is admirable. I'm sure that he and the coaching staff would like that to come down a little bit from 41, but the numbers tell a bit of a story there.
Yeah, in a balanced attack, if you have that balance, he's worthwhile.
Gone. And he gets number 15. Caught at leg gully by, was it Justin Broad round the corner there. I felt like that was a real plan for Josh De Cares, wasn't it? And it's been executed, third time of asking, by Liam Guthrie, swinging the ball back into the pads of De Cares. And Northamptonshire have got there first.
It's a very unusual dismissal, isn't it? And well done, Northamptonshire. Everyone involved in that, as you say, Dan, quite right. That's a plan, because that fielder doesn't end up there by accident. And he was there from the get-go. So they've got some knowledge that when De Cares plays off his pads, he doesn't always get the ball down. And with that in mind, in goes the leg gully. It went straight to him. It was a sharp catch, always comes quickly there. And Broad, again, showing what a good fielder he is, snapping it pretty comfortably. Looking at De Cares, as he played the ball and the kind of the cheer went up because it got to the fielder very quickly, he looked surprised. I mean, it sounds a strange thing to say, but it wouldn't surprise me altogether if De Cares hadn't quite logged that fielder was there, because he looked totally baffled about what the cheer was.
Yeah, it's a very good point.
I mean, it would be very surprising, and he will never admit that, I suspect. But it is an unusual position, but he found him unerringly. It's a position that we saw with the Kookaburra ball, actually, quite a bit, but only with the Kookaburra ball last year, with that catcher kind of in that leg gully position, because people were trying to find ways to get wickets with the Kookaburra, and they were banging it in. So it became a position that came into the game with the older ball, but not with the new ball.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I think the line as well, people were bowling incredibly straight, weren't they? Max Holden at number 3 for Middlesex. That one tucked off the hip for a single down to Lloyd Pope, so gets himself off the mark. First time of asking. I suppose we had Chris Tremaine, didn't we, at the start of last season with the Kookaburra, and it was too wet, it was too damp. Everybody said the second that the seam got wet, the ball expanded and it just stopped doing anything. They're not going to have that trouble today. So we didn't really see the best. But Liam Guthrie, despite not being, or not having the long form first-class record that he would have done in Australia, and that's a push drive from Robson. He is a bit of an expert with the Kookaburra in hand.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, I mean, the Kookaburra is the ball they obviously play with down under, as it were. So although this one is the English version, it'll be very, very similar, I suspect. And there are significant differences between the Kookaburra ball and the Duke's ball. So having the tool in your hand that you're used to working with has got to be helpful. And he couldn't have asked for a better start, could he? Really? He's swinging the ball. He's got that wicket. His tail must be up.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic start to the day for Liam Guthrie. Oh, it's flown through there again. That one, even more pace on it than what Josh De Cares managed, and it's flown on the inside of Justin Broad. And it runs all the way down for 4. Does it? No, 1. I apologise. So Robson will keep the strike. Lloyd Pope was down there patrolling that boundary, and it's 8 for 1 after 2.
It's I mean, you've got to play that ball, don't you? It's a run scoring opportunity with the left arm swinging it into your pads. It's probably going down the leg side. It's not going to be LBW. You can't just leave it. You've got to play. But what you have to do is get it down, because if the leg gully is there, which he has been, you've already seen your partner go. You've got to get that ball down.
And Proctor continues. And single taken through the offside, just nicely gapped between Safe Zaib, and I think that's Tim Robinson.
It is. He's a big lad, Tim Robinson,
isn't he?
Broad is what I'm trying to say.
Hits a long ball, does Tim Robinson. Brings Max Holden on strike. Most recently playing red ball cricket for the England Lions.
He did well there, didn't he?
Did 101 down at Canterbury. Not as well up here, only 7. Oh, there's an inside edge that's going to run down to the members at the Spencer Lounge for 4. That wouldn't have been far away from leg stump, that.
That one bounced a bit, didn't it? And surprised Max with the bounce and the pace, I think. It did him a little bit for pace. His bat was not on the straight. It was on the angle, coming to straight when the ball smashed into the inside edge. And you're right, that could have gone anywhere. It's a very encouraging start for Northants.
Yeah, it's been good so far. So far looking like a good toss to lose for Northamptonshire. And again, just rushing Holden a touch. Spent some time here, didn't he, Rowie?
He
Whilst
did.
you were
absolutely.
You were in command, weren't you, at that point?
Absolutely, yeah. Well, alongside Rips, obviously, yeah. And so well did Max do for us that we extended the loan a couple of times, and he ended up being the Young Player of the Year on loan. And he's very, very popular within the group as well.
That one on the hip, that's going to run across the square. That's going to be a long chase. In fact, I think the ball's going to win that. No, it doesn't. Tim Robinson does brilliantly, keeps it inside the boundary rope. It's a statement for your new teammates, isn't it, to chase that down?
That was, I could not see him stopping that ball, but he was never giving it up, was he?
No.
A number of other fielders might have given that up, and you wouldn't have really commented on it, to be honest. But he chased it all the way, dive full length, and knocked it back in. And that's the area where basically the roller goes back into the shed, so it's very compact there, and he's just looking at his elbows. He's left some of his elbows down on the boundary edge. It was a brave and a very skillful chase.
Pick up by Safe Zaib, a backward point. Nicely timed by Sam Robson. Thing with Max Holden, and Luke Proctor's just in conversation there with Max Holden. Would they have been teammates at the time?
No, they wouldn't.
Those paths wouldn't have crossed.
But Max has a connection to Northants through Nathan Buck. And Nathan Buck's in a relationship, a long-term relationship with Max's sister. So
gotcha.
Yeah, it's a small game.
Yeah. But he's got a fantastic record here at the county ground. A best of 211 not out and an average of 41 for Max Holden.
And he will be the 4. He doesn't bowl a great deal now, Max, but he bowled a bit for us at times. And he has got potential as an off spinner. I don't expect he's going to bowl many overs in this Middlesex side, but he can bowl a bit. It doesn't really bowl perhaps as much as he might do, but he is a batter. He's a top order batter. I know in his younger days, he came through the England youth system. A lot of good judges were saying, well, this guy's going to go on and play a long time for England. It didn't quite get there. Got overtaken by a few, but he's got pedigree, Max Holden, and I do enjoy watching him bat. He's a nice young man, and he can play this game.
Well, looking at that average of 41 at the county grounds, you could be in for a bit of a Max Holden stint as he flicks that one through mid-wicket, beats the dive of Safe Zaib, and the ball just wins. Safe tries to keep it inside the boundary rope, ends up just helping it nestle alongside the rope itself. So Holden gets 4, moves to 8. Yeah, as I say, he did play for the Lions, so England's have an eye and have an awareness of him. It does feel that those Lions are a touch misleading with the batters in particular. It felt like there was a white ball series going on at the same time, and I dare say a few of those players would have been the options for England. Jacob Bethel, for example. to come into that side.
Yeah, he's kind of Max is had he been playing sort of 10 years earlier, then there were opportunities, more opportunities available to him to get into the international setup. But now there's just such a glut of good young batters in England that he's in a big pond now, whereas 10 years ago he might have been in a smaller pond and got to go.
Change of field. Justin Broad's going to go from third slip. Safe Zaib going to a catching mid-wicket. Broad.
That says straight, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That says they're going to bowl straighter.
Broad himself just in front square on the leg side. Ended into the offside. Another big thing you mentioned about the fact that you don't think Max Holden's going to bowl much as a fourth option here for Middlesex. Northamptonshire, with the 4 spinners that they've got available, and they've got Lloyd Pope, whose first-class record is what's he played? 18 first-class matches, I think. Picked up 50 first-class wickets in there. So again, not a huge sample size of red ball cricket for Lloyd Pope. Down the leg side, tickled down the leg side. It's going to run all the way for 4. Wide enough of Lewis McManus. Just discouraged the keeper from putting a dive in. But you've got Calvin Harrison on loan from Nottinghamshire, who has been absolutely fantastic with the ball for Northamptonshire in that loan spell. Plus Rob Keogh, plus Safe Zaib. It's going to be quite challenging, I think, to get the right partnerships there and make sure the right bowlers get the right number of overs.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting to see how Proc uses those guys.
That one on the pads, and it's gone. Holden goes for 16 off 8. He does take a little glance back down towards the umpire with the finger raised, but you said, didn't you, the plan was to bowl straight with those 2 catches in on the leg side, and it sounded pretty straight.
It had a good look about it, didn't it? The ball ran away on the offside, which is always encouraging the umpire to give it out. We're not straight here. Yeah, that looks from we're about third slip, aren't we, on the replay there? But it did look pretty good. And you see Max Holden move his front leg after contact to try to tell the umpire it was somewhere other than where it actually did strike him. But it looked pretty straight. The previous ball had gone 2 straight and was tickled away for 4 fine. Got that one right. It was a bit fuller, a bit straighter, and almost hurried on off the wicket and did Max a little bit for pace. He wasn't able to get the bat back into line with the ball. It's a good start for Northants. Good start for Liam Guthrie. Yeah,
absolutely. 2 wickets and a good response from Liam Guthrie. He was, roughly treated, wasn't he, up at Headingley in that opening blast game? And roughly treated might be doing it a disservice, really. He was, demolished by the Yorkshire batters, and then was, taken out of the contention for the 11. Luke Proctor came in, so to come back into the first 11, red ball in hand, and make an impact 2 for 12 off 1.5 overs has been really good.
Wickets have been difficult, haven't they, with the Kookaburra historically? I mean, this is the first time we've used it at this time of year, but the lads, the seamers in particular, will have been scarred with the effects of the Kookaburra in English conditions. So to get 2 up front, 24 for 2, and in the 4th over of the game, that's a dream start.
Absolutely. And at number 4 for Middlesex is Loose Deploy. He's got 1 delivery left of Liam Guthrie's second over. The score 24 for 2. So run rate certainly not being a problem, is it? The runs are
fancy a Yorker
coming pretty quick. Not quite Yorker, but straight again. Timed nicely up to Rob Keogh at mid-on. Dot ball to finish the over then. Successful one. 4 overs done, 24 for 2.
It's a good player, Deploy. Scores very quickly. Came to Middlesex from Derbyshire. A number of counties were having a good look at him. And he plumped for Middlesex. He had a number of offers on the table, so I understand. And he's a dangerous man. Scores quickly, can go big. Right hand, left hand is maintained as he replaces Max Holden. But just the way he shaped up there, it was trying to get the front leg out of the way and let the bat access the ball, which Max wasn't able to do, and it got pinned LBW. different way of playing. You do increase the chances of a nick by doing that.
It's a beauty. Big prod forward by Sam Robson that time.
It's blowy out there, isn't it?
It is. I'm quite surprised. It's kind of shaved off about 10 degrees from yesterday. I don't know what it was like in the Midlands, but on the south coast, it was late 20s, all day, humid as well.
It was a bit George Michael, bit wham.
A bit wham.
Yeah.
You got to give it though. You got to go a bit further north with your accent when you make that joke, Rowie.
Well, don't worry, I'll be using it again. I like Sam Robson as a player. He's an old school opening batter, isn't he? Sells his wicket dearly. Plays everything on merit. Plays inside his bubble. He's a good player.
Yeah. Yeah, as you say, kind of old-fashioned.
He is. And there's nothing wrong, nout wrong with that.
Nout. Nout on a wham day. No, it's admirable in a game that's changing so quickly, and it has changed remarkably quickly over the last half a dozen years. Robson has stayed his way. He's played the way that's got him there, isn't he?
Yeah.
Sibley as well would be another one.
Yeah.
Asif Hamid would be another one.
Yeah. All very, very good players.
And all of them scoring a lot of runs as well at the moment. So shows there's more than one way to skin a cat. That one there outside, off stump.
Sorry.
That one looked like it didn't really come off the wicket with any pace.
I thought that it was a bit slow, wasn't it? Yeah. It's good to see Luke Proctor with the new ball in his hand. He is a very, very underrated bowler. I've said that so many times on commentary. Generally gets the ball when it's kind of 30 overs old or 25 overs old, something like that. So to get the new one is a treat for him. And he is sort of making it count so far. He's backing up his partner very well.
Yeah, he's normally pretty miserly, isn't he, with ball in hand? He's obviously conceded 12 from those opening 2 overs, so that economy rate for Luke Proctor will just shrink as this spell goes on. The question, here goes the question for you to get your pen and paper going in the morning. I know you've written the 11s out, but you've not noted anything else down. With the spinners, with the bowling options for Northamptonshire, and for Middlesex as well, but we'll go Northamptonshire first. Give us a Phil Rowe depth chart with regards to which of those 4 are who's your number 1 from those 4? Which of the 4 bowlers are you getting the most from?
Well, can I start with it depends?
You can if you want,
and then be even less sure from there. So what Luke Proctor has got? He's got players who turn the ball away, players who turn the ball back. He's got finger spinners, he's got wrist spinners. He's got 2 wrist spinners in Harrison and Pope. And he's got 2 finger spinners in Zaib, left arm, and Keogh, right arm. The most attacking of all of those bowlers is Rob Keogh. Spins it big. Tall guy, gets over the top of the ball. So he is the most attacking. And that's why I said a little bit earlier, it'll be interesting to see how Proc utilises them, because if I'm an opposition player and I look at Northampton, Rob Keogh comes on, if the game allows me to, I want to get after him. I want to put him under pressure because I don't want him to settle. So you might expect then that Rob Keogh might be bowling at the same time as someone who perhaps offers more control at the other end. So that might be Calvin Harrison, for example, who's quite a flat wrist spin bowler. So who will bowl the most and who will bowl first, and so on really depends on the state of the game at that time. Whether if Middlesex get away, and then he'll want to contain more, he might go more to the left armour, might go more to Harrison. If wickets are required and he needs a breakthrough, probably would lead with Keogh and Pope in that situation. So it depends, and it's going to be a combination. Ends are important as well with this breeze, with drift, so that's going to be a factor as well. There's a few left-handers around in the Middlesex lineup, so that's a factor as well. I.e., generally speaking, the off spinner will prefer to bowl to a left-hander. Generally speaking, it's not always the case. So there's lots of variables, and that's what makes this format of cricket so interesting. There's lots of variables, and within everything I've said there's probably not too many right and wrong answers. It all depends on how you see it at the time, the circumstances that present themselves. But one thing I'm pretty sure about is if Rob Keogh comes on and there's 2 batters in, they'll try and get him off quickly.
Yeah. You mentioned that before play started, didn't you? Loose deploy. Stylish looking shot, but can't get it past Luke Proctor at short cover.
It's the modern way, isn't it? The off spinner comes on, run at him. That's the way.
Yeah, I mean the only thing that I think traditionally that adds a lot of value, because you traditionally just have one spinner in the attack, and you think, wow, they're just going to come on and hold and end up, and then they're going to be able to rotate their big fast bowlers. Whereas in this particular instance, it's almost a case of, well, if he does get hit out the attack, we're just going to end up facing more spin. But I do obviously see the point that you are making there.
I'll be interested to see how Harrison bowls. Well, Harrison and Pope, but Harrison, I mean, this is not a big shout really, because this is proven already. I think Harrison is a fabulous cricketer, and I think he's the sort of guy who's easy to undervalue. He catches them at slip. He can bat anywhere in the order. I mean, he's carded at 3 today.
Yeah.
That proves that point.
Yeah, he's gone from 9 against Gloucestershire, I think, up to 3.
Absolutely. In T20 cricket, as we saw here the other night when he was playing for Notts, he can bowl them. He bowls very, very flat. He varies.
How do you reckon that deal went at the end of that Notts game? Do you reckon they just locked he was in the bathroom and just locked the door behind him and just left him there for the weekend and turned up Sunday morning and went, oh, here you go, Calvin, here's your whites back?
Probably moved his kit bag from one change room to another. I mean, almost certainly. Why would you not do that? Just move it along the corridor. But yeah, he's a very talented young cricketer, I think, Calvin Harrison. I think he's got a real future in the game. And a big part of that is his ability to bowl very tight in T20 cricket. But also he has had success bowling in red ball cricket as well. So he can slow it down. He can vary his pace. He can get over the top of the ball, give it a rip. So, it's a very good man to have on board.
Proctor 3 slips in place. Outside edge taken by Sam Robson. It's going to run down to the boundary. It's short side, isn't it? That short pocket here at the county ground. Northampton run all the way for 4. The stream here at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club is powered by Daffabet. Obviously, Rowie and I welcome in the Northamptonshire supporters and the Middlesex supporters through the course of the 4 days. You'll be stuck with us, won't you, for the 4 days of cricket that we've got ahead.
You lucky, lucky people.
And does it get any better?
It probably does, actually.
Tim Robinson, is he? I thought he'd been signed as a batter, Rowie.
He's having a loose, isn't he? You've got to dive into Crick Info now, haven't you?
I'm going to have to find some information here.
It's a good delivery, that ball from Proctor. Went for 4, was very nicely played. Opening batters will say, I'm entitled to do that. And he is entitled to do that. As well defended. Didn't push at the ball, let it come in. Got a good bend in his front knee, and the edge goes down and runs away. Down to 3rd man for 4, and the bowler will think, you lucky batsman.
I think the one thing that it's brought about, I think that slip cordon's taken a step forward. Justin Broad looks, well, frankly, ridiculously close at 3rd slip.
That's tight, isn't it?
There is not much real estate between the outside edge of Sam Robson and Justin Broad at 3rd slip.
Wow, that does look close.
Proctor straight, targeting the stumps. Well, I've got some numbers for Tim Robinson in first-class cricket. Plays over at Wellington in New Zealand. The Plunket Shield they play for in New Zealand.
Indeed, yeah.
3 wickets for 58 runs. Best of 2 for 11 from 17 first-class matches.
What does he? That looked like a seamer's action he was warming up with. Yeah.
Right arm, medium pace.
He's a big lad.
Nicely played through the leg sides. Timed well by Sam Robson. There was a cry of catch from the slip cordon for a while. Square of James Sales, who will just underarm it back from the boundary edge. Was it in the air when it got past him? I don't think it was it?
No, I mean, there was a shout of catch, but fetch really would have been the better shout. It was it was a ball that almost every batter wants, wasn't it? Half volley on leg stump. It was played very nicely by Robson. He did get it down.
Yeah.
They got a bit excitable there. Has led to a change in the field, though. Catching mid-wicket has come in from third slip.
Nicely bowled, nicely played. The thing is, with Luke Proctor in particular, if the plan is to bowl wicket to wicket, you can set fields for that, can't you?
Absolutely.
Liam Guthrie started brilliantly today, but from what we've seen with Northamptonshire, you will have to hedge your bet slightly with his ability to bowl both sides of the wicket. But Proctor will offer that control and can set a field for that. So that one left well alone.
That went through, didn't it?
It did, didn't it?
Quick.
There's a bit about this, isn't there? There's a bit of something in this surface. End of the over then, 32 for 2 after 6.
It's been an interesting start. 32 for 2, as you say. So 2 wickets in the first half hour, 30 runs in the first half hour, and a lot of those have come from boundaries. When Northants have erred, and they have erred a couple of times, they've been put to the sword by the Middlesex batters. Robson in particular has scored nicely, a couple through the leg side, and one nicely defended, I would say. You know, I've never opened the basket in my life, but had I done so, I'd be quite entitled, I think, to get the ball down there. It's a thick edge, good bend in the front knee. When Proctor's gone very straight, as he has done a bit at Robson, he's managed to get his front pad out of the way to get good access to the ball. So he's up to the challenge. It's been good. It's been interesting stuff. Oh, that was Guthrie bowls a lot of Yorkers, doesn't he, with the red ball, and he's got a low arm and he's quick. He's got good airspeed as well, so it's not a bad delivery. I wondered whether he might bowl one first ball to loose deploy. He didn't, but that nearly crept under deploy's bat. He bats very upright, doesn't he? Doesn't really bend into the ball. Robson's crouched and into his work, gets his nose over the ball, and deploy is perhaps a bit more elegant, a bit more upright. Lends itself to thinking about going under his bat.
Yeah, I remember the first couple of games we saw those Liam Guthrie Yorkers, and both kind of questioned and commented, didn't we, about whether the fact they were accidental. It's not the delivery that you see bowled much in first-class cricket in anywhere in the world, but clearly this is a genuine wicket-taking option for Guthrie.
And it's a good one to bowl with the cooker, where you know you're going to bowl a lot of spin. That's where the whole thing is set up for us to bowl a lot of spin. So it doesn't matter if the ball gets a bit damaged a bit earlier than normal, because you're going to get the twirlers on anyway. Very, very straight. The field that Liam Guthrie is bowling to is a field set to bowl very straight. So he's got 3 catchers in, 1, 2, 3 slips. He's got a man backward point. There's a guy level with the stumps, kind of extra cover or wide mid-off, very tight on the single. That's the captain. Then he's got a straight mid-on. He's got a catch in mid-wicket and a man forward of square on the leg side and a fine leg. So bowling left arm over that he is. It's a double play. If he gets it straight and it swings, the slips are in play. If he gets it straight and it doesn't swing, then the leg side fielders and LBW are in the equation. That was a quick delivery. It was well played by Deploy. Got it down quickly, got his bottom hand off the bat, but was surprised by the speed that got to him at.
Yeah, there's just been a few, haven't there, that have held. There's been a few that have really zipped through. I mean, the surface that we played on the last couple of T20 nights is the one that's just to the left of screen, isn't it? Right of screen, in fact. And that had a little bit of two-paceness about it.
Yeah. He's bowled with good pace here, I think, Guthrie, and that's a sign of confidence. You know, those 2 early wickets, as I said, will have got his tail up. No better feeling. He knows he's been a little bit expensive. He knows that the trade-off for that is I've got to get wickets, and he has got wickets. Got the opener out, De Cares, maybe a bit fortuitously, but there was a plan there. Caught at leg gully off the hip, and then did Max Holden LBW.
Yeah, leg gully's back in as well.
And that's nicely caught at third slip. It's gone across the right-hander. Robson hasn't faced a lot of Guthrie in this innings, and he's not going to face any more because he just prodded at that one. It's the first mistake of any type that Robson has made, for my money. He pushed at that, probably didn't need to play at it. It carried low 2/3 slip, and it was nicely caught low down by Calvin Harrison, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, it was very, very smart catch, wasn't it? They put leg gully back in place. Whether Sam Robson had looked and seen him and thought, well, we're going straight here, and that one, as you say, was just pushed across him, wasn't it?
I wonder whether he's just fancied a bit of, I'm running that down to third man. You can't have fielders everywhere, and third man is open to me. It wasn't quite played with the confidence and the the clarity, if you like, that he's played every other ball. He looked like a man who was going to go and get a big number. That's an unexpected dismissal of Sam Robson, pushing at one that was bowled across him. But credit to Liam Guthrie, he does challenge both edges of the bat, and that was the outside edge that and again, you know, I am becoming the chairman of the Calvin Harrison fan club. I wish he was a Northamptonian, but a good low catch there. Not easy that he had to move forward. They're the most difficult at slip when they're knee height and they're dying on you. It's a very good catch. It does bring in one of my other favourite cricketers around the circuit, with Ryan Higgins. And guess what about Ryan Higgins, Dan?
Did you have a look at him once?
Yeah, we did.
Did you?
We wanted him, actually. We really wanted him. And he went from Middlesex to Gloucestershire at that time. And he did very, very well for them. Now finds himself back at HQ. And he's done very well on his return to the Middlesex setup. Came through their youth system. Played England youth cricket with Ben Duckett. And Ben was always saying, you know, this kid's a good player, Rowie. You want to keep your eye on him. And when he wanted away from Lords, Ben was very quick to come in and say, look, I think he's open to offers. He's talking to other counties. Gloucestershire was his home for the next few years.
Yeah, good bit of business for Gloucestershire, that is for sure. Genuine all-round cricketer, isn't he?
Oh, he is, yeah.
Can win you games with bat and ball.
He scores a lot of hundreds, this kid. He's batting 5, that's 5-6. And yeah, it's important, particularly when he bats 6, you've still got to get 100, and he does. But yeah, he is a genuine all-rounder. He gets in this side with bat or ball. Proctor around the wicket to deploy. And Luke Proctor's, he was left in the last over by Robson. An elaborate leave it was too. It was good delivery, good leave. But I think 99% of the deliveries that Luke Proctor has bowled have required a shot. So he is bowling very, very straight.
Yeah, he's set his stall out early, isn't he? Bowling to that plan. Those 2 catches in on the leg side.
Challenging, isn't it? Bail height balls, there or thereabouts. You've got to play at them. Can't drive them. Deploy likes to score. He's on 1. He's faced a few balls now. He has hit a couple of nice push drives straight to fielders, but hasn't got one through the field yet. Proctor won't be giving him any loose balls. That's a big appeal. It's going to be given not out. Runs away for a leg by. The non-striker there, Ryan Higgins, was always coming through there, and Deploy wasn't quite sure exactly where the ball had gone off his pad. But they completed the single with no great alarm. It was a good appeal. It didn't have a good look about it from here. It looked a bit high and maybe a bit leg side, possibly as well.
Yeah, well, if he's going to be bowling that straight, always runs the risk, doesn't it? It was just sliding it down the leg side. I thought height was the first thing. The first thing that came into my mind anyway. But I think the reaction to that call through by Higgins, just kind of an indication there that Luce Deploy is having a pretty tough time of it at the moment.
They're bowling well. They're bowling very, very well. The Northants opening pair. Oh, and there we go. There's an indication, well fielded actually by Robinson at cover, because Rob Keogh had got his cappuccino on, I think, at mid-off, and Robinson ran almost all the way to mid-off to field that ball. It was a leading edge, and it gathered a bit off the old wicket, and it would have gone through for a couple had he not. But the important thing there, I think, was that Ryan Higgins' first ball, walking down the wicket, making sure the umpires see that he's so far forward, doesn't want to be trapped on the crease. LBW. Out of his crease again. So obviously a large part of that is to disturb the bowler's length and to make sure that if contact is made on the front pad, you're probably outside the line of off stump. The elaborate way that Higgins is doing it, and he's not the only one to do this, is absolutely demonstrating to both umpires, look, I'm a long way down the wicket here. So that's good thinking from him. A good over from the captain, 34 for 3 after 9 overs. So there's a bit going on. Guthrie's going to continue. It'll be his 5th over from the David Capel end. Picked up all 3 wickets so far. It's a dream start. As you say, he was in the T20 side, got smashed basically. That can happen to anyone up at Headingley. Hasn't been seen again since. So this is a big game for him. Nicely bowled. Again, a push drive, not a half volley, not a full half volley. Pushed firmly. Captain fielded it well at mid-off. He's actually hit the middle of the bat a lot, deploy, which is a good, that'll give him confidence. He's on one. He's not stuck on one, but he'll be saying to himself, you're playing well here. You just haven't got the ball through. You're playing well. Just
hasn't got the timing of it. I think I agree with you. I think the middle of the bat's been found, but it's not had that crisp sound off the middle, is it? He's just struggling a little bit.
He's found a couple of fielders as well, which never helps, does it? Oh, that's nicely bowled and nicely played and nicely fielded. Cricket was the winner there. Guthrie's been very good today. He has been at times a little wayward in the early stages of his Northamptonshire career. That's a beautiful ball, off bail height, just offered to go away or straighten off the pitch. Well played by the batter, got it down and well fielded. Broad finds himself at 3rd slip to the left-hander. There's a catch in mid-wicket, so 4 catches altogether.
Yeah, it's the right-handers, isn't it, that they're going for that leg gully.
Yes, that's right. Broad goes into leg gully. Harrison therefore goes to 3rd slip, which is why I was a little bit slow to identify him as the catcher, because he's generally catching him at 2nd slip. 35 for 4, says the captain, anticipating not only a wicket but a run as well. Nostradamus Proctor, that extra cover. And that's the ball that Deploy wanted. It was banged in. It wasn't a drag down. I think it was a deliberate bang in from Guthrie, but he got his line and his length wrong, and it ended up being short wide. And Deploy thought, "Thank you, you've given me something to hit, and I'll hit that for 4." Nicely played.
That's interesting, that, isn't it? You said on Friday night about the T20 cricket, and you mentioned about don't go off your length until you get hit off it. I'd love to know the mindset there, the thought that's gone, you know what? I'm not happy with this. I'm going to push one in a bit shorter. You were a fast bowler. What went through a fast bowler's mind, Rose?
I wasn't a fast bowler. I ran in fast. I did. I ran in with real intent and aggression, and the ball came out. I nearly ran past it. But I had a fast bowler's mentality. I'd say that. And I'll come back to that in a minute. Yeah, so I wasn't really guilty of that much during my time in terms of when I played my cricket of going off piste. If you're landing the ball and you're asking the right question, keep asking the right question and see if the batter's technique is able to answer that positively all the time. And if they do, then they win the battle. But don't give them a short wide ball when you've got them on one. You know he's a guy who likes to get away. Just keep challenging off bail. So I can't really answer it. I think it was a mistake, basically. That was the ball I think he was trying to bowl, the bouncer. Bowling a bouncer last ball of the over, I'm never too sure about that. One thing it does do, it keeps the non-striker on strike for the next over. That wasn't the plan there. Sometimes you see that ball bowled when there's, say, a number 3 and a number 10 in, and you want the number 10 on strike. You bowl a bounce at the number 3 and keep him on strike with a dot ball. That wasn't the case there. So that's Guthrie's 5th over. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 17 is his work. The captain's work is done for now at this end. And we are going to see, and unexpectedly, we're going to see Tim Robinson.
I'll be honest with you. I didn't have this on my bingo card.
No, I didn't.
So it's right arm medium pace. He's been throwing the ball ahead of Justin Broad and James Sales as another seamer.
He must swing the ball. Well, I don't know if he must, but I suspect he's going to swing the ball. He's got the ball early. The wind is howling across the ground from right to left. He's got 2 slips in. Here we go, Tim Robinson on debut. No, he bangs it in halfway down. Very, very medium pace. It was well played by Higgins because it got to him very slowly, and he managed to keep it down. Hit it straight to the man at mid wicket on 1 bounce. So yeah, this is a surprise. That's good, isn't it? It's good to be surprised.
Yeah. Well, let's see what unfolds.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't want to be bowling there very often.
So I knew you were a fast bowler.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because the natural replacement for the captain there would have been Justin Broad, I think.
Yeah, I think he's going to replace Liam Guthrie, isn't he, from the David Capel end? He's getting loose at extra cover.
The reason I thought swing might be the weapon is because of the end that he's been given, but he's not going to swing it there because he's back of a length. Not been in the country that long, about a week, I think, and I'm told that he's made a really positive impact in and around the club. Just a good bloke, as the vast majority of Kiwis are, aren't they? They just breed good people out there.
Yeah, there's not many bad ones. Not that I've had the displeasure of meeting, that's for sure. Everybody I've met from New Zealand have been absolutely fantastic.
It's a no ball. He bowls it. It's tucked away nicely. Higgins gets off the mark. He's a busy cricketer, always looking for the second, and because of that, he got the second pretty comfortably. But one thing is sure, the outfield is running very, very well. He tickled that behind square on the leg side, and it got the vast majority of the way to the fence. So Higgins is away. There's a no ball, say 42 for 3. I'm not seeing early days. It's very early days. Only bowled 3 balls, Jim Robinson. I'm not seeing the reason that he got the ball ahead of Justin Broad.
Unless Justin Broad wants the David Capel end.
Yeah, it's possible, isn't it?
That's the only reason I can see. James Sales has been reluctantly used, I think, as a seam bowler this year. I think the couple of short spells that he has bowled, he's bowled pretty well, but he's got the long sleeve top on, so I don't think he's high on the list of options for
I think
Luke
he
Proctor.
might have a niggle. I'm not sure. I'm not giving anything away there because I don't know. So that's a genuine, I really don't know. But I suspect he might have a little bit of a niggle. Yeah, Tim Robinson has bowled 3 long hops that have been, each of them have been hit straight to a fielder. This could have been his one and only over, actually, but each time that Higgins has played an aggressive square back shot, he's found the fielder. So he's only gone for 4 so far in this over. There's Tim Robinson. That's a nice shot down the ground. Eventually, Higgins does manage to miss the field. That's a good cricket shot, that. Had to make all the running on that ball. There wasn't a great deal of pace. And to play that shot off the back foot is a very impressive cricket shot from Ryan Higgins. And he's very capable of doing that. But that was that was an interesting over from Tim Robinson. Whether he gets another one, I'm not sure. I mean, you're not going to. It had the feel of a change of end over, but we're not going to. But there's no way the captain wants to change Guthrie's end, and he's going to bowl another over. It'll be his 6th in this spell from the David Capel end. You're not going to change the ends of a guy who's got 3 for 17. So it's a bit of a mystery, that.
Yep, I haven't come up with any reason as to how or why that would have come to fruition. 8 off and over, and as you say, it could quite easily have gone for about 16, if not 20, with some of those, and the way that the outfield is running. Although Rob Keogh's now getting loose as well, so it might be one and only over for Tim Robinson. I can see what your logic was, if he does have the ability to really, because the thing, the slower that you bowl, if the wind's blowing, you get more from it, don't you? You get a little bit more assistance, and maybe he could have just boomed a few away swingers with the breeze going across the ground and picked up a wicket there. But clearly that natural length for Tim Robinson was back of it. And
if you just walked in and saw the score was 44 for 3 or whatever it was, and catch, oh, it's a tickle down the leg side by Deploy. It was definitely off the edge, and it did not miss the diving Lewis McManus by very much. He didn't get a glove on it, and actually it did go all the way for 4. But another day you get that a little finer, and McManus has taken some very good catches down there. That was not in his vicinity, so there's no criticism of that. It missed him reasonably comfortably, but there would have been a second when Deploy's head switched around. So, oh no, I haven't, have I? And he hadn't. It went all the way for 4. But yeah, if you walked into the ground and you saw 44 for 3, and then you
50,
saw that
50 now,
50's up, and you saw Tim Robinson bowling that over, you'd think, wow, hang on, what's going on?
It's been a fascinating 50 minutes, isn't it? 3 wickets down, 50 up. Middlesex going at about 4.5 runs and over. The outfield is lightning fast. And Liam Guthrie is, well, for want of a better word, kind of ripped 3 Middlesex batters out of the crease today.
The captain is being shown the ball. The ball went for 4 there, as we know, very fine. It probably got tangled up into some old sheeting or something like that down straight in front of the sight screen. And the captain's being shown the ball. There was a bit of discussion there. McManus got involved in it a wee bit. Calvin Harrison got involved in the discussion about the ball.
Well, one is going off. Oh, or is it? Oh, I think there were 2 on the field there, Rowie.
Ah.
And I'm not... The umpire that's walking back to square leg now has just thrown one off.
Right.
And they've kept one on. So I don't know whether there were 2 in that sheeting. Maybe one of the warm-up balls that have left down there.
And that is a beautiful cover drive from Deploy. Said he likes to put back to ball. He's hit that very hard. That smashes into the groundman's hut away at cover. It was a long ball. It was a half volley. Hasn't bowled many poor deliveries, Guthrie. That was one. I don't mind that. I'd rather him getting driven for 4 there than cut and pulled. To be honest, particularly cut as he was in the previous over. A good shot from the Middlesex man for 4.
That was stylish, wasn't it? Clearly threw the wrong ball off.
Yeah.
the one that had been polished and varnished for a couple of hours beforehand.
Pop down there in the sandwich box. That's a nice idea. I bet that's been tried somewhere. It's nicely turned. That's going to go for 4, I think. Square of the wicket, or is this? Yeah, it is. They timed that beautifully, Deploy. So a little bit of an over-correction from Guthrie. The previous ball, half volley outside off stump. Got his line right, or better on that one, but his length was still a little full, and Deploy took that away. We've said how well this outfield is running. There's an example of that.
Yeah, Guthrie's just tiring, isn't he? Into his sixth over, 3 boundaries in a row, one of which was fortuitous, the other 2 really nicely timed. It's been dry pretty much all year, hasn't it? But the outfield here remained pretty lush, pretty green throughout the start of the summer, despite the weather. Now it's just starting to show patches of a long, dry summer, isn't it?
Yeah, the outfield was replaced about, well, it's probably close to 10 years ago now. I'll say 7 or 8 years ago, something like that. And they did a great job with it, let me say that. And it's far better than it was. It used to hold water and puddle very, very quickly. And it's been replaced, and they did a fabulous job. A byproduct of that replacement of the outfield has been that the outfield kind of somehow draws water from the square, and it's an ongoing battle for the ground staff here to get the right level of moisture into the surfaces. Last ball of what I sure will be the last ball of Guthrie's spell of 6 overs. It's a nice ball. It's nicely left. So he's going to finish up. I think he'll take his jumper there. 6 overs, 3 for 30. So he has been a little bit pricey, but the key thing there is obviously the 3 under the W. And he'll be feeling a lot better about the game of cricket. And Tim Robinson will be feeling a lot better about the game of cricket because he's won over, which was a little bit. I mean, it's 1 over for 8, but it was a lot worse than that. He's off, and as expected, really, with 59 for 3, the captain can go to the attacking option of Rob Keogh. He bowled a lot in the second team down at Taunton Vale against Somerset last week in readiness, I think, for this opportunity. Hasn't bowled a lot in first team cricket this year, and has had a bit of an ongoing issue with his back and his hip, but he's proved his fitness and he's proved his form, and so it's always like to see Rob Keogh being used, particularly in the first innings, because he's a very talented off spinner.
I was watching Rothesay, Calvin Harrison, and Lloyd Pope warm up down on one of these practice strips beforehand, and the ball was turning a long way.
Yeah.
Well, this is fascinating. This is what I think everybody would have tuned in for during these rounds of Kookaburra County Championship cricket, when the ball gets in the hands of the spinners, whether they be finger spinners or wrist spinners, and just to see what happens.
Yeah, and the powers that be have got what they wanted. They want more spin. They're getting more spin. So Keogh's going to start to the left-handed deploy. He's got a slip. He's got Vasconcelos, who's at backward point. There's a man on the point boundary, extra cover. He's catching. The captain is at mid-off. That's his offside field. On the leg side, he's got a man on the sweep at deep square. And then regulation, really. He's got a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a man who's broadly, we'll say, on the 45, but needs to get his protractor out because he's a bit more like the 60. And there we see Deploy using his feet. That's good cricket from Deploy. Showing intent there. It was a very loopy delivery from Rob Keogh. It invited Deploy to use his feet. But second ball of his spell, Deploy saying, I'm going to come into your area. Yeah, it was an early little push and then went again. Just feeling his calf a bit, Deploy there.
Well, he set off at a rate of knots, didn't he? Vasconcelos has got the shin pads on. He was just checking to see whether they wanted him under the lid for the right-handed Ryan Higgins, but they've opted to go no, so they're going to stick him at a short mid-wicket instead. It's getting less and less short each time I say another word, just on the other side of that covered strip.
Yeah, that's nice from Rob Keogh, just feeling his way. But as we've said before, Dan, we spoke before the game started and a little bit after it started, Middlesex will not want Rob Keogh to settle. So they'll try to put pressure on him as much as they can. Oh, and with that in mind, Higgins, a big drive outside off stump. Got beaten by a combination, I think, of turn and flight. He nicked it. It wasn't a chance, but it was a moral victory to the bowler. And that did turn, and it was an inside edge. Another day that cannons into leg stump. So, yes, an aggressive intent from Higgins, maybe not the right ball to go after, and it did turn. Crowd catch at cover for Robinson. I'm slightly distracted by Vasconcelos' short leg pads. I mean, he's not a short leg.
They look like batting pads.
They look like batting pads under his trousers because he's got very short legs. Last ball of Rob Keogh's first over. Been eventful. Tosses it up, and again Higgins prepared to use his feet, but doesn't time it. And we've got a game within a game, which I love. So the game within the game is we being Middlesex don't want Rob Keogh to settle. So we are going to show intent that we're coming down the wicket to him. That would seem to be the deploy there. And Rob Keogh is sort of saying, yeah, thank you. Rob Keogh is saying, well, that's fine because I'm going to turn it through the gate. Yeah. What are you going to do about that? So it is a game within a game.
But the thing that's fascinating about that, just to add another game within that game, is the fact that Middlesex are 3 down.
Yeah.
You can apply the risk, but with risk comes, well, the pressure, sorry, but with that extra pressure comes more risk, and suddenly lose 4 and 60 for 4. I mean, 60 for 3 doesn't look fantastic, having won the toss and elected to bat first, but 60 for 4 inside the first hour is...
playing a big booming drive at the off spin, it turns through the gate, bowls your leg stump.
Because you want to hit him out the attack.
How's that looking? So, but, you know, you take these decisions, don't you? And you live by the sword, you die by the sword. change at the David Capel. Guthrie's off, 6 overs, successful. Broad is on, and he's been tickled down the leg side. Lloyd Pope is going to come across and field it. They're going to get 2. On this occasion, Lloyd Pope throws back the ball that was actually involved in that delivery. Previous one that Duploy tickled away, went for 4, and then I think the wrong ball was thrown back.
Yeah, certainly. Certainly 2 made their way out to the middle, or 2 were in the middle.
Justin Broad, I don't want to put too much on his shoulders here. He's a young man. He's early in his career. He has the potential to be a very good first change bowler for Northants. Coming in, he's carded today at 8. I think that's about right for him currently in red ball cricket. He could really make that job his own. He can score runs from there, but his main job would be to back up the frontline seamers, and I think he's got the potential to do that. It's a beautiful shot. That's going to go for 4. Is it going to go for 4? Is it going to go for its attempter? Is it going to make the rope? No. It was a bit off the bottom of the bat. It was a lovely looking drive by Ryan Higgins. It came off the bottom of the bat. They pick up 3. I think there's a rhythm, as there is with all bowlers. Some rely more on power, if you like. Some rely more on skill. I think Broad is a rhythm bowler. Things need to be clicking for him to get the best out. You sometimes wonder what pace he's going to bowl at on a given day. He's a young man, not a criticism, it's just an observation. But he sort of flows through the crease. Very long arms. It's all got to be timed perfectly. That's nicely timed, nicely defended. So I think, a very good bit of business from Northants when they picked up Justin Broad. They wouldn't have known exactly what they were getting because he was sort of unproven, but they saw enough all-around skill, capability, and I think with this guy, character as well. That he's going to get the best out of himself. We'll find out how good he's going to be because he will do that, and he has done that so far. Deploy advancing down the wicket again. So there's a little bit of intent. I like this is good cricket from both sides. I would say the Middlesex batters are saying, look, we know you're on top. It's 68 for 3, but we are not going to let you settle because we want to put pressure back onto you. And the way that is the lowest risk way of doing that is just trying to get closer to the ball, just nudge down the wicket a little bit, as they've done to the seamers and the spinner.
Yeah, there's two factors in that could be contributing. One is obviously an immediate change of format from the blast back to red ball cricket. And having spoken to a couple of batters across the course of my career, it's going up the gears doesn't tend to be that big of an issue, but coming down can be a bit of a struggle. Whereas kind of feels like Middlesex here have just stayed maybe in one of those higher gears. And the other thing as well is, I'm sure Middlesex fans will be very, very aware, but Northamptonshire supporters may not be, is that obviously they parted companies with Richard Johnson in the week, didn't they? Just not particularly happy with the start to 2025 that the county had put together under the leadership of Johnson, and now Dane Villas has taken over as interim first team coach. So, I mean, that could be having an impact with regards to this positive approach.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Villas, his first coaching gig, and obviously came across him numerous times when he was captain in Lancashire, would always take the positive option, always wanted to put pressure on the opposition. Thankfully, Vasconcelos has changed his short leg pads and got something that actually fits him now, so that's good. I can stop being put off by that. But yeah, and I think it's the modern way as well, isn't it? Particularly the off spinner. We're not going to let him settle. So what's going to happen here? First ball is reverse swept.
Yeah, it's going to be cut off though. I think it's James Sales down on the boundary rope, keeps it inside the field of play, doesn't pick it up clean. It allows a comfortable second.
Nice shot, wasn't it? Very much a risk-free shot, really, unless you miss it completely, which is unlikely for Higgins. There's no fielder behind square on the offside.
Nicely played again, this time in front of square. They're going to look for a second. Higgins going to take on Sales. Keogh has his arms raised, just to indicate he may not be pleased with the effort that James Sales has put in down on the boundary edge there.
I think there was always two. I think what Keogh's complaining about is the body language, maybe, of Sales. Just didn't really look like he was trying to prevent two. But there was always two.
Nicely bowled. Back on the money. 4 runs coming off the first 3 balls. Field just spread again, isn't it, with the off spinner in that one?
Yeah.
Back of a length.
I just wonder whether there might be another fielder on the offside and his bowls a really aggressive line here. One thing about Rob, I mean, certainly early in his career, was he would possibly bowl a little bit too straight to avoid getting hit through the offside. But that's where he's going to get his wicket from, I think.
It's reverse sweep again, down to James Sales. They'll stroll through for a single this time.
So I might be thinking, if I was captaining, about putting another fielder on the offside to the right hander. Obviously, he's bowling at the left hander now. And this will be interesting because Deploy is a very attacking guy, good player of spin, likes to hit boundaries.
Does advance. Fingertip by Keogh. Backed up by Luke Proctor. End of the over. 4 runs. 5 runs from it, wasn't it?
Busy. That's the word. Ryan Higgins. He's a busy cricketer, isn't he?
Yeah, 16 off 20 for Higgins. 21 off 35 for Deploy. And what have we had? An hour and 5 minutes. And you can see the state of the game there. 73-4-3. Having won the toss and electing to bat first this morning. Robson, De Caires and Holden. All to fall to the bowling of Liam Guthrie. And Deploy and Higgins just building a bit of a partnership. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 30 for Liam Guthrie.
But going at 5s.
Just motoring along, really. You say the outfield's quick. Be one of those surfaces, won't it? The more time you spend out there, the easier it'll get. There'll be another couple of runs for Middlesex's safe Zaib. Gives chase from Gully.
I think the way that the game has unfolded so far is tricky, actually, for Northamptonshire, because with the spin bowlers, you kind of want to build pressure with spin bowlers and create something and get some men around the bat. But going at 5s, you're always conscious of that. You know, you take your eye off the ball, next thing it's hundreds on the board, and Middlesex are back in.
Yeah, it's a tough one, isn't it? I mean, Broad, this is his 2nd over, so quite comfortably got another 3, if not 4 after this. So and then you're potentially looking at spin from both ends.
Yes, I'd say so.
Once Broad has finished his spell, and the big question will be as to which spinner. I think I'd go Harrison. I think I'd go Harrison first, personally. Short ball, pulled away. Didn't get particularly short, did it, in the end? And Middlesex will just take 1. Really well fielded down there on the leg side.
It was James Sales, who had a bit of an old-fashioned look to stare from Rob Keogh in the previous over. That was a lovely bit of work there. He's a superb fielder anywhere you put him. Cricket-wise, just on cricket-wise, I would probably go Harrison. But I think they'll go Pope because he's the overseas. Harrison's on loan. If you give the ball to the loanee before you give it to your overseas, how does he? So I think it might be man management.
I can see that. Broad continues. Deploy cuts him away through backward point. That's going to be 4. Beats the diving Sales. He moves up to 24 off 36 for Deploy. And runs are flowing for Middlesex. I think the thing is when I can see what you're saying. And I think you're probably right. With Lloyd Pope, his wickets coming at 47s in the Shields, and with the success that Harrison's had at the start of this year, you want to win the game of cricket. I don't necessarily think man management personally, but obviously you and I are removed from the situation. One time through the leg side this time. That's not going to go. Safe Zaib will cut that one off.
That was very experienced cricket there, wasn't it, from Deploy? Got his 4 away. The previous was a poor ball. nicely put away for 4 behind square on the offside. The next ball, he has a very little nudge down the wicket, and it kind of drew an error from Broad, who tried to get it into his ankles, and deploys, knocks it away for a couple. So again, we're seeing very subtly, but also quite clearly, Middlesex are looking to put a bit of pressure on the Northants attack.
I suppose that'll be, we spoke about hitting Rob Keogh out of the attack. Could work for Justin Broad here as well.
They're not going to let them settle. That's good. You know, the judgment is we're not going to take risk, but we're not going to let you settle. We're going to play not defensive cricket. We're going to play more positive cricket. We're going to show intent. From that intent, you can defend. You know, if you just nudge down the wicket, you can. A couple of times to Rob Keogh, they've come down the wicket. The ball hasn't been in a good area to score, and they've knocked it back. Ah, good. Okay, Captain Rowe has struck again. There is a fielder gone onto the offside. He's come out. There were 4 fielders on the single on the leg side. There's only 3. There's a man on the reverse sweep at backward point, and immediately Rob Keogh bowls a more traditional line. I like this a bit better, actually. It does mean if he gets too straight, Higgins can just knock it behind square on the leg side and run away, but the line's got to be good here. So the field change needs to be backed up by a change in line, just a stump wider.
Yeah, so far so good for Keogh. It's Liam Guthrie, isn't it?
Yeah.
Short third man that's moved across onto the offside.
Busy though, isn't he? I've said that a few times about Ryan Higgins. I know my old colleague David Ripley likes busy cricketers, and I know he likes Ryan Higgins as well. For that reason, I think he's always looking to impose himself on whatever situation he finds himself in.
That's a real change of pace from Keogh that time. He's just going to concede him 1. I guess he has the ability here and the benefit of being able to hold the ball up into the wind with that coming across from the heavy sweep. I'll also give him a little bit of extra drift, won't it, away from...
Should help his drift no end, yeah. Drifting it this way, back into the left-hander.
Deploy now on strike. We'll take another single. That shot before there from Ryan Higgins brings up the 50 partnership between Deploy and Higgins. Just missed that. Just the speed and the rate at which these two have gone about it.
Yeah.
Quite surprised to see that pop up. 84 for 3. 1 delivery left in the over.
That's a better pace. The line was too straight by half a stump, but better pace is one of the things that about spin bowling at any level, but in particular at this level, is finding the right pace. You know, certain surfaces turn at certain speeds and don't turn as much at other speeds, and the job of the experienced spinner is to try and work out what speed is the right speed to get the ball onto the surface. I think the other thing to mention here as well is the wind that's coming across the ground is really strong, and that can be difficult because it does blow the ball a bit offline, and it also unsettles your balance as well. Rob Keogh is a big guy. He will be being buffeted by the wind. It's not always easy.
Justin Broad to continue from the David Caper end. 2 slips in place, so Northamptonshire just spreading the field slightly. None for 13 from 2 for Justin Broad. As Deploy covers that one up, defends it back to the bowler.
Just changed his angle, hasn't he? He was being worked too easily into the leg side when he was bowling over the wicket, Justin Broad to Deploy. So he decided to go around the wicket, just change the angles up. And I think that's a nice call.
Yeah, they're just, well, they've got to, Northamptonshire have got to find something to bring about some control here.
Do you know what they've got to do?
Take a wicket.
Basics. Just do the basic things. I think it's possible to get a bit excited and get a bit carried away. And before you know where you are, you walk off the field at lunchtime. For the last hour, we just didn't get the ball in the right place. Get the ball in the right place and go from there. Just keep doing the basic things well.
I wouldn't have said Northamptonshire have bowled particularly badly in it, but as you say, maybe just a fraction here or there. Better from Justin Broad. 3 dot balls at the start of this over. Generates a bit of gardening from loose deploy. 27 off 42.
He took a while to get going, didn't he?
Was he 1 off 16, wasn't he, I think?
I think that's right. So he's certainly at the moment he's going very well. He has had a few loose balls and he's put them all away very well. That's well bowled. This looks a better option around the wicket. He settled into it very quickly, Broad. 4 balls this over have all been there or thereabouts. It's got the promise of a much better over. A couple of maidens, knowing that Middlesex don't want to sit on Rob Keogh, they want to score. That's going to be a really important, that's his job really, isn't it? Bowl dot ball, challenging dot balls. That's what he needs to be bowling.
That one into the hip. Wasn't one of those challenging dot balls. They're going to look for 2, but Lloyd Pope does well, sprinting off the boundary rope at fine leg to keep it down to just a single. I'd just ask you, have you been watching the TV screen on this? Is there much swing from Justin Broad now, or is that gone?
Not much. Not much. I will just have a word about Richard Johnson, if I may. Spent a bit of time with Jono during my level 4 program, and what a fabulous guy. A really, really, really good guy. Very popular around the circuit. A bit of a Middlesex legend, and I know it will have hurt him to have been asked to leave his post. He's a very genuine fella, gives everything, and that will have hurt him to have had the job taken away from him. The results weren't strong, so in this game it's always a risk, isn't it? And I think some of their T20 cricket had been suboptimal, if I could put it that way. So it doesn't all fall on the coach's shoulders, but when the change is needed, it's easier to take one man out than many, isn't it? So I'm sure he's not listening to this, but if he happens to be, all the best, Jono. You'll bounce back, I'm sure, and to wish him well for the future. It won't have been easy for the guys who had to make that decision either, because he's such a popular and good bloke. Too slow, Rob Keogh. That's too slow. Gives deploy too much time to work that away. He's giving it a chance to spin. There's no question about that. And he did beat Higgins on the inside earlier. That's a better pace. It's a results business, isn't it, at the end of the day? And it doesn't all for you. There'll be a number of things that go into results. And the head coach's input to that is only one of many. Budget's another thing, for example.
Yeah, but Middlesex made the signing, didn't they, of Zafar Gohar from Gloucestershire over the winter, so they brought in some real all-round experience and good spin option as well, particularly with these games. And then I'm just having a look through on the squad news, but obviously they made the signing of Kane Williamson, didn't they, through the through the winter, not included in the 14-player squad. Dane Patterson as well. For the start of the season, he moved down from Trent Bridge from Division 1 to Division 2. Kane Williamson taking a break? Takes a break for the next 2 championship games, although will be available for the resumption of the Blast and for Middlesex's final 5 championship games, which from a Middlesex perspective is a shame. From myself as a cricket fan's perspective is a shame, because I would love to have watched Kane Williamson back. Yeah, no, I agree. I wouldn't have been saying that if I was still coaching here. I'd be very happy if Kane Williamson's going around Europe and catching up on the sites. And I don't know what he's doing. I mean, who knows? But I'd imagine he might be taking a bit of opportunity as he's in Europe to have a look at it. Yeah, that will be disappointing to the Middlesex supporters. You sign a big player like that for all for both formats, and you want to see him on the field. Yeah, and well, one of the very best to have done it over in the modern era. So
as a cricketer,
as I say, from a cricket fan's perspective, a real shame that he's not involved today and won't be for the next championship game either. shuffle down for Deploy. He just tucks it into the leg side for a single.
Every time Deploy is shuffled, Broad has gone fuller into the pad, hasn't he? So he might say, I've only gone for one there as he's walking back, which would be correct because it'd be accurate. He has only gone for one there, but I'd rather see him holding his length there. I do say holding his length, just adjusting his length back a little bit to make it again another good length ball. But he's just blinked a wee bit there.
Oh, it's a lovely shot by Higgins. Can't get it past Luke Proctor, who swoops round from mid-on to cut that one off. 20 off 33 now for Higgins. 89 for 3 the score from 19.2 overs. Middlesex going along at 4.6 and over.
Healthy lick, isn't it?
It's not hanging about, that is for sure. But these two have just, they've put a sense of stability in the middle as well, haven't they? Yes, the run rate has increased, I think, since the two of them have been together, but actually there has been some stability added for the two of them. Some confidence, some calmness, I think, for Middlesex supporters.
Yeah, totally. They've defended the good balls very, very solidly. They've just looked to have a bit more intent.
Yeah, a little shuffle down again from Higgins.
That's what I want to see Broad doing. Is not, don't panic. If someone shuffles, don't panic. Just hold your line and length. Did that well there to the right hander. Not seen the ball go past the bat much, have we? The to the seaman is what I'm saying. Rob Keogh went through the inside edge of Higgins a couple of overs ago, but the seamers haven't gone past.
That one tucked off the hip will run down to fine leg for a single. No, there's the dismissal of Robson, wasn't they? Caught a second slip by Harrison, but I don't think...
I think
if the ball is hit...
Proctor went past Robson once.
If McManus's gloves have been hit 5 times, I think I'd be surprised.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. So not a lot of lateral movement.
No, but we probably knew that before we were coming into these fixtures. We probably knew that wasn't going to be the case.
The seam on the Kookaburra is flatter.
Yeah, that's going to be obviously the lateral movement off the surface. And I don't expect you to have a PhD in the differences between Dukes and Kookaburra cricket balls, but is there a difference in, obviously there's a difference in construction. There's the 2-piece balls and 4-piece balls, which provide a difference. Different lacquer, different varnish, maybe different dyeing technique, which maybe not interferes, but stops the ball moving through the air laterally.
Yeah, so they're slightly different shape, which people will be now switching off in their droves. But what? They're both round, obviously, but the seam on the Duke's ball is more pronounced.
Mm-hmm.
So to exaggerate that, you've got a small triangle on the outside of the ball, whereas with the Kookaburra, the seam is flatter. And the first thing that needs to happen for the ball to swing is that the air needs to be disturbed, and the shape of the seam on the Duke's ball does disturb the air far more than the flatter seam on the Kookaburra. And that's as close to a PhD as you're getting.
No, I like it.
But that is what happens. The air is disturbed.
Dr. Phil.
I could do a half hour on that, but then we would have no listeners and watchers at all by that time.
We've got 37 minutes to go till lunch. You got 7 minutes to spare to wrap up the morning session. It sounds like a perfect use of time as Higgins advances and works him through the leg side. It's going to be 4. Proctor is not going to be able to cut that one off. Dive by Vasconcelos, couldn't cut it off.
Good cricket there. Rob Keogh fired that one in a bit more, and Higgins had premeditated coming down the wicket. He just did so well that he timed it beautifully through mid-wicket. There was real intent there from Higgins.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily think they've done enough yet in comparison to other bowlers to get Keogh out of the attack. That's a real flighted delivery from Keogh in response.
I think for me, so far, it's early, isn't it, Rob Keogh? He's only bowled 4.5 overs. I think he's gone a little bit searchy. Just build yourself into your spell. That's a nice pace.
I'm very, very curious, Rory, to see what Luke Proctor does next. What's his next? What's his next move? It is a good response from Keogh.
Well, I'd like to. I think we will see another spinner. I'd like to see one quite soon, actually, because I don't see Justin Broad currently offering a great deal of wicket-taking threat, and that's well fielded by Vasconcelos. I don't see that. So at this stage, I'm more interested in wickets than anything else.
Yeah.
What's my best way of getting those? Well, I don't think Justin Broad is that right now. Is Justin Broad, second question, is Justin Broad holding an end and Rob Keogh can be very attacking? Well, he's not, because Broad's gone for 16 off 4 overs, so he's not doing that job. So let's get a twirler on.
Yeah.
That would be my take on it.
Yeah, because I think if things carry on, Middlesex 94 for 3 with 35 minutes to go. So you're going to be well in excess of 100 by the time lunch rolls around, if, of course, there aren't any further wickets taken.
Calvin Harrison's getting loose. You're going to get your way.
I think it's the right pick. I think from the two of them.
Yeah.
I think you were right. I think the point you made was valid with regards to man management as Broad continues to dropped into the leg side for 1, I think. Yeah. Deploy and Higgins ran that first one very hard, looking for a second, but Pope and Zaib on the leg side converging to keep that down to just 1. Safe Zaib with the brand new county cap on, the maroon cap with the gold piping.
Yeah,
looks smart, doesn't it?
Nice, isn't it? Where it's obviously brand new, just out the wrapper, and yeah, I was very, very flattered to be asked to go and be part of that ceremony this morning. The family mentioned it to me, and asked, well, that's close. That's out.
Got him. Broad's got him. We were questioning, weren't we? What was the next decision? What's going to happen next? Are wickets going to stem the runs for Middlesex? And Broad has got one. It's loose deploy. It's Higgins. The dangerous Higgins goes for 25 off 43. And didn't look particularly enamoured with it, did he? But made a good sound into the pads.
It looked straight. You know, the first thing is the ball hitting the stumps? And I think it may well have been. He shuffles forward and across a little bit. He actually doesn't go that far forward, does he? Yeah, I often look at the non-strikers' reaction to see what they think about it. And there was no reaction from deploy to that decision. At first look, your eyes can be deceived. I thought he had a little shuffle down the wicket, and that his surprise at being given out was, well, I'm from a long way forward here. He wasn't that far forward, and it did have a good look about it. It hit the pad very hard. It looked like it just ran back into him off the wicket, and we'd need to see a straight replay to say any more than that. But it had a good look about it from where we're sitting at first look, that's for sure. What's also sure is Higgins wasn't happy about it. But sometimes as a batter, you're not where you think you are, and I think that might have been one of those situations. Having said that, Justin Broad's not offering wicket-taking threat. 2 balls later, he's got Ryan Higgins out. LBW.
Yeah, good delivery, good comeback. 0 for 16 from 4 overs, wasn't it, before the start of this one?
We said that the ball hasn't really beaten the bat, didn't we? We said there's very little lateral movement. Well, that did beat the bat, albeit on the inside.
I think that's the benefit, isn't it? Just bowling straight, Rowie.
Absolutely. So you might say a slight error from Higgins, but good bowling. He was there or thereabouts, and that's the point, isn't it? Keep asking the same question. Don't get bored with that. That'll help the captain out no end there, because he'll have been having a little bit of a headache about what combination do I need here? How do I stem the run rate but keep the threat?
Yeah, it was just getting to a stage of starting to panic a little bit, wasn't it? 3 slips now in place. Ben Geddes, the new man for Middlesex. Top of the bounce. Played to Tim Robinson at cover. Geddes, who moved across the capital, didn't he? Crossed the river from Surrey up to Middlesex over the winter. Blocked of opportunities, I suppose, for Surrey. Wanted to go and play first-team cricket and guarantee himself first-team cricket, which he has done so far in 2025 for Middlesex. I think it's two parts. One, I think is a really good signing for Middlesex, and I think it's a really strong move for him as well. I think you could have quite comfortably stayed quite comfortable at Surrey. I'm sure it's a lovely place to hang around and play cricket. One of the biggest county in the UK, the biggest budget, arguably the best facilities, but wasn't always in that starting 11 and wanted to go and play cricket.
Yeah, he's backed himself, hasn't he? Good on him.
Raw, just you mentioned about rhythm. It looks like it's coming through or out of the hand a bit quicker, having picked up that one wicket, hasn't he?
Yeah, yeah. He's freed up, isn't he? He's loosened up a little bit.
Hitting the bat hard of Ben Geddes.
I haven't seen a lot of Ben Geddes after is this the dismissal? Oh, that's out. That's just out. I said earlier, just recently, that sometimes as a batter, you feel hard done by because you think you're somewhere where you're not. And I think that was exactly what happened there, because I know Ryan Higgins, if he was bowling, he would have expected that to be given out. He was right in front, wasn't he? And he wherever he thought he wasn't. He was right in front, hit the middle of the pad, about the knee roll. The only question would have been, is it a bit high? It wasn't, and rightly judged. We are going to see, so the Rob Keogh 5 overs, 0 for 17. He's out of the attack. The captain has gone for the overseas. We were tricked. We were deceived by Calvin Harrison's warm-ups. It's actually going to be Lloyd Pope who's going to replace Rob Keogh from the Lynn Wilson end. So on debut in red ball cricket. Be interesting to see what he brings.
Yeah, it's 50 first-class wickets in 18 matches for Lloyd Pope, coming at 47s. Known really for his white ball cricket, but I'm sure a lot of that is ignorance really from the UK cricket supporter. We don't get a great deal of coverage of the Sheffield Shield, do we, in the UK? But what we do get is a lot of big bash cricket, and Lloyd Pope would have been a star of that over the years.
Have you got his numbers there in front of you?
I'll just get them for you. What would you like?
Just what his economy rate is. So his average isn't great, but he's just going at 3 wickets a match. And I just wonder what sort of economy rate he goes at. Oh, that's a big shot, big option. The reverse sweep, played it very well, deploy. He nailed it.
Yeah, so it's it's an interesting set of numbers. It's an economy rate of about 4.2, strike rate of just shy of 70, 3 5-wicket hauls, and a best for 7 for 87 in there as well.
Okay, so he's bowled in the right conditions for his wickets, isn't he? Yeah.
41 maidens.
So, you know, with all that in mind, you'd probably kind of say unproven, really, at first-class level. Oh, it's hit into the leg side. It was aerial for longer than Ben Geddes would have wanted. He was a little bit early into that.
Yeah, what he has had, which I think is probably the most encouraging for Northamptonshire supporters, I'll just go through the 24-25 numbers. So he would have had a gap. He's had a break in first-class cricket from the end of 2022 to the start of the 2024 season in Australia. And 24 to 25, he's picked up 21 wickets at an average of 26.
Okay. Right. Yeah, that's how it tells a better story, doesn't it? That's nicely played. By deployed, just using his feet, knocking it down the ground. The fielder, when he's not at mid-on, he's not at long-on, he's at sort of between the two. It's not a position I totally understand, because if he's on the boundary, they've got a single as well. So, but he's not. That's nicely bowled, a bit of flight. Nicely driven as well. That's an example of, if I get one in my area, even though I've not scored yet, I am going to put my hands through it. It was actually nicely bowled in some ways by Pope, because he did get a bit of flight on that one. It'd been flat before. Felt it's coming out. All right, okay, I'm going to try and really turn one. It was just over length, and it was pounced on by Geddes, who played a beautiful drive through wide mid off for 4. What a nice way to actually takes him on to 5. He'd already got one earlier in the over, and he tucked off his hip. The scoreboard was a bit slow, and I was even slower. Nonetheless, it was a beautiful cricket shot. Hundreds up for Middlesex, 102 for 4 after 23 overs. They'll be very happy with the 102. They won't be very happy with the 4. And Northants will want to be making that 5 or more before they go off. 5 wickets or more they go off. So Broad's going to continue. He's going to stay around the wicket. And it's a bit of rinse and repeat, tucked away behind square on the leg side for a single. So I think just at this point, Northants would rather bowl at Ben Geddes. Deploys in. He's on 36. He's playing nicely. There are 3 slips. Zaib comes into the slip cordon, as he often does when Broad is bowling. 3 slips. There's a backward point, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, getting loose, and a fine leg. Well, that's a very nice push. Looks like a guy who wants to feel bat on ball, Ben Geddes. Probably doesn't leave too many. He's firm into the ball. What he did there, Val, he just decelerated the bat enough. It was a good length ball. If he'd continued with his intent, which was to strike it hard, he would have hit it probably straight to Rob Keogh at mid-off on the catch, but he decelerated the bat well. That's back of a length, and Geddes picked the length early and played the right shot. The ball just kept a little low. He just indicated to deploy. The ball kept a little low on him. As I see Northants head coach Darren Lehman walking around the boundary. He's got 2 sticks in his hand, 2 ball throwers, sidearms and a mitt. So he's going somewhere to go and do some work, probably into the nets. It's good to see, isn't it? It's a good sign that I think there's more to. He's going to go and throw some balls. He's actually demonstrating that he's happy with what's going on out in the middle. He's also having a chat with Lewis McManus, quite animated about, is it reversing? Is it nipping back in? Did that ball nip back? I think is what was the gist of that question. I think McManus was saying, yeah, it just ran back in a little bit, the one that got Higgins. Nicely bowled again. I think, yeah, he looks like a guy who likes to strike the cricket ball, Ben Geddes. He was firm into that. I mentioned firm a couple of balls ago, pushed the ball very firmly. And that's not a bad thing, so long as the bat isn't accelerating when you actually want it to decelerate. Just controlling that speed that the bat hits the ball in defence is important. But he's accelerated through that when he was invited to drive. That was the last ball of the over from Justin Broad, who is very angry with himself. And he's bowled 6th stump ball. The key thing was the length, and the length was drive me. And Ben Geddes needed no second invitation to do exactly that. Hits it for 4, takes him to 9. The score's 107 for 4.
It does feel like a surface that if you get yourself in, there's runs.
Yeah,
it doesn't really feel like there's a minefield. The outfield is lightning fast. Just lean on a couple of these and find the boundary rope. And there hasn't been yet a massive amount of turn. Middlesex will have the benefit. They will bowl last on this, so they will get, or their spinners will get the best use of the facility, however far this game goes.
There was the ball, Rob Keogh's first over, I think, that turned and just caught enough of the inside edge of Ryan Higgins' bat to beat leg stump. Had that turned an inch further, it misses the inside edge and cleans him up. That was the only ball really I've seen spin so far. And it was maybe a bit of a false read, that, because at that point you thought, oh, hello. It's going to turn, because that ball turned off the pitch rather than out of the rough. There's no rough there, even though Guthrie had bowled left arm over. There wasn't any rough created at this stage, and it turned off the pitch. But so far, it's been the outlier, that one. Pope's flatter won't spin it as much, probably, unless he decides to get the ball onto the pitch from a higher trajectory, which means looping it a little bit more. In order to do that, he probably risks a bit of lack of control. That one is back of a length. Again, that one just sort of held on the wicket a little bit. Again, Geddes hitting the ball hard to mid on and mid off.
Yeah, it just kind of stopped, didn't it, when it hit the surface? Obviously gripped into it and lost all momentum.
That's better, Lloyd Pope. That was bowled with a little loop, and it did bounce a wee bit. Very firm push. I want to stop saying this. Very firm push from Geddes. Wanting to beat that fielder an extra cover. That's a no ball. That's a rarity. Lloyd Pope can't believe what he's seen there. Are you sure, mate? Or words to that effect. There was a quizzical look to the umpire. He was very surprised at that no ball. It's a good delivery. It's a better pace. Got more over the ball, more drop on it. And that's turned. So finding his pace. Spoke earlier about spinners finding the pace. That's the pace. It'll turn at that pace.
Yeah, it was something that Yuzvendra Chahal, who obviously isn't available this week, was a master at last year, wasn't he? And almost Yuzzy didn't really need a delivery to figure out the pace of the pitch, just knew what it was going to do without even releasing a ball in his hands or from his hands. Hopefully it won't be too long until Chahal becomes available for Northamptonshire.
Much better over that from Pope. It's his second over. So he's finding his way. 2 overs, 0 for 10. That was a much better over, his second over than the first over. And in the main, it was a little bit slower. It's not just about the speed. It's about the loop and the drop as well. And there was one ball, I think it was the third ball of the over, maybe the fourth ball, that really did turn very sharply. So much so that actually Geddes made no attempt to hit it because he would have been reaching for it so far. So it's 110 for 4. Deploy's playing very nicely for his 37, pretty much untroubled. Geddes getting himself in on 9. There's going to be a change from the David Capel end. Liam Guthrie is coming back into the attack. So he's got 3 of those 4 wickets to fall so far. Broad finished his spell with 6 overs, 1 for 22. Picked up as down to the very important wicket of Ryan Higgins. He's a dangerous, dangerous cricketer. So Guthrie's back on 2 slips.
I like this from Northamptonshire and Luke Proctor. They've gone for the aggressive option, haven't they? It could have been quite easy to have just let Guthrie roam for the remainder of the session and potentially have a look at him after lunch. But 6 overs this morning, 3 wickets to his name. Bowled some absolute beauties. Kept the ball back in his hand, I suppose, for one final burst before this Kookaburra does go completely.
Yeah, I don't mind this at all. Oh, and nor does loose deploy, because that's a beautiful on drive, isn't it? There was not a lot wrong with the line, but the length was just over length. It pretty much a half volley, but it was beautifully struck down the ground by deploy. Didn't overhit it, did he? Didn't try and overhit that, just timed it away inside Rob Keogh between the mid-on and the stumps, and it still remains the best shot in cricket, doesn't it? The on drive.
Stylish, isn't it? Classy, textbook.
I wouldn't mind a bumper or 2 here.
2 men out on the leg side, isn't there? Deep backward square and almost a long leg.
Oh, that's very nice comeback from the bowler. It wasn't a bumper. What it was a very good, challenging top of off ball. Deploy dealt with it without any great drama, but it tested his defence and he was up to it. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. There was one bouncer bowled, wasn't there? One very high bouncer bowled by Guthrie. He's got a slingy action, and so if he gets his length right, it can be a difficult ball because it'll skid at you a bit, the bumper. And there it is. Didn't quite get as high as he wanted, and it was nicely pulled well in front of square. Didn't time it, but he gets 1 out to Zaib with the Kookaburra ball, the seamers, as we saw in the previous use of the ball last year, they do go short a lot because it's, and what else have they got? It's early for that, but I don't know about Deploy's. Is he a compulsive hooker? He's certainly a shot maker. He'd be hitting into the wind. If you can get the ball high enough, it might cause him a problem. That one didn't get high enough.
Yeah, I'd err on the side of you don't score as many runs as he does being compulsive, but I certainly don't think he'll be a batter that would shy away from it.
That was a good one. Very well directed, very nicely played by Geddes, just getting under it.
He's got 2 first-class hundreds so far, Ben Geddes, to his early career. 5 50s to go with that as well. Averages just over 30 in first-class cricket.
It's a good start, isn't it? It's a very good start to his career, those numbers, for a young player. As you say, he came through the Surrey ranks, played youth cricket and worked his way through that pathway. It's a very, very strong pathway that it is too, as you might expect. And the word, I think, was the perfect word, Dan. You said got blocked. Just too many. Yes, he can only pick 11, and he couldn't frequently enough for his liking get into that 11. So what do? Sit on the sidelines and play second team cricket with the odd game in the first team, or do you go elsewhere? And he said, no, I want to play first team cricket regularly. And actually, Middlesex is a lovely county to play for, I'd imagine. A lot of cricket played at Lord's. Pope's going to continue. His second over, this is his third. His second over was a good one. That's interesting. So the left-handed deploy, as he did at the beginning of the last over, attempted the reverse sweep. The previous time he nailed it, that one went down the leg side. It did turn sharply. McManus' glove did away. It did turn sharply again, but the line wasn't right. But I think he's got his pace about right now, Pope.
I think the only thing that's puzzling or curious at the moment is the fact that when it does turn, particularly for Pope, it just seems to lose all of its momentum off the surface as well.
Yeah.
You see the footmarks are quite dark, aren't they? It's maybe that backs up the point. It's going to be a chance for a run out. Is there Harrison with a misfield?
Oh, that's a shame. I wanted from a Northampton, well, from a cricket perspective, I wanted to see the Pope Geddes battle developing during that over.
You mentioned earlier about the difficulty with regards to maintaining the moisture in the square.
Yeah.
I wonder whether because of those footmarks, it does look quite not damp, but it's not dry, is it? You can see just the color of where the batters have been taking their guard. It's dark. Wonder if that's just holding the ball in the surface a bit more than what it would do.
Yeah, certainly it's been. Oh, that's a nice shot. Geddes drives that away through wide mid-off. He's not shy and trying to pounce on anything that he can drive. Obviously, he likes to drive the cricket ball and has done so nicely early in his innings so far. I know they had the same thing happened at Edgbaston when they replaced the outfield there, that it just kept sucking the water out of the square, and that's why Edgbaston turns more now than it used to. Yeah, nicely played by Geddes. He's been solid in defence, and he's looked to clearly wants to get his front foot. He's quite a big lad. Get his front foot forward and drive through the ball, and he's done that very well. But he's also covered up nicely when the ball hasn't been there. He started brightly, I think, for his 12. 120 for 4. The game is moving forward.
It is. I don't think anybody would have predicted this at the start, would they? 4 wickets down, having won the toss and chosen to bat first, but then still having 120 runs on the board. You'd think the 4 wickets would have meant that Northamptonshire have been on top and all on top for the hour and 48 minutes of cricket that we've had this morning, but the 120 runs would indicate the fact that Northamptonshire haven't had any success at all today.
You know, knowing the build up to this game and the side that both sides have picked and so on, you might have thought, well, they've got away to a fly. Northampton bowled poorly with the new ball, spins come on, and it's unplayable. That's not been the case at all. That's a poor delivery from Guthrie, and is absolutely slapped away off the back foot by Deploy. That was short, and it was wide, and it was 4. Deploy's on 47. As you said earlier, Dan, I think he took 16 balls. He was on 1 after 16 balls. And his last 46 runs, therefore, have come very quickly indeed.
He's a quality operator, isn't he? Should we, at the end of this over or during this over, shall I give you a quick run around the other scores that are going on?
I love it when you do that.
Haven't quite. We've got a test match going on as well, Rowie. So there's plenty of cricket going on this Sunday. Obviously, some club games, competitive, uncompetitive throughout the course of the weekend as well. Division 1, it's a bit of rain over in Birmingham. They've gone off for an early lunch. Somerset 71 for no loss, having won the toss and chosen to bat first there. Sussex up at Chesterless Street against Durham. Sussex won the toss and elected to have a bat first. They're 86 for 2. Essex won the toss and elected to... I'll tell you what, every county won the toss and elected to have a bat first. Let's save myself some words on that. 85 for 3, Essex against Hampshire at Chelmsford. Worcester 65 for 1 against Surrey at New Road. And then at Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire 74 for no loss against Yorkshire. So Yorkshire's struggles continue. Good start for Worcestershire, though. They're one of the teams down the bottom half of the Division 1 table. And then Division 2, obviously the game we've got here, 4 down for 120. Rain at Bristol as well, so there's clearly a band on the western side of the UK. Gloucestershire won the toss, elected to bat first, 35 for no loss after 12 and a bit overs before they went off for rain. Glamorgan 101 for 1 against league leaders Leicester at Leicester. And then Kent 92 for 2 against Lancashire, having Lancashire winning the toss and electing to bowl first at Blackpool. Captain James Anderson this week, for the first time in his professional career, captaining a cricket side.
Yeah, I realise it's not as easy as he thought. It does help as a captain if you've got a very good bowling attack, and he is in that bowling attack, so that's got to be helpful. I think I'll bring Jimmy Anderson on.
Encourages the decision, no doubt. And then the test match at Headingley, which maybe was the game that I should have started with. England trail India by 161 runs with 5 wickets remaining. So 310 for 5 in response to India's 471 all out. Ollie Pope only managed to add 6 this morning before being dismissed by Prashid Krishna for 106. And then the wicket of Ben Stokes, Mohammad Siraj caught Rishabh Pant for 20 off 52. So it's Harry Brook on 52 and Jamie Smith on 23 in the middle. But I'm sure if you're watching this live stream, you've got double TV screens going on and you've got the test match on as well.
No doubt. My son went to the first day, my younger son went to the first day. Saw India bat all day. Well, that's hurt him. It just kept a little lower, I think, than the anticipated deploy. Went to pull it away through the leg side. He'd played one previously and he was a bit slow on the previous one, and actually was, whether he was slow or not. Yeah, it did. It was through him. He's skiddy, isn't he? We've said this before, Guthrie. He's got a low arm, and when he bowls that effort ball, it does hurry people up.
Yeah, and there is just a bit of hold in it as well, isn't there? Fascinating. I love this. This sport is so good because everybody, you and I included, were thinking, well, it's going to be spin to win. 4 spinners in the side, throw the ball to the spinners, get rid of the new ball, lovely job. And Lloyd Pope's been taken out of the attack for Luke Proctor to come back in. There's obviously just enough going on with the seam bowlers to keep them of interest. But hey, your son picked a decent day to go. I know you watched India Battle Day, but my word, there were some good innings. I watched the first one before I had to get in the car to drive up to the county ground for that T20 against Notts on Friday night. And I knew the 100 from Shubman Gill was stylish just by listening to it through the radio.
That was impressive. Yeah, the stats were there, and quite rightly so. The TV pundits, absolutely rightly so, highlighted many times the fact that outside of India, he averages 18 to the in-swinging ball and over 100 to the away swinging ball. So guess what? They bowled a lot of in-swingers, and guess what? He absolutely murdered them. Jeez, he played well.
Yeah, Jaiswal as well with an incredible 100 at the top of the order. And then Rishabh Pant with some fireworks. He's going to be, he'll be one of my top 3 favourite cricketers in world cricket at the moment, Rishabh Pant. I think he's not because of the backflips, but because of the cricketing abilities. He's just quality.
He's a talented boy, isn't he?
Good value through a stump mic as well.
Yeah, I think he plays with a smile on his face, doesn't he? I like to see that. Good man to have in your side. Proctor is on from the Lynn Wilson end, replacing Pope. Starts very well, targeting the stumps. He bowled a pretty good line, I think, his first 5 overs, Procky. We went at 4 and over. Got too straight at times and got tucked away mostly off the pads, but he didn't bowl badly. He's always got that wicket-taking threat because he always has the stumps in play. And when he joined us, he was keen to swing the ball. He'd been working on his wrist position, and he had the ability to swing the red ball, but it didn't really control that. So he's become more of a line bowler during his time at Northamptonshire. He does that very, very well. Hits the bat harder than people think. Can look a bit innocuous, and then suddenly he's nipped one through your defence. Oh, but not then. That's a beautiful shot down the ground. Got to look at that. Was a bit of a Jamie Smith looking shot to me. They're not dissimilar builds, are they, these two? Geddes and Jamie Smith, who's obviously playing in the Test match currently up at Headingley, but would have come through the same youth system at Surrey as Ben Geddes. And they do shape up very similarly. Both like to hit the ball firmly. But that's what I've liked about Geddes, is the previous ball was more in his favour than in the bowler's favour, and he drove it beautifully, well fielded off his own ball. And that one was slightly shorter, and he's judged that very well. Decelerates the bat. Just nice batting. Keep it simple. Looks like he's got a simple technique. But he started his first-class career well, hasn't he? Averaging over 30.
Yeah, he has. And he's found the middle of the bat more often than not, hasn't he, so far in this innings of 12?
He has. And Lewis McManus, as a result of that last ball, Lewis McManus has got the lid on. He's going to come up to the stumps. We see this quite a lot when Ben Sanderson is on. Batters like to get down the wicket to Ben Sanderson to try to disturb that immaculate length that he can bowl. The same thing's happened here. So Geddes will be stuck to the crease, which helps any LBW shouts that might come along. It's kind of like a reverse swing sort of situation, isn't it? With the bowlers bowling very straight, the fielders are straight, the keeper's up to the stumps. You see this sort of profile of fielders and lines and lengths when the ball's reverse swinging. It's probably too early for that. But it's going to be a double change. So Guthrie came back for a couple of overs. That didn't go according to plan. So we are going to see for the first time in this match, Calvin Harrison. He's the wrist spinner, a very tall wrist spinner. He's an all-rounder on loan at Northants from Notts. I mean, don't know how many loan spells he's had. They've kind of run together sometimes and been extended. I'm going to say at least 3. I think it could be 4.
Well, it was the first game up at Old Trafford, wasn't it, that he came in for? He wasn't a part of the plans in that opening fixture here against Kent, but came in there. And then remained part of that Red Bull squad all the way through the... So it is quite confusing, isn't it? So whether does it just count as one spell?
Well, probably, but it was extended. It was
just continually extended, almost open-ended.
Yeah.
It's been good for all 3 parties, I think. It's been great for Calvin Harrison to get Red Bull cricket. Clearly not at the top of the tree at Nottinghamshire with Patterson White and Farhan Ahmed competing for the spin bowling options. Good from Nottinghamshire to make him available and allow him to go and play. And obviously different division, so it's not like he's going to be a direct competitor to his parent club. And then great for Northamptonshire to get somebody of his quality available and to play and fill a gap that needed to be filled.
Yeah, for sure. So we can see already his pace is slower than Pope started. I think Pope did slow down his pace. This is slower, certainly slower than Harrison bowled for Notts here, 2 wickets away on Friday night. He's firing it in there. It's around the wicket. Oh, that's close. Looks like it might have been going down the leg side. Deploy, as he's done early on against all bowlers, all the spin bowlers, he's got the reverse sweep out. It was a polite inquiry. I don't think it was, didn't have a lot of conviction about it. Looked like it was running down the leg side.
I really like him as a cricketer. I'm sure we'll talk more about him in the afternoon session, won't we, Ray? Because we've just got a minute to go until the lunch break. But it was close, wasn't it? A month ago here against Gloucestershire on a turning pitch, day 4, till the heavens opened and the game got washed away. But Northamptonshire had just picked up a wicket, hadn't they? And it was all going Northamptonshire's way. Pulled through the leg side. It hung in the air for a while, to be fair, but Deploy plays it down to deep mid-wicket for a boundary to bring up 50 and bring up the lunch break as well. Well, pick the bones out of that session, Phil Rowe.
Yeah, sorry way to finish the session with the 4 going through mid-wicket for Northamptonshire, but takes Deploy to a very well played 53. And the total 130 runs have been scored in 30 overs. So even with my maths, I can tell you that's over 4 and over. I think Northants will feel they are slightly ahead in the game with the 4 wickets down, but at the same time, Middlesex will feel they've got a guy in on 50. Geddes looks like he's playing really nicely. He's only on 12, but he's played very nicely so far. And so this partnership between these two, you think, is going to be very, very, very influential, extremely influential in terms of the number that Middlesex are able to post, and therefore influential in the future of the game, because the first innings number tends to dictate what happens in championship cricket, or plays a very big part in it too. But 4 wickets down at Northants. Northants got 4 wickets. They got 3 of them very early, and so you'd think it's a good fight back from Middlesex. I think, Northants slightly in the ascendancy, but not by much.
Yeah, a bit of added text by the fact that they've been asked to bowl first as well.
Yeah.
But there is batters to come, isn't there? There's a big partnership here between Deploy and Geddes. Joe Cracknell is keeping wicket for Middlesex this week, and he can hit the ball a long way. Luke Holman, Zafar Gohar as well. Lots of runs, and Toby Rowland Jones himself.
Yeah,
but
10. He's good at 10.
Yeah.
Wow.
Anyway, 130 for 4 at lunch, Rowie. The stream powered by Daffabet. Let's take a break for 40 minutes, and we'll be back for the afternoon session.
Asked to buy it entirely online. It's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
That's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
That's going to take some fetching.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy it. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
Well, there's a lot of laughter going on.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more.
Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy it. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more.
Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy it. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more.
Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy it. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
That's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy it. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
That's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy it. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
That's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy it. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the county grounds in Northampton. My name is Dan Jadzovic, joined by Phil Rowe. It'll be the two of us taking you through the 4 days of first-class cricket between Northamptonshire and Middlesex here in Northampton. Lunchtime, the score was 130 for 4. Middlesex at 10:30 this morning, and Toby Rowland-Jones won the toss and elected to have a bat first, losing 3 quick wickets, all falling to Liam Guthrie. And then a good, enterprising, aggressive partnership between Luce Deploy and Ryan Higgins. A little bit of a 12 not out from Ben Geddes to take the score up to 130 for 4. And we were just saying, Rowie, that haven't really figured this out yet.
No. I think oftentimes in 4-day cricket, you get a pattern set. You know, the ball's dominating the bat, or it's seam, or it's whatever it might be. And that isn't the case, really, because both teams packed with spin. Toby Rowland-Jones winning the toss batting first, suggests he doesn't want to bat last on this because of the spin. And yet all the wickets have gone to seam, and the spinners haven't really been effective.
No, it's been curious. But Luke Proctor's going to open from the Lynn Wilson centre end, and we'll start with an aggressive short ball, which is signalled wide by the umpire at square leg. I think we spoke, didn't we, before we took our break? It's spinners haven't necessarily been given the time to figure themselves out. It's been 3 overs for Pope, 1 for Harrison. Was it 5 for Keogh?
4 or 5, yeah.
4 or 5.
Yeah.
1 played into the leg side by Ben Geddes for a single. And they will require time, won't they? They will require time to figure things out. You mentioned about they'll need to work out the pace of a pitch and what's the right pace to bowl to get any purchase from the surface. And they're not going to be able to do that in 12, 18 deliveries.
Yeah, I felt that, and it is a problem for spin bowlers, I think, is when there's sort of big expectation that sometimes that can be a weight on the shoulders that's not really very helpful. And I think also with 4 spinners in the side and getting on early and being pulled off early, it kind of says if you don't land, you know, if you're not right on top and dominating, you're going to come off, which doesn't help the bowler to settle in either. So I think you said off air, it's almost like we've got 8 bowlers in this side. Is that too many? And is that a problem for the captain? I think it can be, because what's my best combination? Right, he's not, this guy's not going great. Oh, I've got this guy over here, and he's very good, and we need wickets.
You mentioned the man management with the overseas pro as well.
Yeah.
Compared to the loanee, it's a tricky day for Luke Proctor. Interesting field as well. I don't know whether you've spotted it, Roy, but you got Vaston Salos on the 45 and a man at deep fine leg. Almost, from our angle, they look like they're stood one behind the other.
Yeah, that's it's a sort of leg gully, isn't it? Or very square. No, it's not quite gully, is it? It's more backward square leg on the catch is Vasconcelos. Now, I'll quickly caveat what I'm about to say. You're going to be very unlucky if you get caught there. But actually, Josh DeCaires did get caught by leg gully, and it was a plan. It looked like a plan, didn't it? To Liam Guthrie, turned it off his hip and straight to the man. So it has been a wicket-taking position even in this match.
Yeah, Deploy, the man on strike, got his 50 up, didn't he? The final ball of that morning session.
What I think it says as well the captain obviously is bowling. He's put the man there. What it says to the bowler is, you've got one slip here. You've got to bowl very straight. And Northants will be saying, they'll have had a chat at lunch, just a brief one, I'm sure, saying we don't give Deploy width. He's punished us through there. We don't give him width. If he wants to hit boundaries, he's going to have to go very straight or work it off his pad through the leg side. And there's a deep mid wicket as well. So he's only going to get 1 if he does that. As I say that, he drives.
But he's not going to need much width, is he, to shape himself up for the offside?
But that seems to be the plan, doesn't it? It's a containing field.
Yeah.
And it's sort of saying, well, I'm going to bowl very straight. If you miss it, you're LBW. If you get it away, well, you've got fine leg. You've got deep mid wicket. Where are you going to get your boundary?
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, don't hit it in the air to fine leg because we've got to catch around the corner
So
as well.
if I get to your hip, you've got to get it down. Yeah, so it's a bit each way, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
an each way bet.
Yeah, and I think Luke Proctor will be the most qualified to bowl to that plan as he gets away from his over with a dot ball. So the wide off the first ball, the single off the next, and then dot balls for the remainder. And I think, is it going to be Liam Guthrie from the David Capel end for the afternoon opening over? It is. He takes the cap off and will resume his work from the David Capel end. What's he done? It was a good 6 over spell, wasn't it, to start with? 6 overs, 3 for 30, then bowled another 2, which only went for 9. I thought it went for a couple more than that, to be fair
that surprises me,
to Liam Guthrie. But 8 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 39 so far for the Australian on a domestic or on a local contract, qualifying through a family link. Picked up the wickets of Sam Robson, caught by Calvin Harrison at second slip. Josh De Cares, who we've just been speaking about, caught at leg gully by Justin Broad, and Max Holden, LBW for 16. 2 slips in place. Ben Geddes on strike. He's on 13. And that's driven beautifully through the offside. I think he's not going to get 4 there. That's taken a horrible skip and a bounce off that wicket end on that surface that was used for the Lions match a couple of weekends ago. It's just hit the wicket ends and just taken all of the momentum out of it, isn't it?
It's very unlucky there because it just died in the old wicket end, as you say, because it was 4, wasn't it? It was a beautiful shot. Wasn't quite a half volley. It was sort of between half volley and on the up, but he punched it and held his follow through nicely. Hands were in front of the blade.
Yeah, picks up 3. Good running between the Middlesex pair. Looks Deploy back on strike. 53 off 78. Just the 1 slip for Deploy with Vasconcelos at that leg gully. And that is dangerously played into the leg side. Tim Robinson on debut for Northamptonshire, and it's short mid-wicket. Wasn't in full control, that, was it, Loose Deploy?
No, it wasn't. And we talked a bit earlier, didn't we, today, about the Kookaburra ball when we've seen it previously. It seems to just maybe bounce a little bit more, and a lot of players have had trouble getting it down off the hip. There is a man, Vasconcelos, as you say, round the corner for that very effect. Does he get it down off the hip or not? And that one just stayed in the air a while.
That one played better by Deploy. Obviously, just restarting the innings. Yes, he's on 53, but he's had 40 minutes to sit down, take the pads off and relax. So we'll have to restart that innings. I suppose there's a couple of huge benefits really for Northamptonshire with these Kookaburra rounds. One, the head coach, Darren Lehman, coming across from Australia, would have played a lot of cricket, coached a lot of cricket, worked a lot of cricket with that Kookaburra ball. Liam Guthrie himself, yes, not a huge amount of first-class experience in Australia, but again, would have been playing and training and club cricket with a Kookaburra cricket ball. That one, a short ball pulled away. It's gone up into the air. It's going to land safe. It just balloons over Vasconcelos at leg gully, falls in front of Lloyd Pope as well, and Deploy comes through for a single. Well, that's a good bumper, that.
It was a good bumper. It sort of raced at him a little bit. He's just indicating to, Deploy's just indicating to Geddes that it kind of skidded at me a little bit. But he's had 3 balls that have been similar, haven't they? He got one, he was late on and he clothed it off the splice. Another one he missed and it hit him in the midriff, and that's the 3rd one, and he top edged that. And that, to be honest, he was fortunate that landed directly between the 2 fielders.
Yeah, that was a ball that could have gone quite literally anywhere, couldn't it? Get us back on strike. Orthodox field this time, and that is another short ball from Guthrie, which Geddes does well to get underneath. It wasn't particularly short, was it? But made the decision to duck underneath that early.
Looks like he's a get-underer, doesn't it? I'm sure in this day and age, you don't bat at number 6 if you can't play the cross bat shot to the leg side. Of course he can. But at the moment, he's thinking, well, my partner's just told me one skidded. I've seen one earlier in the over actually bounced a little bit and he's had trouble getting it down. So I'm going to get it. I'm going to get under it for now, not give you a sniff. Good decision making.
And a good over for Liam Guthrie to start the afternoon session from the David Capel end. Just 4 runs coming from it. 3 for 43 for his work so far, and 136 for 4 the score so far today.
Seems to me with Guthrie that when the ball is new and his key asset is swing with pace, but swing would be the lead, that sometimes, and this is understandable, sometimes he struggles to get his line consistent, and he can open up both sides of the wicket for boundary options. Sometimes he pushes across when he's trying to swing it back. Sometimes starts it too straight and gets worked into the leg side and misses fine leg. So he does go for some boundaries. When the ball is older, his line improves because he knows he's not going to get a swing, and he just bangs it in over the bails. And that was a decent over, that challenging over.
Yeah, Proctor from the Lynn Wilson centre ends. Laid off the back foot by Deploy. The other thing as well is that Dukes will swing forever, really, won't it? It will still swing at 80 and potentially could swing past that as well. So if it's not quite right with that Dukes ball, then it is still going to offer those variations in line, which this is going to it's going to feel much more comfortable for him, isn't it?
Exactly.
One slip in place. It's Calvin Harrison in there at almost second slip with McManus. There's a gap between the two of them, and that's a lovely shot. Well fielded by Tim Robinson at cover. Diving stop, gets a fingertip on it.
That was a great stop, wasn't it? That was full length on the old wicket end. It was the second brave bit of fielding from Robinson. He's just feeling a bit winded as a result of that, but he's definitely saved his team 2 runs there. The line, we said earlier, this is a don't give him any width line, and he doesn't need a lot. But the Proctor has just been one stump outside off stump. He needs to be on the stumps.
He is there. Deploy. Defended into the leg side. Calvin Harrison just starting to have a bit of a stretch. Got halfway through talking about Calvin Harrison against Gloucestershire, and the one thing that I'd noticed is he spent a lot of time on the floor stretching his back out, really trying to loosen himself up. And I don't think it was the best of Calvin Harrison that day. Otherwise, I think that game could have been a bit further along than what it was when the rain came. Well played, nicely timed, but Robinson tidies that up. But he hasn't shown any ill effects of that today. He hasn't been stretching the back out with his downward dogs and upward cats and whatever other stretches that you get up to when you're trying to stretch your back out. The ones that I'll be quite familiar with getting old and trying to keep wicket, you have to try and stay as loose as possible. So I wondered whether he was just carrying a...
I'm about to go back to yoga myself. This week is my return to yoga after a nasty little hamstring injury that's been hanging around. So I'm a big fan of yoga. I think if cricketers do only one, they would do multiple different things. If they only do one form of exercise, it wouldn't be weights, it would be yoga for me. I think that's the best all-round exercise for cricket that you can do.
What's your favorite yoga pose?
I actually like the relaxation bit at the end.
Do you? What's that when you just get to lie sparkoed on the floor?
The sort of the meditative state. That's And generally speaking, I'll have nodded off actually at one point. Very calming voice from the yoga instructor.
Well bowled, well played. Good cricket to end that over. 63 overs remain in the day. Just 2 runs coming from that one. Is that because you don't know the yoga positions and you just follow? Is that why you've gone that way?
I know some. Yeah,
they've got some good names, haven't they?
Yeah, they do. Yeah,
I feel like if we yoga position / kind of Grand National horses.
Happy Baby, that's one.
Yeah, I could see that at 33 to 1 at Aintree.
Yeah, they are. That's right. Yeah, the yoga position, or is it the race card? It's one of the two, isn't it?
Who knows? I
know I look like a donkey when I'm doing it. That's for sure.
So you might be closer to 1,000 to 1 than
making an ass of myself.
Guthrie continues from the David Capel end. 2 slips, a conversation between Proctor and Guthrie as well, with Rob Keogh getting involved.
For me, my conversation with the bowler at this point would be bowl another over like the last one.
Yeah.
Just keep going, keep it simple.
Yeah, but it's a longer conversation than that, wasn't it?
It is, yes. So there's some magic being passed on. Where we're going for a meal tonight, something like that.
Yeah, 2 slips in place. Geddes attacking again, but Robinson, who's been busy in there in the offside, just swoops around to tidy that up. That's one of my favourite things that I can't remember what it was, but it was a bit of a captaincy chat, and kind of said, yeah, we had a long conversation about nothing, but we've given the impression to the batter that we've spoken about something in depth there and really come up with a plan for something. But in reality, didn't say a word to anybody. And I like that.
Yeah, there's something in that.
There's so much of this sport, particularly with bat in hand, that's played between the ears, isn't there? You're not only battling, well, you're 1 against 11 at this particular moment for Ben Geddes. Yes, he's got an ally out there in loose deploy. That's a short ball, and that's dispatched through the offside by Geddes. Bit of a rank long hop outside off stump by Liam Guthrie, and it's dispatched as it should have been by Geddes, who moves to 20.
All fours cost you 4 runs, don't they? You know, all fours cost you 4 runs. No four has ever cost you, well, unless it's a no ball or something, but fours generally cost 4. But there are fours that are worth more than 4, and that was one of them. There was a communication to the bowler there, which is, don't serve me up that because I'm going to smash you.
That was commanding by Geddes.
Absolutely. It was exactly that.
Guthrie then, can he reply? Can, gets that line straighter. Length was similar, but the line was better. Second time around as a response.
But I think Geddes has communicated in everything he's done, whether it be attack or defence, he's communicated positive intent. And that does put the bowler under pressure.
Yeah.
You can't just come in, I'm not going to give you a big area to land this ball, because if you're off, I'm going to hit you. And if you're that far off, I'm going to hit you and make it look very uncomfortable as well.
Yeah, it's been a short stay, 20 off 37, but I've enjoyed what I've seen so far from Ben Geddes. It's been entertaining. He's looked organised, hasn't he? He's got plenty of shots.
He's a good player.
That one down the leg side. Is there a little tickle on that? All eyes on the umpire, not move. McManus and Guthrie going up together. I didn't hear anything through our effects mic. Not really going to be able to tell a great deal from there, are we? Other than the fact it was close. I don't think it was particularly close to the thigh pad, but...
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? If it's not close to the thigh pad, and if the hands are away from the body, it could have been a tickle, but, you know, it's a strangle at best, isn't it? And there was no noise, as you say. I think it was more in hope than expectation, that appeal. Didn't convince me, I must say.
No, it was, I think Guthrie joined late, didn't he? That one's a better delivery from Liam Guthrie. Spears in a Yorker, but it's beautifully played through mid-wicket by Ben Geddes for a couple of runs. They're going to look for 3. They are. They're going to take him on. There's a bit sloppy there by Luke Proctor down at the deep. Did he not? I don't think he thought they were coming back for a 3rd.
No, I don't. I'm exactly. I think Geddes was always pushing for 3 there. Deploy wasn't so sure, and but it's a long way, isn't it? And it was right out at the deep mid-wicket boundary, and I think the throw, had it been accurate, I think he'd have still got home. But it wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't Luke Proctor's best work, because I think he thought he'd saved the 3, and they took him on.
That was 7 off this over. Then Keogh and Guthrie in conversation. Keogh clearly the chief shiner in the 11 today. That one played nicely by Deploy for a single down to Zaib, who will keep the strike at the end of the Guthrie over. 34 now have been bowled in the innings, and the score is 146 for 4. Geddes 23, Deploy 57.
Yeah, that's a 50 partnership as well between these two. And that's happened pretty quickly, hasn't it?
Everything's happened quite quickly so far through the course of the day, hasn't it? It's been quite not confusing. That's not the right word, but I hadn't seen today playing out the way that it had so far, at least anyway. And I'm still not seeing it play out the way I thought it was going to play out either, as Luke Proctor takes the cap off and carries on from the Lynn Wilson centre end. He's 8 overs, 3 maidens, none for 24. And again, maybe it's my own naivety. Maybe I just thought the Kookaburra was in. It's been dry. It's been sunny. There's 4 spinners in the side. It's going to be a lot of spin, but short ball.
Oh, that did keep low. That was very well played by Deploy. In the end, he was entitled to think that was going to be a pull shot. It just kept a bit low on him. Yeah, it's Proc has rotated his spinners very quickly, hasn't he? That's one thing. I think the other thing is because of the way that Middlesex have batted with real intent and positivity, that they haven't allowed themselves to be put under pressure by the spinner. And that's been a key factor in this. Oh, it's a great shot.
It's a beauty. That's flown through the offside. It's going to be another 4 for deploy, takes him up to 61, and this brings up 150 for Middlesex as well. You're absolutely right. You only have to look through it. It's Keogh, 5 overs, none for 17, so 3.5 runs per over there. Pope, 3 overs, none for 14, so just over 4.5. And then Calvin Harrison, just that 1 over before lunch, which I don't really think you can take into a great deal of consideration, but did go for 6. But there's been 23 out of the 34 overs have been bowled by the seamers between Proctor, Guthrie, and Broad.
We haven't got this quite right here. Luke Proctor is he's just changed his field. I'll come back to that change in a minute. He's round the wicket to deploy, and deploy does stay slightly leg side of the ball, and which means you've got to be very, very straight for it to go straight back to you or into the leg side. And Proc's line has been more 4th stump, 5th stump, and he's been hit a number of times hard into the offside. That one went for 4. So he's changed the field. The man who was at leg gully has come across and is now an extra cover. And you'd have to say that's indicative of the cricket we've seen since lunch, which is in Middlesex have come out and they've quickly wrestled some momentum away. It's now 150 for 4. This partnership is very, very important. Said that just at the break. This is a very key partnership, and they're playing very, very nicely. I like the way their judgment, their decision making has been excellent. If they've got something loose, gee whiz, they have taken it to task.
Yeah, and I mean that's been a theme really of the innings so far, hasn't it, for Middlesex? It was these two really are just continuing on what Loose Deploy and Ryan Higgins had done before that. I mean, Max Holden was 16 off 9 deliveries when he was dismissed LBW by Liam Guthrie. So
just seeing Vasconcelos retrieve the ball. There isn't a circle, obviously, but if there was, it would have been just outside the circle, deliberately throw it into an old wicket end, which suggests that they're trying to get the ball scuffed up to exploit some reverse swing. It probably will reverse. It's very dry out there.
Very dry, very cloudy overhead as well, and humid.
Had Graham White on.
Yes.
Second team coach, fielding coach, spin bowling coach, all round good egg. About my hammy.
Oh dear. Has he been giving you a bit of grief? Is it? It was Ollie Stone on Friday night giving you grief about. Was it your eyesight on?
Yeah, it was.
On Friday night. So now we're going to a different part of Phil Rowe's anatomy.
It's all breaking down. He wants to know how it was done.
Oh, okay.
So there's a good story.
Are you going to give us the true story, or are you going to give us the? Because I mean, there's lots of different reasons as to why your hamstring could have gone.
Well, I mean, why it went is because I'm decrepit. I don't stretch very well, etc., etc. They're the reasons, the physical. But yeah, it's a good reason. I was actually, well, believe it or not, I was actually sprinting, such that I can sprint, to take off on a paragliding ride, and my foot went through the snow, and my hamstring went.
That's a phenomenally good story.
It's a good story. Thanks, Graham. There you go.
I'd be curious. I'd be curious to know, and I'm sure Graham will drop you a message in the answer of this question. But was that, Graham, in your top 5 reasons as to how Phil Rowe's hamstring had gone pop earlier this year?
It's a good story.
I'm not convinced it would have made your top 50. Guthrie continues, and oh my word!
Wow, that's
Loose
violent.
Deploy. That is, well, violent.
Yeah.
Just runs at Liam Guthrie and hacks him over mid-on for 4. Moves to 66.
So Deploy, I mean, this is calculated risk. And actually, it looked far riskier than it actually was, because Deploy is reckoning that this ball is not going to be hitting the stumps. And he's right, because it was over the stumps. It was banged in. And he kind of suggests that he knows that because he's had a few already from Guthrie. And there are 2 men out on the leg side boundary, plus the guy who's round the corner for the one he fends off. So he's got a fair suspicion that this ball is going to be banged in back of a length. So he ran down the wicket at it. It was banged in back of a length, and he swatted it away over mid-on. No
lateral movement now either. Off the seam or through the air for Guthrie. So, as you said, calculated risk. What's Guthrie got to respond? Has he got one of those Yorkers in him? He doesn't. He goes on that length again. A bit fuller. It's defended by Deploy, but already done the damage, hasn't he, really, in the over with that shot. And shockwaves would be the wrong way to describe it, but it will certainly be giving Luke Proctor something to think about as Calvin Harrison gets down on the deck and starts
Exactly that.
loosening the hips up.
Exactly that. And I said earlier, it might have been sounded a bit strange. Not all fours are equal, and that's an example of that, because that is no. You're not gonna get away with that. I'm gonna take you off there.
Goes again, down the ground, gets it better. Does he? No, Keogh's underneath this one, and he's
Catches
gone.
it.
It's gone nowhere this time.
Wow.
Deploy. He's done it once, tried to go twice. Keogh, that's a very, very good catch by Rob Keogh. And Liam Guthrie's got 4, and Middlesex are now 5 down for 155.
Just before that ball, I was going to say it's all well and good, but if you hit it at the chimney and get caught, then he looked like a right numpty. And he has looked like a right numpty, because he's walking off with 66 to his name, and he's played extremely well. Really good catch running backwards by Rob Keogh. Went over his head. We're seeing it on replay now. He turned, went over his head, and he's got to really keep an eye. He can't take his eye off that ball. He ended up having to dive away from the wicket, caught it two-handed. Rob Keogh is such a good fielder that if he gets there, he probably catches it. Having got there, I was backing him to catch it, but he had some ground to make up.
He did. He's just engaging in George Scrimshaw there, that just teaching him, just telling him how hard of a catch it was.
Yeah.
Wow, the wind was going across, it was swirling George, and George, bless him, with doing 12th man duty, just lapping it up from Rob Keogh. But a good catch. We saw a couple of them from Dave Willey, didn't we, on Friday night?
Yeah.
And it's a really, really good catch. I must admit, first impression, I thought he'd got more of it than that.
Yeah, I did. It was sort of not directly into the wind, but the wind is coming across. The ball was going sort of diagonally, wasn't it? Almost diagonally against the wind rather than straight into it. And I think the wind probably did hold it up a little bit. It also made the catch very, very difficult, as Rob is now explaining to Zaib. And anyone else that wants to hear about it, yeah, mate, that was really swirling. Honestly, I know I made it look easy, but actually that was a really difficult catch. It was a really important catch. There was no attempt by Deploy.
And he was running uphill as well.
He was running uphill with one leg. It was just incredible. No attempt from Deploy at all to keep that ball down, and he was going up and over. It was. If he hits it for 4, we kind of go, well, he's done it once, he's done it again.
It certainly adds another bit of confusion to the puzzle, doesn't it? 66, having played that shot once before in the over, goes again and gets out. Joe Cracknell, new man, the wicket-keeper for Middlesex this week, gets welcomed to the crease with a quick bumper by Liam Guthrie, who
might have been that.
Throws his head back.
No, come on.
Disgust at that being signalled as wide.
Not having wide for that.
Yeah, not in agreement
It's
with the decision.
Bowler is allowed to bowl a bumper, and if it balloons over the guy's head, then there's a law, and the law says it was over his head height when he's standing up. It's a wide, therefore it is a wide. But I'd say this, and I would say the same if one of the Middlesex, Tom Helm bangs one in and it just goes over the head. You can't be calling that wide in this cricket.
Nicely bowled, nicely played. I think the thing that makes that quite funny is the fact that you've got quite a lot of leeway down the leg side.
Yes.
Like quite a lot of leeway. It's not a case of, well, you've missed it by half an inch, so therefore it's going to wide you down the leg side. It's well, no, you can miss another set of stumps if you want to, and you'll be all right. You go an inch over somebody's head, and all of a sudden it's unplayable.
It's peculiar,
Can't
isn't
reach
it? It's a peculiar thing in this cricket.
Yeah, it wouldn't be the worst law to change, would it? For either of those, just a bit of line and back up. Actually played by Joe Cracknell.
It's probably to help the umpires, because it's very clear, isn't it? Over the head, it's going to be a wide. There's no judgment to make.
True.
Well, how about let the umpires make a judgment?
Yeah.
That's what they're there for, isn't it? To make decisions. But we'll leave this conversation on this point, because it's about the guys playing cricket out there, not my hamstring. But Graham White's response was, clarify sprinting, please. Fair enough. We'll leave it there. Last ball of the over from Guthrie. Nicely bowled, nicely played. So there was a wicket out of nothing there, wasn't there? Yeah, Middlesex came out after lunch with the same level of intent, I think, as they'd played with them, which was positive. And they were playing nicely. The captain hadn't quite got his line right. Deploy was scoring very quickly both sides of the wicket, creating a bit of width for himself. Yes, he had a little walk down the wicket and slapped one because he knew it was going to be banged in. But then that seemed to be almost adrenaline that was flowing then. And he went again. It was a big risk. He went up. I think the first one he went flat. The second one he definitely went to hit it up, and it caught the top edge of the bat. It was a very good catch, as we've said. So a little bit of a soft one, a little bit of a gimme, and Northampton got a new batter in.
Yeah, Proctor continues then from the Lynn Wilson centre end, and Geddes defends. I'm curious as to how this goes now. Joe Cracknell, this is his 5th first-class game of cricket. So there's not a great deal to look at with regards to numbers. He's got a high score of 33 in first-class cricket. He's known more for that top-order licensed T20 hitter that goes out in the power play and gets Middlesex off to a flyer in the blast. And with those numbers, and I know they won't translate, but a high score of 77, 550s, and a strike rate of 133. First list A strike rate of 90 with an average of 35. Jack Davies was the wicket keeper the last time Middlesex played a game of first-class cricket down at Cardiff. He has been playing through the Vitality Blast, Jack Davies, so whether he's just getting a little rest. But Joe Cracknell taking the gloves. So Northamptonshire will have just a little look, won't they, at this Middlesex lineup and think, well, Geddes looked good, hasn't played a lot. Cracknell hasn't played a lot. Holman, number 8, Gohar, number 9. Yes, very, very handy, very talented cricketers, but
Roland Jones likes batting here as well. He generally gets runs, and he's at 10. You know, he'd be the best number 10 in the country, I should think, today. If you look around the grounds, there won't be a better number 10 than him. Proc's bowling well here. It's a good start to this over. Keeper's up, which keeps Geddes back in his crease, gives the ball a little bit more length to play with, and he's using that well. Oh, as he gets driven through the offside. That was more on width, really, that one. The length wasn't so bad, but it was a little bit wide. He's got it away for 4 through extra cover. That's a very, very good shot.
that's really well weighted, isn't it, through the offside. It's a long chase for James Sales, who was gaining on it. Liverpool just had enough momentum to beat the fielder down to deep extra cover. Moves to 27. What would your advice be for Joe Cracknell coming into this? 5th first-class game of cricket. Your game, you're known for that T20 prowess. You told to play your way, or would you encourage a batter who's known for white ball cricket to get in behind a few and spend some time in the middle?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think in red ball cricket, there are two things, and they're not always complementary, these two things, but they should broadly be complementary. And one is you got to play to the situation in red ball cricket, and the situation is usually more complicated than it is in T20 cricket. Not always, but usually it's more complicated, more nuanced. The other thing is you've got to play to your strengths. So he's been picked as Joe cracknell, not as Mike Atherton.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so play like Joe Cracknell, but play like Joe Cracknell to the situation. Unless you're Ricky Ponting, in which case go and do what you like. You know, if you're a genius, you can kind of play the way you want to play broadly. Although I'm pretty sure Ricky Ponting played a number of different innings in different ways around the world because he's very, very good at what he did.
It's handy. But
he's got to play to his strengths, but he's got to apply them in the context of the game. I think it's quite a nice pitch to bat on because pace is staying on the ball, albeit the bounce has been a little bit variable, nothing disastrous. But the pace has mainly stayed on the ball, which is why the boundary count is so high, because when it's just offline, then the batters put their hands through it. And as was shown there in that last over, Luke Proctor's length was pretty good. He was just on 5th stump, got driven off the top of the bails for 4. So he can play shots. He gets under that. There's a bit of periscope in there. It's just something to have a little look at. He got under it well. So that was well played. But as he went down, the hands were close to the body and the toe of the bat was sort of perpendicular. And you have seen that catch the ball at times. It goes straight up in the air and is a very soft way of getting out. So something just to have a little look at maybe for him. But he got under it well. He's tapping the bat down extremely hard, as you can hear through the effects mics. So that shows a little bit of nerve. Good lines from Liam Guthrie.
Yeah, a bit of nerve and it's a bit of T20 about it, isn't it? You kind of feel
Yeah.
like you hit the bat hard to
Yeah.
generate that intensity back through the body.
It's something that Geddes has done well. When he first came in, he was blocking the ball really hard up to mid-off and mid-on. And it might make him feel, I don't particularly like to see that. As he's been in there, he's now on 27, he's actually hit the ball softer in defence, let it come into him. He's played very well. It's well fielded by Zaib. Very quick off the mark to his right. They thought about a run. And Geddes quickly declined it. If you're going to decline it quickly. A quick no is an important thing, and that's what he got.
Guthrie just quickly, this is his best bowling figures for Northamptonshire, beating his previous of 3 for 34. Just one away from a 5 if he can get it, which would be the second of his career and obviously the first for Northants.
And that would be a good comeback, wouldn't it? That would be a good comeback. It's well played again. And just looking at the square leg umpire, Chris Watts, he's not indicating it was above shoulder height. Got down well. Kraken got under it.
Yeah, looks like Justin Broad's getting loose. Potentially get a bit more seam. Calvin Harrison has been stretching, hasn't he?
Yeah, well, that's he has, and he stuffs us as commentators because he does the stretching as though he's going to come on, but he does that a lot. It's been a good over this so far, and that's another good delivery from Liam Guthrie, targeting the front pad of Cracknell. Gets his pad out of the way. He's just rehearsing that, making sure that his left elbow is high so he can get the bat through straight on that line of ball. Did that very well there.
With Harrison, with the warm-ups, today it feels like he's been given the nod a couple of times from the captain, and then the bowler in occupation has just earned himself another over. I think with the two new batters, or with the new batter on strike here, Guthrie got another one, like circumstantial.
Yeah.
And then Harrison's warm-up's just got another little bit longer, hasn't it?
Yeah, no, that's right. The little conversation between Proctor and Guthrie. That was a good over from Guthrie. He didn't beat the defences of Cracknell, but he tested the defences, and Cracknell was more than up to it. 2 short balls, 4 other balls that he had to play at every one. It's a good over. It was a maiden. Only his second maiden. 12 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 56. But we are going to see a bowling change, and it's going to be at this end, at the Lynn Wilson end, and it's going to be Justin Broad to replace the captain. Bowled reasonably nicely from the far end, 6 overs, no maiden, 1 for 22. Picked up the important wicket of Ryan Higgins, LBW, during that spell. And he grew into his spell, actually. Started a little bit tentatively and a little bit floaty. As he got looser and got into his rhythm, the ball was coming out nicely. But this will be his first go from this end. And one factor here will be the wind direction, which is clearly completely the opposite to how he's bowled so far. It's going from his right to his left. With 2 right-handers in, it's going from mid-wicket to cover. He's only got 1 catcher in, 1 man at slip. There's a man on the drive on the offside. That one's pushed down the leg side. Thankfully for both parties, there wasn't a thin tickle or a slightly fatter tickle. So no caught behind, no 4 inside of fine leg. So the field is 1 slip. It's Calvin Harrison. There's a man at backward point. There's an extra cover. There's also a short extra cover, which is Vasconcelos, meaning he's close in rather than a comment on his height. There's a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square, fine leg. Yeah, and again, the pace there is, he feels his way in a little bit, I think, Justin Broad. I'd like him not to do that. It's easy from up here. But there's 2 balls of this over gone. In his first over of his spell this morning, he was gentle. And then he kind of grew into it. But I want him to be ready to go. I want his first ball to be as challenging as his 6th ball. And that's better, and it has challenged. It's challenged the outside edge. He's nicked it. It's a good delivery through to Lewis McManus. It was back of a length. Geddes defending it. It pitched and will have just gone away from the right-handers off stump. A thin nick through. And Chris Watts gave himself a little bit of time to think about it. And then the finger was raised. There was obviously a noise that we didn't pick up because everyone went up. And that's a very good dismissal because Geddes was in and was threatening to go on.
Yeah, it looked really good, didn't he? 27 off 50, 4 fours. Some incredible looking fours as well in that innings. We'll get a replay of the dismissal here. A bit of a celebra pill for Justin Broad as he took the outside edge. Just a little feather, wasn't it? Through to McManus. Takes the catch, tidies that up nicely. And well, having won the toss and elected to bat first on a pitch that hasn't offered lavish lateral movement with a Kookaburra ball, Middlesex find themselves 160 for 6.
Yeah, that was a good delivery, wasn't it? That was like a Duke's ball delivery, wasn't it? It pitched and left the right hand. It was a beautifully bowled by Justin Broad. That one did come out nicely. He only took two balls to get into his spell. I'd like him to take none, but he took 2 almost looseners. That one was back of a length. It zipped away from Geddes's outside edge, but did take a little piece of it on the way through. And now we've got 2 batters in on 0. It's 160 for 6. And we just have to wind back to that second run down the wicket and swipe from Lewis Deploy and think, well, was that actually necessary at that time? Because, you know, his team would not have been in this position had he not done that. Having got there, he then had options. He could try to hit it down and flat bat it down. He actually went,
as well.
Yeah, he could have gone squarer, but he went over long on and kind of clothed it and was well caught by Rob Keogh. And that's quite a big dismissal, as now Middlesex have got 2 in on 0. Northampton are buoyed by that. 2 slips in now. There's a catcher on the leg side. We'll see what happens. Holden can play.
Yeah, he's high score of 103 in first-class cricket. So 1 first-class 100 to him so far with 5 50s. Average is 25. 58 wickets as well with his leg spin. So I'm sure we'll see plenty of Luke Holman as this game develops.
What's his base? Is he Aussie, Holman?
No, born in Islington.
Oh, so that's not very, very close to
there's a few miles between them, isn't there?
Islington, New South Wales. No.
Went to school in Camden.
Well, where I got that from? The other leggy was Aussie, wasn't he, at Middlesex, who's now at Durham Souter.
Yes.
I think I'm getting those 2 confused.
The guy that runs around with stillbacks batters in his back pocket.
That's the one.
Yeah.
So the last ball of the first over from the Lynn Wilson and successful over from Justin Broad. Pitches and goes away from Holman, but starts too wide. And that's been, you know, sometimes we said earlier, it has the captain Luke Proctor got too many options at his disposal, and is that causing confusion? We were sort of musing on that between us. He's absolutely got that right. He got himself off, got Justin Broad on, and he rewards the captain with a very big wicket of Geddes in his first over, Ben Geddes, because Geddes was playing very nicely. I said he shapes up, to me, very similar to Jamie Smith. I'm a very big fan of that lad as a cricketer, Jamie Smith, and to be compared to him is no bad thing.
Yeah, he'd got himself in again after lunch as well, hadn't he? He'd really kind of settled into his work in the afternoon session. And as you said, it took a good ball to get rid of him. It was a fantastic line and a great length. I think he had to play at it. It's just one of those deliveries that you just hope that you miss, I think, with hindsight. We're going to go back to Calvin Harrison. I think what Luke Proctor's done really well is he's not fallen into the trap like a moron like myself and think, well, it's a Kookaburra, it's been dry, get the spinners on. He hasn't, has he? He's stuck with those seamers. There's obviously something happening out there in the middle that we can't see from this distance that's encouraging him to stick with himself, Broad and Guthrie.
Yeah, I think it's multifaceted, that. I think because Guthrie got 3 wickets pretty quickly, that encourages you to stay that way, doesn't it? So there's that. And the other thing is the spinners haven't really bowled that well. And that's actually credit to the Middlesex batters who have worked them around nicely. Different story now, though, 2 men in on 0. That's different to the when the spinners started.
And 6 for 160 as well.
Yeah. Well, it's tight. Well, there used to be a thing in the game, the KP single, didn't there? The Kevin Peterson, who would make sure he got off the strike and get in at his end, and the other bloke could look after himself. There was a bit of that from Cracknell. To be fair, it was actually quite well judged, although he is now apologising to his partner, who wants nothing. No part of that apology whatsoever. Just completely blanked him.
You can just see through that camera, can't you? Just the whites of Joe Cracknell's teeth as he's trying to smiling. I think back to Rob Keogh as Rob's potentially said something to him there, but hey, he's off 0. He's off 0.
He's away. I got in. Well, had the throw was miles away from the stumps, and it was a difficult one to get accurate because he was coming across himself. Had it hit the stumps, it might have been tight.
He got some serious power from it as well, didn't he?
So it's wrist spinner against wrist spinner, isn't it?
Yeah, against a left-hander as well. So the ball will turn back into Holden. I like this as a matchup. I don't necessarily think this is a matchup bowling change,
no.
but I like it.
Big lad, isn't he, Holden?
They're both of them, aren't they? Harrison as well. It's got to be. Well, he's taller than I am at 6'1", so he's got to be 6'3", 6'4". Holman looks similar, doesn't he? Similar stature. I mean, you will look taller when you've got Lewis McManus and Ricardo Vasconcelos as a point of reference.
It's all relative, isn't it? Yeah, it's all relative. Got a lovely Steve Crook story for you about height. Got to tell you that. It's nicely bowled. Harrison, he is a fantastic cricketer, this fella.
The more I've watched of him in a Northamptonshire shirt, the more surprised I am that he doesn't feature for Nottinghamshire in four-day cricket.
Me too. Nicely bowled. Just a little fraction straighter. Well defended. Well respected from the fellow wrist spinner. This is well bowled. Starts with a maiden. Yeah, about height. We were away somewhere, and it was a certain hour in the evening, and I got a tap on the shoulder, and Steve Crook was in the same establishment as me. I discovered, and he said, "Rowie, how tall are you?" Which was a strange question at that hour. So I said,
"Did you have to stand back to back as well?"
So I said, "Mate, I'm about 5'10", something like that."
Yeah.
And Steve said, "No, mate, you can't be." I said, "I'm pretty sure I am, Steve. About 5'10". Why do you ask it? And he said, "Because I'm 6'1", and you're taller than me." So no, Steve, it says you're 6'1" in the cricket books. That's because you've told them that on the form that you fill out. You're shorter than me, and I'm 5'10".
They got longer feet in inches, have they, in Australia?
Brilliant. He was convinced. I think the hour had something to do with it.
That's superb.
Broad is obviously going to continue. They've just had a little look at the ball. Rob Keogh is having a lot to say about the ball. As you say, he is the ball manager. Generally, the lads will get the ball to Rob Keogh quickly because he polishes it very well and looks after it very well. Looks after, in inverted commas. Broad's going to continue from the Lynn Wilson end. He's going to bowl to Joe Cracknell. He's on 1. Looks slightly nervy. I mean, it's my first sighting of him in red ball cricket, so he may just be that busy wicket-keeper batsman. A bit jumpy. Oh, he's not jumpy there, though. Broad just back of a length, and Cracknell's not a big man, just rocks his way back onto the back foot. Didn't get all of it, but got plenty of it away for 4 through mid-wicket. So bring him forward will be it was back of a length, and it was swatted away very nicely.
It didn't get up massively, did it? But
the gentle as well, wasn't it?
Just quick hands through the ball.
Well, that's a slightly better length, but it was over length, and that one's gone square of the wicket, and Cracknell is away, having taken a few balls and looking a bit jumpy on 0. He did get the single, and now he's had 2 4 balls, and he's put them both away. The first one through mid-wicket was a a nice pull shot, and that one was a very, very full, a long half volley, if there is such a thing. A long half volley, and Cracknell just opened the face on it and got it square of the wicket for 4. So Broad on the back foot. And Cracknell is certainly away.
Can I have a little look through and just see how often in first team cricket Joe Cracknell would have kept wicket? Certainly hasn't in first class cricket in the 4 games. That didn't take very long to figure out, competing with the likes of John Simpson.
How old is he?
That I can find out a bit easier for you. He will be 25 years old.
So he's kind of been understudy, I guess. Is that what we're saying? He's been a bit understudy for some of his career, not played heaps.
John Simpson, Robert White would have been keeping for a point.
Yeah.
Jack Davies more recently.
Yeah. Well, he's certainly got an opportunity here. And what I like about it, when he's got balls to score off, he has punished them. Man's gone back at deep mid wicket. Sorry, deep square leg. That's well bowled. Do you know, isn't it funny? 2 boundaries and he's moving better. Earlier in his innings, he was a bit crabby around the front pad and there was movement after contact and he thought, where's his weight? He's got those 2 4s away and he's played that one absolutely rock solidly in defence.
Yeah. I said before lunch, didn't I? So much about batting is between your ears. You get a couple away, you start to feel a bit more confident, your chest pumps out a bit, but then you've got that other battle of going, well, I can't go too far that way.
Back of a length covered up nicely.
His natural instincts will be have bat on ball.
Yeah.
And put the bat through the ball as well and score. So now that he has got his tyres pumped a little bit from those couple of 4s, it'll be a battle for him to kind of to think to himself, well, let's not get carried away.
It's a funny thing, isn't it? The confidence. Something I look at is movement and how someone's moving, which will tell you often, if you know their game well enough, how confident they're feeling. And I don't know Cracknell's game particularly, but when he was on 0, he was jumpy. And now he just looks like he's moving with far more confidence and fluidity. He's only on 9. He's he's yet to make an impact, but he's certainly feeling a little bit more home out there. And interestingly now, having started around the wicket to the left-handed Holman, Harrison is coming over the wicket. So he's thinking about LBW, I think, in particular there by doing that. He bowled a nice over at Holman from round the wicket. It was a maiden. And he's predominantly looking to beat the inside edge, isn't he?
Well, he's got to catch around the corner as well, hasn't he, with Vasconcelos, in case it gets one off the inside edge onto the pad. Couple of modes of dismissal from this angle.
A little bit full, a little bit slow, wasn't it? Inviting the drive. Do you want to drive one? He did drive when he drove it very nicely. It's gone all the way, beating the despairing dive of Luke Proctor, who chased it well. It looked like he was going to dive and palm it back in, but the ball just had a bit too much gas on it. Just running up the hill. It was well struck by Holman. As you said, Danny has got a first-class century to his name. And you can see why. That was a nice shot. And what I like about it was he hasn't had many balls to score off. He just got a glimmer of a drive ball and he played it nicely. Oh, that's well bowled. I suspect that was the googly, the way that it reacted. And Holman edges it away for 4. It just was too wide for Justin Broad at slip. It wasn't a chance. But it looked like it ran across the left-hander.
It's quite close, I think, to Broad.
Oh, it was close to him.
It was a lot closer than I
think
your initial thought.
It was close to him. The reason I thought it was so wide, because he didn't really make much of an attempt to catch it. It went quickly, I'd say that. He's now got his angle a bit sharper at first slip, so he can try to see the outside edge. He was very square on previously, square onto the square, if I could put it that way. Hips and shoulders facing down the wicket, next to the wicket. He's gone more of an angle now. But that was a chance.
Yeah.
You have to say that was a chance. And Justin Broad it went quickly off the edge, kind of gathered off the wicket, beat the batter for a bit of pace off the surface. It was loaded up delivery. And Broad will be disappointed that he didn't lay a glove on it, as they say. There's a bit of turn there. That's nicely bowled. Harrison looks, this is early days, very early days. That's Harrison's third over. At this moment in time, Harrison has bowled the best spin.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You're not going to get any
Let's have a
argument
look at
from
this
me here.
again. Oh, okay. So it was left toenail, wasn't it? Left foot. It went quickly, went down. I'm surprised he didn't get anything on it. Had he caught it, it would have been a very, very good catch. But Justin Broad does make very good catches very frequently. So he'll be disappointed. Encouragement for the bowler. Who's that doing press-ups?
James Sales, I think. I think he's the injury that you mentioned earlier on. I think he's just been struggling with a bit of stiffness in his back, I think. So a few hours on his feet already. It'll just be tightening those muscles up, won't they?
I'd heard back, and I'd heard the dreaded S word before that as well. It clearly isn't that. But the medics must have been concerned about a potential stress fracture. Thankfully, it isn't that. But the stage before a stress fracture, which doesn't mean it's going to become a stress fracture, but all stress fractures will go through what's called a hot spot, where the bones just get overheated, really, and they get a bit soft through overuse, and that can lead to them then a stress fracture occurring. So you can pick up these things on a scan. So I would imagine he's probably been scanned. They've picked up a hot spot and said no bowling.
Yeah.
But it'll be under active management. So he's in the side, obviously, as a batter. He's carded at number 4.
Yeah, well, he's been lightly bowled through this course of the season and last year as well, to be fair to James Sales. So
yeah, he has. Well, I think it was under the previous regime, if I could put it that way. Certainly, they saw James Sales as a flat-out 90-mile-an-hour bowler who can bat, and I think that is probably not going to be the outcome in his career that will see him succeed during his career, because he will lead with the bat. I've no doubt about that. He's a handy bowler. Let's not say anything other than that. But he will be known as a batter, I think. This wind is really picking up now.
it is, isn't it? We spoke about the fact that down at Bristol, Gloucestershire had gone off for rain in the morning session, and Warwickshire and over at Edgbaston had done the same. Obviously, if we get anything, it's going to come from the southwest, isn't it, with that wind direction? But
short ball into the thigh pad is nicely struck it very well. It went straight to Liam Guthrie. Either side of him, it perhaps would have gone for 4 because he hit it very hard. You said earlier you picked up, when he played a pull shot previously, fast hands. That's what makes him a good striker in T20, isn't it? Fast hands.
Yeah, I did make a bit of content with Joe Cracknell a couple of years ago, and I can assure you he can hit a half volley a long way.
Right.
Can Joe Cracknell. Really, really nice lad. Really nice human being. Wasn't particularly enamoured with the cricket bat that I gave him, but he still hit it a long way with it.
Did not bring his own?
Well, no. That was the whole point of it.
I
I'd gone over to the States to it was in the build up to the C20 World Cup that was hosted between the USA and the West Indies. So it wasn't the reason why I went, because that sounds quite flash and quite extravagant. But I went to the United States and I thought to myself, I wonder if I can buy a cricket bat in the States.
Okay.
So I did. Brand that I'd never heard of. Shipped it back. Fortunately, it made its way through JFK Airport and back to Heathrow. And Joe Cracknell was the lucky or the unlucky.
Oh, okay. I think this is the first matchup, I think. Harrison to Cracknell. Maybe he's bowled a couple of balls at him, but he hasn't bowled many. That was slow off the surface. So I'm thinking he's a keeper. He's a modern cricketer. He's got fast hands. He'll love a sweep. And it's very much open for him. The sweep has been left open. There is a man down at long leg, but if he sweeps it anywhere near square, there's no one there. Can't sweep that.
Yeah, that drop kick down to deep mid-wicket as well. Shorter boundary. He's just got to get it over Liam Guthrie, who's, 20 yards away? And that's going to skip away for 4 as well, isn't it?
That's nicely bowled. Will he bowl him the googly? He has a nice googly, Calvin Harrison. He does turn it as well. There's the sweep. We said he'd sweep. He has swept. He got a top edge. Oh, and that's poor cricket, I'm afraid, from Northampton. Allowed him to run 2 there, and there's an apology immediately from James Sales, because what Cracknell did very well there was just pick the fact that James Sales was dawdling, and that's the only word I can use. He was dawdling away in the outfield. So they ran 2, and he immediately recognised his error, did Sales in, put his hand up. But I don't mind the matchup. The leg spinner against the right-hander. Well, he's dragged that one down. Probably his worst ball that he's bowled. But he did take the sweep on. They've left the sweep open, and he took it on. He didn't execute it particularly well. He got a top edge, but even with the wind encouraging the ball out to the fielder at long leg, it didn't reach him.
Yeah, it can. It's been a puzzling day. This, you can just see Lewis McManus just looks a little bit tense there with that throwback from Zaib. I'm sure it's a hangover from the James Sales bit.
I've seen increasingly, actually, the last couple of weeks, I've seen Lewis give fielders a bit of an old-fashioned look. And now he's going over to have a word with. He's going to have a word with Zaib.
Yeah, well, Zaib had thrown that back into a wicket end, hadn't he?
Which is what they've been doing, isn't it? Yeah, yeah.
And Lewis McManus has obviously decided that isn't the plan now, and Zaib being told exactly that.
Oh, that's fair enough. Yeah, that's fair enough. It's interesting that was the plan and it isn't. I don't know what.
Yeah, and I mean, there's every chance that hadn't been communicated out to Zaib at deep point at the time, but I reckon there was a little bit of a hangover there from that bit of James Sales.
Maybe his cap's still got a new cap on. Maybe it's too big, covering his ears up.
As long as it's not too tight.
Nicely bowled from Justin Broad, just attacking the front pad, but there was an ooh and an ah, but don't be convinced. It came out the middle of the bat from Cracknell.
He'd be another really handy bowling option, wouldn't he, Zaib?
Yeah.
I think he's a really underrated and relatively underused bowler. I know they've got the leg spinners that will be able to turn the ball in the same direction as the left arm orthodox, but I do like him as a bowler. Like him more as a batter, but
he likes to be involved in the game, Zaib. He's found himself today out on the boundary quite a lot. Now, in T20, he's a boundary rider, and you are involved there more so than the infielders. But I think he prefers to be in amongst the action.
Yeah, wouldn't be the first player, wouldn't he, of any standard that can drift a little bit.
2 slips in, Broad to Cracknell. Punches it nicely off the back foot, goes very quickly across the old wickets. They're going to pick up just the 2. James Sales on his best behaviour there. A very nice piece of field in the slide and the throw. He was caught napping in the previous over. You know, the other thing about that, I like these, as you know, I like these little sort of byproducts, these little nuances, was Cracknell played the sweep shot, got a top edge, and will have thought for a nanosecond I might be out there. What he did really well was stayed switched on. Picked the fact that James Sales was probably not quick enough to the ball and pushed and came back for 2. I can think of a few other batters who, having played that shot and mis-executed it, would have just been dawdling at the far end and punching their bat and cursing their luck.
Yeah.
So that was good cricket.
I probably would have done that.
He's a busy keeper. You're a keeper.
Yeah. I just obviously slightly less glass half full than what Joe Cracknell is, I suppose.
No, but I like it. You know, it was good cricket, wasn't it?
Yeah, no, it was. He ran that second one incredibly hard as well.
Oh, that's close. That is close. It's not out. Hit Cracknell on the back leg quite high. He's not the tallest. I wonder if he got himself across the stumps and outside. But it was declined very quickly by umpire Chris Watt.
Well, it wasn't flush into the thigh pad, was it? It's gone under the thigh pad, judging by the reaction of Cracknell.
It looked a good line at first look. We'll have a look when we get a chance to get a replay. We'll have a look at it, but it hit him on the back leg, so it didn't have a long way to go. But I suspect the umpire. Well, there'll be two issues here, won't there? There'll be height, which is probably the predominant factor. There might be a bit about did it hit him inside or outside off stump. We'll have a look at the replay. Ooh. Well, it didn't hit him outside the line, so it was height that was the factor.
And it didn't hit him where he was rubbing either, did it?
No, it didn't.
But I like it. I like that little bit of gamesmanship. It's a bit like when you take your extra step outside off stump, isn't it? It's, oh yeah, well, it's got me up here. Did it?
Hit me on the back hip.
Yeah, I love it.
As you flex your left knee. Harrison to continue. He's bowled nicely. A little bit of width on offer there, and Holden can swing his arms through that, and he does that very well. Just one bounce down the ground for 4. It was in his area, wasn't it? It looks like he's uncomplicated. Holden is my first take. Yeah, that was full, and he lofted it beautifully, deliberately over long on. One bounce 4.
Just into a nice arc, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. He
From
knows
Harrison.
his areas, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He's covered up nicely when the ball has been a good length. That one was in his arc, and away it went. Oh, that's beautifully bowled. Beautifully bowled by Harrison. He's come back around the wicket to Holden, and that one beat him on the outside edge. He's had a chance already from that outside edge. It just evaded any contact with first slips. It kind of ran across his boot very quickly, and that one beat him again on the outside. Beautiful bit of bowling. So we know he likes to drive, but there's judgment there, isn't there? It's not every ball that he's driven at. It's only when it's very full. Cracknell's just given him some encouragement. That's interesting. Middle of the over, the walk down the wicket. Oh, he's done him again on the outside. Makes things happen, this kid, doesn't he, Harrison?
Yeah, he's an entertaining cricketer, isn't he?
Sign him up.
It would be really interesting to find out what that would take, and then also, I mean, there's more to consider there, isn't there? Would there be an interest from the player? Would there be an interest from the parent county to engage in those conversations? It's a lot to unpack, isn't there?
Yeah, there is. Yeah, it's complicated, isn't it? And he is, he's clearly well bowled again, good over, and a nice counter attack as well. The ball that was lofted down the ground by Holden was a nice bit of cricket. It's 187 for 6. So yeah, with Calvin Harrison, he is very much part of the Notts T20 side. He's an ever present in that side, isn't he? They'll be reluctant to let him go, but if he's offered first team cricket regularly, would they stand in the way of that? And
yeah,
how does his contract work? At Notts, we don't know, obviously, but he'll be on the Notts are not the biggest payers. They pay fair rate, but they don't go too mad. So as a predominant white ball player, he'll be on a certain number. Could Northampton increase that offer because he's going to play multi-formats? What longer term plans do Notts have for him?
Now, Broad then continues from the Lynn Wilson centre end. 2 for 33 from his 10 overs. Rob Keogh starting to get loose as well. So Rob will come on. Rob will come into the attack. Rob doesn't get loose if he's not going to bowl, does he? I mean, this is there's a telltale sign here.
Yeah, he's going to bowl.
2 slips in place for Broad with Joe Cracknell on strike. Back of a length defended into the leg side. Question is, though, who would you like to see Rob Keogh come on for? This will be Broad's. It's going to be his 4th over in the spell, or is it even his 5th?
That could be his 5th. Yeah, I think he bowled 6 before.
This is his 5th. Yeah. So this is his 5th over in the spell. So be looking for a change of bowling relatively soon from the Lynn Wilson centre end, where Rob Keogh did bowl from in the morning session. Just tracking back in to Joe Cracknell. Defended, keeps a little low.
Yeah, I'd get him on here. I think.
I'd be disappointed if Harrison was taken out, I think.
Oh, God, yeah.
Harrison from the David Capel, and then
Leave him on.
Rob Keogh from the Lynn Wilson.
Yeah, I would have no argument with that. Keogh against the left-hander, a good matchup. We've seen Cracknell wants to have a sweep. Rob Keogh gets some bounce. Oh, that bounced as well. It's well played. Got it down quickly, did Cracknell. The game is moving forward, isn't it? 187 for 6.
It's flying along.
It is.
Rowie.
It is.
Still going at just over 4s. I mean, he's been up at 5s, isn't it, at points during the course of the game when Deploy and Higgins were taking the attack to the Northamptonshire bowlers. I suppose you could say that Northamptonshire have slowed it down a fraction, and I think more than anything is just by the fact they've picked up a couple of wickets in the afternoon session. I don't necessarily think they've bowled any better than what they had in the morning, not massively.
I think the only factor I think in why the run rate is slow, or at least the wickets, yes, with the new batters, and Harrison has bowled a few overs and he's bowled very nicely. But yeah, I think it's nicely played.
Yeah, they're going to look for 2. Safe Zaib comes in off the boundary. That time, Holden shouts no. Joe Cracknell wants the strike, doesn't he? End of the over. 1 run coming from the final over from Justin Broad then. 188.
I'm laughing at Lewis McManus's very deliberate applause to Safe Zaib because he did bounce that one in. And Lewis McManus was far happier with where it pitched. And he gave Safe Zaib a very prolonged and deliberate clap. We are going to see a bowling change. It isn't the one that we...
No, it is going to be Harrison to continue, isn't
Rob Keogh, stop it.
He's made you look like a right plonker there, Rowie.
Not for the first time.
No, so it'll be Keogh from the Lynn Wilson centre end, won't it? So it'll be spin from both ends for the first time in the contest. Calvin Harrison continues.
Something is going to give here. I like this matchup because I think Holman's judgment is good. But I think Cracknell's judgment is generally being good. But I just think he's probably, of the two, the one who's possibly going to make a mistake first. He's looked again at the square leg area, hasn't he?
He has. There's nobody out there, is there, on the leg side, if the line is right. We spoke in the morning about gears, didn't we? Batting gears. And Joe Cracknell, obviously his career so far has operated in the higher slots of his gearbox. And you just know with that type of cricketer that sooner or later something's going to happen. It's a constant battle, isn't it? Between
he got away with one as well, hasn't he, already? That sweep could have gone anywhere. Went safely. That's well bowled.
Gets an inside edge on it. Runs the first one very hard. Sails just a little way off the boundary edge. Time around with a round of applause and a fist bump to himself.
That's nice.
So good spirits amongst the Northamptonshire fielders today by the seams of it. But why wouldn't they be? 6 wickets down, having been asked to bowl first at Wantage Road this morning.
I quite like there's a couple of occasions where outfielders have not been quite on the money, and they've had a little reminder and they've bounced back well, and it's been all very friendly. But I like that, rather than just look the other way or moan to someone else about it. They've been told and they've acknowledged that. That's a lovely drive.
Yeah, just thrown his hands through it, through the offside. Beats a dive from Liam Guthrie. I'm not I think it was a dive to stop him having to go and get it, mind you. But 4 off the final ball of the over for Holden, who moves on to 16. So Holman's on 16, Cracknell's on 17. And the score now is 193 for 6, or 47 overs.
I'm just going to have a little look at the boundary count. It's something that I sometimes do, and I'm going to do it now. So let's have a look. Scorecard, boundaries, 4s, 3, 6. Wow, Deploy hit 10 4s. That's 16, 22, 27 boundaries. So, okay, so about 110, something like that in boundaries. I thought it might be slightly higher than that.
Still a decent percentage
It is,
from,
yeah, it
from
is.
193, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's probably more than you would normally get, actually.
Rob Keogh.
Sorry,
No, that's all right.
that was my instinctively. I thought the boundary count's high. It's generally, on average, if there is such a thing, about 45%,
Yeah.
and it's more than 50%.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it is higher than one would normally see. And I think that sort of reflects two things. It reflects how much intent Middlesex have shown throughout the card, and that's to their credit. And they've played some beautiful shots. Probably a few too many boundary balls, fast outfield. And it's been difficult to rotate as well, because it's not particularly flat. Is it flat-ish, but not flat?
Yeah, there's something in it, isn't it?
Yeah,
But it does
something
look like it looks like a good cricket wicket so far.
Yeah.
Enough in it for the bowlers. There is a shade of green, isn't there? So there is some live grass left on there. It's not yellow, not yellowy brown by any stretch. That one beats the outside edge of Joe Cracknell. Keogh back into the attack. 5 overs, no maidens, none for 17 before lunch for Rob Keogh from the Lynn Wilson centre end.
A bit flatter, that one, wasn't it? Skidded through.
Shorter. Cracknell drops it into the offside for a single. Certainly don't get the impression from Holman and Cracknell that the intensity or the intent is continuing down into the 7th wicket partnership. It hasn't had that, well, I'm going to run at them. They've hit the bad ball away, but there hasn't been that, well, we want to dominate. Just maybe Middlesex, having lost 6, just looking to dial it back a touch.
Yeah, and I think that's right. These two were both on naught, weren't they, when they were together? So they had to rebuild. I think what I've enjoyed about Holman is very simple. If it's not in my area, I'm going to block it. If it is in my area, I'm going to put my hands through it. And generally, Northampton bowled pretty well, but he has hit some good balls for some good boundary options as well. He's taken that opportunity when it's presented itself, but he hasn't gone looking for it. Cracknell's been a little bit busier. But no, you're right. And this is what we talked about, actually. It was earlier on with Joe Cracknell, is play into the situation. You have to do that. You can get away with playing an innings that's not to the situation. It's just to your strengths. That can happen. Of course it can. But if you get out playing that way, you're not welcome back by your teammates sometimes. You have to try to apply what you've got to the situation that you find.
Yeah, a lot of that will depend, won't it, with regards to the personnel in the back room as well. One nicely played, nicely fielded by Rob Keogh. So 2 runs coming off Keogh's opening over for the afternoon session. 195 for 6. So I've just started listening to audiobooks in the car. Got fed up of music and fed up of podcasts, so I've moved on to audiobooks. And as you can imagine, there's quite a few cricket ones kicking about. I was listening to White Hot, which is all about that kind of golden generation of England white ball cricketers.
Okay.
Kind of a quote from Moeen Ali saying in that 2015 era, played a shot, got out, and got, well, a telling off, for want of a better word, when he got back to the dressing room.
Is that Fletcher?
It wouldn't have been Fletcher, no. Who would have been the
him?
It would have been Flower, the coach in 2015.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
As Harrison spins the ball, twirls the ball in his fingers from the David Capel end. And then obviously that revolution took place, didn't it, with Owen Morgan and Bayliss, and the whole mindset changed. And it was a case of, well, that's your option, that's your strong option, go and play it. But it's amazing what can change with personnel in the dressing room. And Middlesex are going through that at the moment, aren't they? We spoke about Johnson departing and Dane Villas coming in. So
I've got something to say about that, actually. Not bad. Which is during that period, I think they got that wrong as many times as they got it right. Because I saw people being caught on the boundary edge when they didn't need to score at even 5 and over. And that's just not good cricket.
Yeah.
You know, so it's not, just because it goes over the bloke's head for 6 doesn't make it a good shot either. It doesn't make it the right shot. It probably makes it a good shot. Doesn't make it the right shot to play. particularly when you're in a run chase. I always would add that as a caveat. If you're in a run chase, you've got to get one more than the opposition. Play to your strengths by all means, but if if you're under the pump a bit, don't get caught on the boundary just because you can hit a boundary, because that's crazy. Why would you do that? You didn't need to take that risk. So I think there is room for judgment, and actually you see that in England performances a lot, that they do actually absorb pressure for periods. It's just that the media have got hold of Bazball and everyone's convinced that they play a shot at every ball. It's not actually the reality of the situation.
Yeah, very good point. Good over this for Harrison. Can he get away with it with the maiden? He can.
So bold.
There haven't been many maidens bowled in the course of the day, has there? That's the fourth.
Okay, well, that's a really interesting stat. So that's 4 out of 50, right? Which is 8%. I think even my math can do that. You would want to be going at about 20, 22%. And credit for that goes to Middlesex, because they have played with real intent and they have put the bowlers under pressure. They have absorbed some pressure when they've needed to. There's just been periods where there's just been wickets. It's kind of like, not like the ball has dominated the bat, or they've gone past, he's nicked one. It's just been, cricket has unfolded and then someone's been out. It's that kind of game. It's difficult to predict what a good number is. It's difficult to predict what might happen because the ball hasn't dominated the bat. Few chances have been created, but then it's 6 wickets down. There haven't been many soft ones. You'd probably say Deploys was a bit soft.
Yeah.
But they've missed a couple, LBW.
Yeah, De Cares potentially falls into that category.
Maybe a little bit careless. You'd have to say that's careless, wouldn't you?
I think so. Keogh continues.
I mean, you'd probably say it's de careless. If you
would.
Yeah.
If you had an ounce of humour and creativity about you, which I clearly don't. So.
And that's what I've got, 1 ounce. Yeah. Oh, that's a poor delivery.
Just tried to give it a bit of extra flight on it, didn't he?
That when Rob's bowled slower, he hasn't got over the ball and it's just been loopy. Whether that's the fact he hasn't bowled that much. He bowled a lot last week, but in general, when you slow that down, you want to get more over revs on the ball so it drops. The batter doesn't see the drop and plays it early and gets caught in the ring. That's the disguise, or it turns through the gate because they've played early.
Bit of a squeeze on here for Northamptonshire. 4 dot balls to start this over. The overs will come pretty quick, won't they, as well now with Harrison and Keogh bowling in tandem.
+3 is the over rate. That's unheard of. That's nicely bowled.
And for the first time, and this is how much of an outlier it's been with 11 dot balls. It just feels like just a little bit of pressure being applied to these two in the middle.
Yeah, that was. I'm glad that he joined the dots and got the maiden, because we know that 3 maidens things happen and it's a good thing. His line was a little too straight. I'm going to be hypercritical here because it was a kind of safe line. He's not going to get driven off that line, and it wasn't down the leg side, but it was into leg stump. I think Rob Keogh is at his best when the ball is pitching on 4th stump and turning into the stumps. He bowled a very, very good delivery to Ryan Higgins, that Higgins inside edge just past leg stump. More attacking line, but he did, he wanted to get away with the maiden, then to hand the baton back to Harrison. 2 maidens on the trot. 3 maidens, we know that sometimes things happen.
Yeah, Harrison. Oh, we won't get the 3.
Boo.
Because that's a bit of a drag down. The line wasn't right there for Harrison. It was too straight. It was easily tucked into the leg side for a single down to Zaib.
Zaib taking a lot of time to get the ball right in his hand so that he could throw it in and try and hit the right side of the ball. The ball getting the right side of the ball to land in the old wicket end.
That felt like that just come out the hand a bit quicker for Harrison. Bit of extra bounce.
Played it well, didn't he?
To Cracknell.
It will also, because it hit the splice of the bat, it'll also be in his mind that sweep is not a good option with that extra bit of bounce there.
Nicely played off the back foot, opening up the offside, takes the single.
How can Northants put these two under pressure? It just feels like cricket is happening, doesn't it?
Mm.
And it's all very pleasant. But do the batters feel under pressure? So bad.
I think they have for about the last 10 minutes when Keogh and Harrison have bowled together. I think they potentially should feel under a little bit of pressure with the scorecard as well, being 6 down.
He's nicked up.
He has, hasn't he?
Yep.
Be disappointing for Lewis McManus to have put that down. That's just hit him, isn't it? Rather than anything else.
You know, it never looks. This is by the way, the keepers union will be happy with this. It always looks bad when the keeper drops it.
Mm.
But if that ball deviated much, you know, that could have deviated a long way, and we wouldn't, and no one on the ground would have seen it. We'll see it on replay, probably how far it did deviate. Oh, actually, it was under edge,
Bottom edge, wasn't it?
So it's never catching that.
No, it would have been an almighty catch had it taken. It could have gone back into the stumps. The other thing as well, and what I will say with those, and it wasn't a chance.
No chance.
But on the angle, you're unsighted for the ball coming out of the hand, a lot of it. So potentially you have to put your body in a shape that you don't want to have it in. You've got to try and peer around the corner, so to speak. The other thing as well with Holman in particular, with that backlift, it's almost at a 45-degree angle from the hip. And as Harrison released the ball, it just waved in front of, or waves in front of the eyes of Lewis McManus as well, which will be another distraction for the wicket-keeper. So you can tell I'm a proud member of the union, can't you?
You've got it all, haven't you? Oh, well, what page are you on there in terms of
one?
Why wicket-keepers are the best cricketers in the team? Why it's the most difficult job in the world?
Page 1. Haven't even made it into the second paragraph.
I think it is the most difficult job. I've said that many times. But just to reiterate, that wasn't a chance.
No.
So,
no, the body language and the reaction would give you the impression it was, though, wouldn't
that's
it?
That's right, yeah.
Almost stunned silence, I think. It almost felt, the reaction felt like it just bounced in and out of the hands of Manus. It's not the greatest delivery that Rob Keogh is going to bowl, but it is going to be kept inside the field of play. Good arm back in from James Sales.
He is on his best behaviour, isn't he? Junior Jumble.
Good round of applause as well.
And the 200 comes up.
Yeah, 200 off 52 and a bit overs. Oh, it's an outside edge. It's going to run up to Liam Guthrie. He does well.
Did he need to dive there?
I'll say yes.
Okay.
I'll say yes. I'm not part of the left-arm fast bowlers union, but I'll say yes. 1 run added, though. That's nicely played. Almost milking the runs there, isn't he? Rolling the wrists on it and running it up to Luke Proctor, who finds himself at a bit of a halfway house at mid-on for Joe Cracknell.
It's been inconsistent, hasn't it? The line has been quite inconsistent at times.
Well, Middlesex have just started to been able to rotate the strike again, haven't they?
Yeah.
Which is going to put a little bit of confusion in the mind of the 2 spin bowlers. So that will go in the favour of Middlesex.
This is the drive that turned. Yeah, it did turn. It turned from wide, but it did turn. It's in Holman's striking area. He likes that, doesn't he? He likes a cover drive, an extra cover drive. It did turn, but no risk. Yeah, I think they've milked that. I think it's almost like which came first, isn't it? Did they milk it and then the line was inconsistent, or was it the inconsistent line that allowed them to milk it? The one thing that I would say, as I've said from ball 1 really, is that I really like the intent that Middlesex have played with. And it has put, for the most part, not always, but it has put the Northants bowlers under a bit of pressure. Even when Northants opened up with 3 early wickets, the rate was still over 4s.
Yeah, over pitched by Harrison. What they have been able to do since the 2 of these spinners have come together is they haven't conceded a boundary for 31 deliveries now. Harrison and Keogh. I'm sure that'll end fairly sharpish. Now I've said it out loud, but it's just going to be 1. So that there has just put a little bit of pressure on the 2 in the middle for Middlesex. And with the way that the runs have gone, they will be a little bit confused and not worrying, but wondering about what a good score is for a first innings here as well. And there is that 4. I told you it had happened, didn't I? Fairly quickly after I pointed it out.
That was your fault.
Well, I take full responsibility. I mean, I caveated it, didn't I, by saying that it would happen after I'd mentioned it, but...
It was nicely played. Just got a bit too straight. Nicely played by Holden. I like uncomplicated looking cricketers, and Holman is very much that with the bat in hand. He knows his areas. He generally plays within his own little bubble. Well, that one did turn. That was the googly. Comes out a little bit flat, a little bit quicker. It kind of gathers as well. I think Holman picked that. If anyone's going to pick a wrist spinner, it's probably another wrist spinner.
Yeah, 2 deliveries left in the over. One big stride forward for Holman. Dead bats it in front of him. Vasconcelos, the man under the lid this week for Northamptonshire.
47 this partnership, Dan.
One quicker. Flash through the offside. Well picked up by James Sales. Dot ball to finish.
It's been important, hasn't it? They came together on 0. Both of them being on 0.
Yeah.
I mean, and 47 runs later, 207 for 6. Is it about even Stevens? Do you think?
I think the point that you made is with the way how things have happened so quickly. I don't know.
No.
I don't know. It doesn't feel like a 280 all-out pitch is a good score.
Yeah, no.
A 200 for 7 for 6. Yeah, you'd be inclined to say somewhere around 280 would be a number.
Yeah,
it feels better than that.
Yeah, it does. I agree. I agree with that. I think you're right.
One slip in place. Keogh. Continuing from the Lynn Wilson centre end. But that said, it might be a 280 pitch. But it doesn't feel like it.
Let's see both teams bat on it. It's the old adage, isn't it? But I absolutely agree with you.
And I don't think Middlesex have batted badly to be 6 down either.
No, I don't. No, there's been one poorish dismissal. Yeah. But no, I think it's the fact that the ball has not dominated the bat by any means. It's been... take the wickets away for a moment. So ignore those 6 deliveries. Yeah, actually, not much has happened.
Genuinely, no. There hasn't been a lot, has there?
No.
There's been what was there? An inside edge early on from, was it Robson, wasn't it, that ran up to the Spencer Lounge? There's going to be a sweep. That's very fine. Keogh throws his hands in the air, knowing that if that had been pad first, that would have been very, very close. But it does bring up the 50 partnership for Cracknell and Holman. Holman has 26 of them and Cracknell has 24. It's obviously a really fine edge on it, wasn't it? Didn't leave the crease with any pace, so it didn't have a lot of bat to it. Oh, and that has beaten Holman this time. Bit of extra flight, wasn't it? Almost just went up and above the eyes for Holman, which invited that little push drive.
That's really nicely bowled by Rob Keogh. Lovely delivery.
He's going to send Lloyd Pope back at mid-on as well. So I think he might be going again here with a bit of extra flight. He does. Get the line right. Goes through McManus, I think. Obviously hits McManus. Potentially in the unmentionables as he's just readjusting himself there. And it goes through for 1.
It was an alternative delivery there. I'm not sure exactly what that ball was, but it was a different ball. Before he bowled it,
that's a replay of the one before, isn't it?
Before he bowled that last ball that went down the leg side, he moved long on or mid on back to long on, didn't he? So he's obviously bowling something a little bit different. Whether it was I don't know what it was. It wasn't well directed anyway, and particularly from Lewis McManus' perspective, it was very poorly directed because it hit him in the middle of the body.
Yeah, change your bowling then from the David Capel end. Leg spinner to leg spinner. Two different leg spinners. Calvin Harrison taken out of the attack. He's finished there, that spell. 8 overs, 1 maiden, none for 29. 9 overs, 1 maiden, none for 35. And he's been replaced by the Australian overseas Lloyd Pope. 3 overs, no maidens, none for 14. Pope shorter, quicker, I think, as well.
Yeah.
Potentially a bit flatter than Calvin Harrison. So despite the action being the same, it will be a different challenge for Holden and Cracknell. Field stays pretty much the same, though. A few fine tweaks as Guthrie just takes a couple of steps forward and gets into a catching position at extra cover. One this through outside off stump.
That was a loose no, wasn't it?
Just get those shoulders going again.
Get your bowling arm going. Continue with the short leg. Hasn't really looked like he's part of the game just yet.
Oh, there's a big appeal for OBW. Oh, the umpire's finger just twitched there, didn't it? As he went to shuffle the coins between his hands to count for 6. Lloyd Pope asking the question, did he hit it first?
I think there's a bit of work in the umpire in that appeal. That was a very, very, very positive appeal that I don't think they thought was out.
Quick again, sliding past, left well alone. McManus just, he's having a tough time here.
He is.
Lewis McManus. He wants to get one in the gloves cleanly, fairly quickly, and everything will settle back down for him. But as I said earlier, the angle of it all is not going to be in his favour. One nicely bowled. Holden just had that little forward press, didn't he, which he had to pull out of then.
Do you know what Pope's doing well here is he's only just started, isn't he? It's his 4th ball. He's giving the impression that a lot is happening when it isn't really happening. He's building a theatre, as Shane Warne used to say.
Not many better leg spinners to follow than him. There's a sweep that's gone just past Vasconcelos. And that's going to run away for 4 down to fine leg. Lovely shot by Luke Holden. Moves to 30.
Do you know what I might be tempted to do? I might be tempted to move short leg to silly point. And the reason for that would be because he is at short leg, what Holden is not doing is playing around the front pad.
Mm-hmm.
So he's making sure he gets that ball defended back down onto the offside. If you take short leg out of the way, he might be tempted to play across one.
Yeah, try and drop it in there for 1.
Yeah.
Take that easy single, or in inverted commas, easy. That's dragged the length back in response to the sweep shot the ball before, and that's going to run away through the offside for 4. So back-to-back boundaries to start Lloyd Pope's 4th over. 219 for 6. And that run rate just starting to climb again. The partnership 59 off 105 deliveries.
That's a poor delivery, that last one. Yeah, you've gone for the ball before. It was a good shot, good sweep shot, good option, well executed. And this one's just short. And that was the big appeal. Yeah, that's never out. So. And to go 4-4, it's the 2nd over actually from that end where the last ball has gone for 4. I don't like 6-ball boundaries. It's a bit of a bugbear for me. The boundary count has been big. We said that earlier. There hadn't been one for a while until you actually said it out loud and encouraged loads more boundaries.
I apologised at the time. Keogh continuing. Could be a long spell for Rob Keogh. 9 overs, 1 maiden, none for 26 so far for Northamptonshire's off spinner. And he's just settling into this as well. The 4 overs before that's just gone for 9 runs.
Yeah, agreed.
So he is offering the control, and Luke Proctor just needs to find somebody at the other end to bowl with him. As I say that, although he does get away with it.
So he fired that in. This is where I said, I used the word searchy earlier about some of the Northants bowling in the morning session, particularly from the slower bowlers. And I still feel that. Just settle in. Just dry them up. Build pressure that way.
Yeah, that's going to be 4. That's well in front of square on the offside. That's a lovely shot by Joe Cracknell. It's all hands, isn't it? Hands and timing for Joe Cracknell. Takes him up to 28.
Another boundary. Yeah, so what do I mean by searchy? I mean sort of too many variations of line and length and flight. Just actually settle into your work. The ball has turned a little at times, and one or two have turned sharply, but it's been in not by any means consistent, but it has been there. There's been something to work with. And a few times in this innings so far, a number of times in this innings so far, Middlesex have had to rebuild, and Northants have kind of aided that by bowling some poor deliveries that they've been able to tuck into.
Good end to the over.
You know, there are a number of ways of building pressure. One is going past the outside edge and making it spit and turn and jump and all of that stuff. Certainly that builds pressure. But bowling consistently in the right place with well-set fields, that also builds pressure. And we haven't done either of those two things particularly well. So the scoreboard is continuing now, again, to rattle along, 223 for 6.
Yeah, it's just been an interesting day of cricket so far. It's genuinely quite a tough one to get a read on it. I'd be curious to know as to what people are making of it that are watching this at home. From a Middlesex perspective, 223 for 6. Happy with that as a response. From a Northamptonshire perspective, are the supporters happy from that side of the camp?
Yeah, it's a very interesting one, isn't it? I mean, clearly you can't ignore the wickets. You can't ignore the wickets because it's an important part of the game. If it was 223 for 4, you know, you'd probably think Middlesex are just slightly ahead. It's probably even Stevens. That's a lovely shot from Holden off the back foot. Just held his line, almost created a bit of width for himself. Half a stump width created by just staying leg side of the ball. But again, the length from Lloyd Pope really wasn't very good. And actually, a lot of people can hit that for 4. And Luke Holman is certainly one of them. He moves on to 34. The partnership is 67 now for the 8th wicket. These two came together. They were both on 0 with the dismissal of Geddes. A good delivery from Justin Broad that pitched and left the right hander. It was good enough for him. He played very well for that 27. A little feather through. Nice bit of bowling.
Yeah.
These two came together. They're both on Norton. You thought this is key. And actually Middlesex have really, these two together have really done everything that their captain would have wanted from them in this situation. But they've still got a bit of work to do because 227 is not a big number, having won the toss and batted. That's swept square, just behind square, only pick up 1 as it goes out to save Zaib. I'm unsighted. It is safe. Zaib's still out there.
Yeah. Keeping himself entertained.
I think short leg's got to come out now.
Oh, they've just lost James Sales down to the... So they've got a sweeper on either side now for Lloyd Pope. See, just Luke Proctor giving the leg spinner a bit of protection on either side of the wicket.
And I think he has to do that because we've got to stem the boundary count. He has to do that. What it means is there are gaps elsewhere.
Yeah, and they run well, don't they? They've turned a couple of 1s into 2s, 2s into 3s.
They have run well, yeah. Cracknell's particularly been very busy. You can't bowl there, though, Lloyd Pope. It's kind of halfway down. I think short leg. So I think short leg to Geddes. Sorry, to Geddes, he's out. Short leg to Cracknell is not a bad option. Seems to have quite low hands sometimes. For Holman, I'm not so sure about it. As I said, it could be that you take him out and Holman plays around the front pad a bit. You know what's bound to happen now is he's bound to be caught short leg, isn't he?
Yeah, I don't know whether it works in a positive manner with regards to the old commentator's curse or not. I'm not convinced.
And I have to say, you know, I'm not convinced by that Lloyd Pope 2 overs there. The majority of those 12 balls have been played off the back foot. The majority of them have not been on the line of the stumps. And, you know, that's not helping. To build pressure, you've got to do it both ends.
So what do you do, Captain Rowie?
I might bowl a little bit of safe Zaib to see if he can skid one through. Have a look at it. It's a different thing. It's left arm. He comes around the ball a bit. One of the work-ons for safe Zaib with his bowling, he's getting up and over the front leg to get more overspin on the ball. But it's a work-on, so he comes around the ball a little bit. He can slide it on. Let's have a little look at that. Can you burgle? He's got a golden arm. What he does very well, and we've seen this throughout his career, is he bowls straight. And if it does skid on, the front pad is in play.
Yeah, he's picked up a couple of wickets, hasn't he, through the start of this this campaign.
I'd say to him, come and bowl me 5 flat overs.
Yeah.
Come and bowl me 5 maidens, would be my message to him. And you never know, one of those could grip, one of those could skid. If that doesn't happen, your boundaries are under control because he's going to bowl at the stumps. Unless they take a big risk, which these two have not looked like doing so far anyway.
No. And the other thing as well with Safe is he's going to want it. He's going to want the ball in hand. He's going to want to make a difference. It's not going to be a case of shying away on a tough day. He's going to want to be that man.
That's nicely bowled by Rob Keogh. You just saw mid-off go further back there. It was going to be a slower ball, and he did just hold it back just over length. He's beaten Holden on the outside on the drive once or twice. Pushes that one through. Holden just telling Rob Keogh, yeah, I knew that was going to be flatter. Keogh, though, he's grown into this spell. He's now in his 11th over, and almost every over has been better than the one before. Bowling nicely now, but he needs support at the other end. Oh, that's well bowled. Held that back beautifully. That's the issue that I've got with Vasconcelos being in at short leg, is he's not going to play that shot when there's a short leg in there. Whilst there's a short leg in there. It was a good over from Rob Keogh, but it's been consistently an issue for Northants in this innings so far, is having a partnership that can both be threatening whilst not letting the run rate go away.
Well, they've just managed about 30 balls, haven't they?
Yeah.
As we spoke about, or as I highlighted before the boundary started flowing again, but hasn't really been that at all throughout the course of the innings. Luke Proctor bowled well, didn't he? Bowl tight. Maybe that's a partnership. Keogh, Proctor, could that work for a partnership for half a dozen overs to try and kind of dry it up again? That's another option.
I like that option. That's good. The ball is 59 overs old, so a new ball is due in 21 overs. I think that's I wouldn't have any argument with Proctor. I wouldn't have any argument with Zaib. But I think it's one of those two, and keep Keogh going for as long as you can at the moment because he's bowling well. He's bowling well. Holden cuts that ball away for 2, gets it very fine. But Pope's control of length so far today, he's only bowled 31 balls, but far too many of them have been able to be played off the back foot. That being the latest one. He knows that. He can see a man who's not happy with what he's delivered so far. That's a better length, but obviously the line was down the leg side, the attempted sweep.
It's a real clear indication, isn't it, that they feel like they can score off Pope whenever and wherever they want to, and Keogh can bowl dry at one end because they know the runs are going to come the other.
Nicely bowled. Yeah, it's just been, inconsistent would be inconsistent. If I was a headmaster writing at the bottom of someone's school report at the minute for Lloyd Pope, it would be inconsistent. Shows promise, inconsistent. Oh, and that was one that did hurry through. Holden was trying to play the shot that he played off the first ball. Wouldn't have missed the outside edge by very much, that. And it kind of feels that get the feeling with Lloyd Pope, if he can pick up a couple of wickets, his confidence will grow very, very quickly. He's clearly a very good bowler. He's just not quite in his best form at the moment. And I do wonder, I don't know enough about his bowling to know this, but I do wonder whether this maybe slight lack of confidence is leading to him bowling a bit flatter than he normally does. I don't know that because I don't know what he normally bowls like. That turned, but again, it was quite short. It's tough, isn't it? I mean, bowling wrist spin is the hardest thing to bowl.
Yeah.
It's the hardest thing to bowl. And generally speaking, wrist spinners go for more than finger spinners go for because it is more difficult to be consistent.
You made a really good point earlier is that air of expectation. And it's not just because he's the overseas pro. He's got Yuzvendra Chahal's boots to fill for one. The thought is that this is a Kookaburra round of first-class cricket, so it's going to be spin to win. There's a host of spin options in the side as well. There's a lot going here, and it's not just on Lloyd Pope. There's a lot to try and figure out.
Absolutely. Keogh's really grown into his work. It's going to be his 12th over of this innings. And that's nice batting. Nice chasse down the wicket, left, right, left. Lofted down the ground, one bounce for 4. Lovely bit of cricket from Joe Cracknell, really nicely played.
It's that natural power, isn't it, from Joe Cracknell? That's his game. That's how he wants to play. And he's been restrained, isn't he, up to this point?
And creates the drag down. So taking the risk, not that it was great risk because he played it very comfortably down the wicket, left, right, left, lifted it over mid-off, one bounce for 4. Rob Keogh's response was to drag his length back, and Cracknell was off sitting on the back foot ready for that, pulls it away for 6.
So
this partnership now worth 83. And they've played well, these two.
Certainly have. It's been, I mean, the whole innings, it sounds silly having lost 6 wickets, but it's almost been a chanceless innings from Middlesex, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Nothing's gone down. Nothing's been a huge play and miss.
There was the one Holman edge off Calvin Harrison that could have been caught. It was, you'd have to say it was a chance.
Yeah.
In that it went in the air over his foot at first slip. Justin Broad was the fielder. It did go very quickly. It would have been a very, very good catch. You do see them caught. What was surprising was I think he didn't get anything on it. He didn't really react to it before it was past him. It did go quickly. But yeah, that's the one chance in this partnership of now 84. And yeah, you're right. How many plays? Well, Rob Keogh went past once. Cracknell had that sweep that top edged into no man's land. But yeah, the ball has not been on top here at all.
No, certainly not. Good news as well. The weather is threatened, but it looks like we're getting some blue skies overhead, which will just ensure that we do get a full day's play in.
What the batters have done well here, I think. I mean, who knows? But what I think I'm seeing from this partnership, as I say, it's now into its 80s from these two, is that they've recognised, I think, that the ball isn't dominating the bat, albeit they came in at 160 for 6. Okay, so what they haven't done is sort of gone, well, 160 for 6, we've got to play a few shots because we're going to get one. They've said, actually, the ball's not doing a lot here. Let's get ourselves in. And they're not bowling that brilliantly, really. There's a bit of inconsistency. Just stay together, just bat. Yeah. And that's pretty much what they've done. And they've done it very well. So reading that situation, and they've played perfectly well. Pope is going to get another over from the David Capel end. 6 overs, 0 for 31 at the moment. That's nicely bowled. Oh, that was beautifully bowled. Don't know if it just turned. I don't know if he hit that or if it just turned past the outside edge. First slip threw a left-handed it and didn't manage to hang on to it. But I think it just turned off the wicket.
Yeah, I mean, we will get a replay of it in the not too distant future.
That ball came out of the hand much nicer than anything else. It went up and down quickly. It's nicely bowled. It's all about timing, isn't it? You know, you release it and you get your timing right, you get the overspin. If you don't get your timing right, it just ends up being flat. Rob Keogh's reputation prevented that run, didn't it? Most of the fielders, Kraken would have called through Holman for a single there, but it's Rob Keogh, a very good fielder. They declined the run. This is a better start, this, from Pope. It's good to see.
Yeah, it's that first delivery, isn't it, that you were talking, weren't you, just before it happened, the fact that the ball wasn't dominating, hadn't beaten the bat, and on cue, Mother Cricket turns around and goes, well, what do you know, Philro?
There it goes.
Let's have one that turns square off the straight.
It's funny, when it's turned big, isn't it?
Yeah.
But it hasn't turned much, or much into the frequency, I should say.
And why would that be? Would that be the just going straight down to the bowlers and the fact that they just haven't got it right yet? Or would it be something more organic than that? Would it be something to do with the surface?
I don't know. I don't know. Oh, crikey. That was close to leg stump. That was really close. Attempted sweep there from Holman off that last ball of the over, and that didn't miss leg stump by a whole lot. But it was the first ball of the over that was more interesting. I think, to answer the question, Dan, I think it's got more to do with the surface than it has release. The release can't be that inconsistent.
Well, that's what I was thinking. This will be the first ball of the over. Yeah, I don't think he's nicked it.
I don't think he's nicked it. It's turned really sharply, hasn't it, and bounced. Okay, so we are going to get a bowling change. It's at the other end. We thought it might be at the David Capel end, but perhaps that last over from Lloyd Pope has encouraged the captain to give him another one. I think that would be the right decision as well, because that was a good over. Zaib is going to have his first bowl. Gets a round of applause. Very, very popular with the crowd and with everyone, Zaib. And there's so many reasons for that, but one of the reasons is he gives everything in the team cause every time he puts the shirt on. And what he's got now to put on, which he didn't have this morning, is he's got his county cap. And a very proud moment it was for him and his family as well. David Ripley presented that to him this morning, his former county coach. It was a lovely moment. Be nice if he could get on the scoreboard, wouldn't it?
Certainly would. 41 first-class wickets for Zaib, a best of 6 for 150.
That was early in his career. I think that was against Leicestershire. Early in his career. Oh, nice hands. Well fielded, Tim Robinson. Did really well there, coming forward, and he got his hands in front of that old wicket end. He knew if the ball gets onto that wicket end, it could go anywhere. He did well there.
And then 6 wickets at 16s in 2025 as well. And they pretty much all came in the first 3 games of the year, didn't they?
He kept picking wickets up in his first over, didn't he?
Yeah.
Golden arm. I like the matchup more, Zaib to Kraken, than I do Holman. But this could be the opportunity where maybe the batters might relax a bit. We know Holman likes a drive. He might feel that the skiddiness of Zaib gives him impunity to drive through it. Could create an error. Extra covers come straighter. Again, good rotation from this pair. They've run very well together. As they're getting towards 100 partnership. Oh, and that has turned. It was a bit relaxed from Craig. Didn't need to play at that online. He was just looking to run it away somewhere. Just a little lapse of concentration. Yeah, a decent start from Zaib. Went past the outside edge, and not many people have done that very often in this game so far. In the 63 overs, the ball has gone past the outside edge probably 6 times.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah,
if that.
You could potentially count it on one hand, couldn't you? It's been so infrequent.
If you got 6 fingers.
Depends where you're born, I suppose.
So it's a double change. You probably heard that over the effects mic. and Calvin Harrison is going to replace Lloyd Pope. I'm slightly surprised at that. In that, I think that last over from Pope was his best over. I'd have whipped him off before that, so we wouldn't have even had that. But Harrison is back on. He's bowled nicely so far without being successful in terms of wickets. Oh, that's a poor start. Holden says, thank you very much. I turned that away. Northants continue to persist with the short leg, and it's a little, for me, it's a little bit of window dressing. It's a big statement, isn't it, as he takes a flying catch. Yeah, I am a little bit surprised that Pope's got the shepherd's crook there, because that last over was a much better over, including one that turned off straight and went past the outside edge. And you'd have thought his confidence would have been buoyed by that, keep him going. I would have thought.
Yeah, I would have done as well. I agree with both your points.
Oh, well done, well fielded.
First point being probably would have hooked him out earlier, and then the second point being after that over would have kept him going. But that bit of misfield there from Lloyd Pope did save 4, but just allowed Middlesex to come through and bring up the 250 as well. So batting point.
But particularly if you're going to replace Pope with another leg spinner. You know, if you're thinking, I'm going to go seam now, I've got a feel for seam. Well, yeah, that's one thing. Oh, that's turned as well. Turned slowly. And I think, to be fair to Kraken, he kind of, well, he certainly didn't follow the turn. It went slowly enough that he might have done, but he didn't. He just held his line. Nicely bowled. It's been boundaries. I would say it's been boundaries that have really hurt Northants, the amount of boundary balls that they have bowled, and they've been put away very, very well throughout the Middlesex card. And I do hear myself saying quite a lot on commentary, you've got to keep scoring. And they've managed to do that. So as we reach the tea interval with 250 for 6, that's been a session that Middlesex will be happy to tick off and recognise that they've made good strides forward. And that's really down to those two guys who walk off. Luke Holman, 46, not out. Joe Cracknell, 43, not out. They came together at 160 for 6. As they walk off, they've put on 90. It's 250 for 6. And I think just about Middlesex are probably just slightly ahead in this game as a result of that.
I would say so now with this partnership building nicely. Yeah, we're on time as well, which is nice. A lot of spin being bowled. We're ahead of the rate. So let's take a 20-minute breather, see if we can find a cup of tea, and we'll be back at just gone 4 o'clock.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the County Grounds. Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. Stream is powered by Daffabet. My name is Dan Jadzovic, joined by Phil Rowe. The two of us guiding you through the 4 days of cricket between Northamptonshire and Middlesex in this Division 2 clash of the 2025 Rothesay County Championship. Scores on the doors, 250 for 6 after 64 overs at tea. Luke Holden and Joe Cracknell, the not-out batters for Middlesex, to resume the evening session. So 1 batting point for Middlesex and 2 bowling points for Northamptonshire so far. And it's going to be Justin Broad to open proceedings from the Lynn Wilson Centre end, replacing Zaib, who rounded off that afternoon session. 2 for 33, I think, for Justin Broad. 2 for 34 for Justin Broad from his 11 overs.
2 good wickets as well, weren't they? Nip backer to get Higgins, the dangerous Higgins, and a beauty to get Ben Geddes pitched and just nipped away from him.
Yeah, he feels like a wicket taker, doesn't he, Justin Broad? It's going to be Holman on strike to start. 1 slip in place. Vasconcelos finds himself at short mid-on.
It's a reverse swing field, isn't it? There's no third man. There's 1 slip, 2 men out on the leg side boundary, fine leg and deep square. A catcher who is, well, you call him silly mid-on, I think. He's virtually standing on the cut strip, Vasconcelos. But yeah, he's bowled pretty well, Broad. We were looking at some numbers, weren't we, Dan? Because that's what we do.
Yeah.
Over the break, and something I've mentioned a couple of times is the percentage of runs scored in boundaries, and I'll mention that because it has seemed very high in this innings so far, and it's currently 56.8% of runs have come in boundaries, which is an enormous percentage.
What would you normally expect that to be?
I mean, somewhere around 45. If it gets near 50, you notice it, and it's closer to 60. So yeah, it tells a tale, and the tale it tells is twofold. One, Northampton bowled a number of poor balls. Almost 55% of overs have had a ball that's gone to the boundary, and also it tells you about the intent of the Middlesex batters to not let those opportunities go by.
Yeah,
and they've put the ball away very, very well. So they've shown really good intent. I wouldn't say they've played baseball or play. What they've done is they've defended well and left well. And when the opportunity to score has come along, well, they've climbed into it. Really just positive in defence, positive in attack. And exemplified by this partnership, which is currently worth 90. They've played very, very well, very sensibly.
They have indeed. That's a look of a run, wasn't there? And it's going to take one this time as it drops into the offside. Save Zaib, who's spent most of the day on the boundary rope. Gets on that one, maybe just catches Save on his heels slightly. They decided not to take one to Lloyd Pope at mid-wicket the ball before. He did really well to cut it off. So it'll be, what, one delivery left in the opening over for Joe Cracknell. So that'll be another bonus, won't it, for Northamptonshire, is the fact that these two will have to start again. Interesting choice of where Luke Holman stood there with Vasconcelos at silly mid on.
It really is.
Bit of a shoulder-to-shoulder challenge.
There's only one winner there.
Yes, yeah, Vasconcelos, hands down, will be winning that battle, I'm sure. End of the over, then 1 run coming from it. Good start for Justin Broad, 251 for 6.
It is an interesting one, that where Holman can run, actually, because Vasconcelos' left foot is virtually on the cut strip. It can't be, so it's just off the cut strip. So he is blocking the normal line of running for the non-striker. And what generally happens is the non-striker goes wider then. But if he goes wider, there's a lot of grass on the other two pitches because they're looking to look after those wickets by leaving a lot of grass on them. And he's worried about slipping. So he's got to run down the edge of the strip. And he will collide with, I think this will happen. My prediction is there will be a collision because Vasco will move to his left at some point and Holman will run over the top of him.
Yeah. Yellow card, Vasconcelos.
Kind of looking forward to that. It'd be quite funny.
In the 66th minute. Liam Guthrie comes back into the attack. 4 for 56 off 12 overs for the Australian left armour. Calvin Harrison in the slip cordon. Oh, he does so well to get that down. We've been talking up short leg. It was to the leg spinner, to the short leg. We've been talking him up, saying, should he be there? Shouldn't he be there? And Holman's just guided that just behind Vasconcelos. And importantly, he's got it down very quickly.
I think we might see a few short balls from Guthrie. When he started after lunch, he bowled some short balls. There was an interesting sort of byplay, wasn't there, between him and Lewis Deploy, where Deploy started to walk down the wicket and back away a little bit in order to open up the cross-bat shots. He got 1 away for 4 and then was out the next time he tried it. But that was in response to a little bit of a plan of short ball.
Yeah, that's nicely played by Joe Cracknell. That's going to be 4, the first boundary of the evening session, and just continuing that boundary of every other over. Carrying on, was nicely guided, wasn't it? It's a vacant offside field now with 256 runs on the board at the rate of which they Middlesex have been able to score them. Cracknell moves to 47, Holman on 48. As you said, they came together and the score was 160 for 6. Put on 96 for this partnership. Oh, and that is a shorter ball, which is defended in the end by Joe Cracknell. Convinced you want to be playing the short ball up there too many times. You get out of the way of it or hook it away.
He's kind of indicating, isn't he, Cracknell, that the ball really steeply rose him. I'm not sure it was banged in. He followed it, didn't he?
Yeah.
Rather than dropping his hands, letting it go across his chest, he sort of followed it with his hands.
Short ball again, and it's just like you've been involved. It's like you've been involved in this game, isn't it? Once or twice, you've called that short ball plan. That's exactly what Guthrie's elected to go for. And Cracknell, on the start of this evening session, we saw the bumper early in his innings, didn't we? And you mentioned the little periscope. Maybe not the most comfortable on the back foot. I'm sure he is. White ball cricket, leg side, can hit the ball miles off the back foot, but slightly different contest here, isn't it?
He's not easy, I think, to play Guthrie when he bangs it in. because some bounce more than others.
Oh, that one's off the hip. Vasconcelos throws a hand up. Well, it was past him, wasn't it, by the time the hand got fully extended.
Gee whiz, that he did well to miss that, because that ball's gone almost directly square of the wicket. And it would have been close to, no, it was never a chance. It flew off the middle of the bat, but I was more worried about it cleaning Vasco up. It wouldn't have missed him by a lot.
No, the health and safety of Vasconcelos.
Oof.
That's flown off as well, isn't it? That's kind of middle of the bat as he's just rolled the wrists on it through square leg. Moves to 48. Both of them on 48 now. That one on the money and defended by Holman. So 257 for 6. Both batters on 48. 30 overs remain in the day's play. Cut off 6 o'clock, and by all accounts, we're due, aren't we? We're due for an on-time finish.
That last over, in some ways, typifies Northampton's bowling effort. In that there was a plan, and the plan was to go short for the most part. Go short, and then does the batter fancy getting back into the ball when it's pitched up? That was the broad plan. And as a plan, I think with a ball of this age, I think it's a good plan. Guthrie's a good man to execute it. But he got his line wrong on one ball, and it was run away for 4. So, it's like just letting a bit of air out of the balloon. Yeah. It wasn't a bad over, but one of the balls was bad enough, and the batter was good enough to take advantage.
Yeah. Cracknell back on strike. 2 away from 50. One dropped into the leg side. Will just be 1, I think, despite running the first one hard. Previous best for Joe Cracknell was 33. So, what do you call it? A CB round.
CB round, yes.
For Middlesex. But it was from such a small sample size. Just his 5th game of first-class cricket in his professional career. 1 away from his maiden first-class 50. Holman, more experienced, 2 away from a first-class 50 of his own. I mean, the tick in the right box for Northamptonshire is there hasn't been extras in this 100-run partnership. Just the one, isn't there? Broad on the money. Cracknell has a chance at the non-strikers, then if you can pick it up clean. I think he was in anyway, but...
Well, there was definitely a run there. I think they've run really well, these two. That's the first mistake they've made, and it was a pretty big mistake. Actually, there was definitely a run there because Cracknell ran a run. He ran 2/3 and then 2/3 back. So
there's interesting body language by Holman. It's gone square of the wicket, and he's thrown his arms up to say, "Go on, what are you calling?" Whether there wasn't a call from Cracknell on played nicely, but straight at Tim Robinson. But he almost kind of put the arms out as if to say, "Well, what's the call?" And by the time Cracknell had kind of got to the point of shaking hands, Holman had said, "No, I don't fancy it."
It's a funny one, wasn't it? Because Cracknell was absolutely, he's dead right. There was easily a run there. Yeah. It wasn't really a run-out chance, was it? Because Pope had to get right around the ball to throw it back to the bowler's end.
Sure, we'll cut away. That's going to be half stopped by safe Zaib, I think. So he's going to keep it inside the rope. Going to look for a 3rd. Oh, Cracknell is lightning fast. And it brings up the 50 for Luke Holman. 51 off 85. Striking at 60. Brings up the 100 partnership between the pair as well. It's been a fantastic innings from the both of them, hasn't it? And a fantastic partnership.
Brilliant. They've played absolutely perfectly. Every chance they've got to score, they've scored. They've looked to be positive, but without taking any risk. There was a nice little walk down the wicket and a lofted drive by Cracknell, but at no risk off Keogh. They've played brilliant. They've generally run well, with that one exception that we just saw. And you can't play that partnership any better than that. There was another bit of out cricket there from Northampton, which wasn't great during that. I mean, firstly, let's credit the 100 partnership and the 50 to Holman. That's been brilliant cricket from Middlesex. Well played, fellas. I think Northampton have not quite been on it, have they? That's the 3rd occasion when Middlesex have turned 2s into 3s, and really it's been lackadaisical fielding.
Yeah, not been quite at 100%. Short ball pulled away, and that'll be 50 for Joe Cracknell as well. His first for Middlesex, his first in professional cricket as well. Very well batted, Joe Cracknell. Raises the bat to his teammates and to the Middlesex supporters that have made their way up the M1 to the county ground today. And another lovely innings from the Middlesex middle order batter.
And you said he's played, this is his fifth or sixth fifth
Yeah.
class game. So he's a late developer, isn't he? At 25 to playing your fifth game. And he'll have had doubts about that. Is this my career? Am I going to make it? Am I good enough? You know, I'm good in the twos. I'm a bit blocked. He's come in here today and played beautifully. For the first 10 balls, he was a wee bit jumpy. Well, he's entitled to be that. But as soon as he got going, he's grown into his innings very quickly from there. And I think he's played absolutely brilliantly.
Yeah, he has. This will be a matchup that'll excite, or should excite, Northamptonshire, though, with Cracknell back on strike and Guthrie bowling these fast left-arm short balls. So it's going to last all of one delivery.
Really strange setup there between the keeper and the slip. There's only one slip in. It's Calvin Harrison, who was standing a long way in front of Lewis McManus.
When you and Dave Ripley were at the helm here, was and forgive me, I don't remember, but was the schedule similar to what we've got now, or was it more defined blocks? Is there a little bit of
both
lethargy here, where it's kind of like, oh, here we go, we're out of C20 fun cricket and we're back to 4-day grind again?
That moved around a wee bit, so we
Short
well,
ball, top edge, it's gone straight in the air, down to Lloyd Pope. Can he take it? He can.
That's
what
a good catch, Lloyd Pope. That's a great catch.
Great catch, Lloyd Pope. And the plan works. 5 wickets for Guthrie, his second in his career, his first for Northamptonshire. 5 for 63. The Australians combining to pick up Luke Holman for a really well-made 51 off 85. And that short ball tactic working very well.
We've said for a while, haven't we, that we think Liam Guthrie is the man for a short ball tactic because he's got pace, but because he's skiddy, some shoot at you and some bounce a wee bit more. And that one got to the batter quicker than he anticipated. He was trying to knock it, really. It was one of those sort of half pulls. He was trying to knock it into the leg side. He wasn't really trying to swing it over the boundary, but it skidded at him, got a top edge, and it carried all the way down. And it looked for a moment it was going to bisect the 2 boundary fielders. But Lloyd Pope, who isn't, he's not a natural fielder, I would say, and I don't mean that disrespectfully. He works very, very hard in the field, ran to his right and had to dive full length and caught it about 6 inches off the floor and held on to it when his elbows hit the floor. And rightly so, got up, and he was absolutely delighted with that catch, as was everyone else in the Northant setup. So well bowled, Liam Guthrie, and really well caught Lloyd Pope.
Yeah, you can tell by the reaction, can't you, from Zaib as well, with the grin on his face to be like, go on, well done, Lloyd Pope. That's a fantastic effort, and it was an absolute brilliant bit of work down on the boundary by the Australian leggy, and he's getting a round of applause as he makes his way back down to the boundary edge.
And also, that's not shy away, very well played. Luke Holman came in with his team on 160 for 6, a very precarious situation, walks out with them 263 for 7. He ends up on 51. It was a very well-made 51 in partnership with Joe Cracknell.
Yeah.
Whose name just escaped me momentarily there. Can't read my own writing.
Now, Zafar Gohar in at number 9 for Middlesex. I really like Zafar Gohar as a cricketer.
You
good
do, don't
bit
you?
of business to get him across from Gloucestershire to
it was good.
Middlesex, and I think he's going to have a big part to play in this fixture. It's welcomed with a bumper from Liam Guthrie. How many overs can this spell be for Liam Guthrie?
Well, the other question there, as well as, which is a connected question, is the new ball's due after these next 3 balls in 12 overs.
Yeah.
If you decide to take the new ball, and we'll come to that at some point, you want Liam Guthrie bowling with it. So, you can't do both for long.
Short leg still in play. Goes, pushes it forward. It's well played by Zafar Gohar. Up to mid-off. Genuine all-round cricketer coming in at number 9 is a real bonus, isn't it?
It really is. Yeah, I mean, Luke Holman's a good player at 8. Gohar's a good player at 9, and Roland Jones at 10. Wow. I mean, I think Roland Jones has got a first-class 100, hasn't he?
I'll double-check it.
I'm going to look it up. If he hasn't, he's probably got very close. Are you on it?
I'll have a look for you.
Thank you very much. It took something a bit special, didn't it, to get rid of him? to get rid of Luke Holman. It was a very, very, very good catch. You could see whether he got up. He's absolutely delighted. maybe didn't quite expect himself to catch that. And crikey, Northampton needed that.
Yeah, 103 not out for Toby Rowland-Jones, his highest score in first-class cricket back in 2015.
Was that against Northampton?
Let me...
He certainly got a 70 here one day. I remember Middlesex in the game where Toby Rowland-Jones got at least 70. They absolutely battered us, and the guy who was doing the announcing just seemed so happy every time he announced one of the middles, and that's a career best for Toby Rowland-Jones. Oh, stop it!
Yeah, whose side are you on?
I mean, yeah, you've got to congratulate the opposition, of course you do, and you wouldn't want it any other way. But he was almost cheerleading. So that's the end of another successful over from Liam Guthrie. 14 overs, 2 maidens, 5 for 63. Got those 3 early wickets, and had just picked up the important breakthrough that Northampton needed to try and get into this lower order before that number gets too close to 300. But as we're saying, we're looking up Toby Rowland-Jones's batting performances. He's at number 10. He's yet to get to the crease, but Zafar Gohar, he can certainly play as well. And as we know, Joe Cracknell's playing beautifully. He's on 51 not out, so power to add, to coin a phrase. And Northampton will want to take advantage. They've got one end open now. They want to try and get these last 3 wickets, obviously, as quickly as they can, just in Broad. Ball in hand. Oh, what a cricket shot that is. That is a beautiful cricket shot. It wasn't a terrible delivery, I don't think. It didn't look a completely full half volley, and it wasn't. It was hit on the up. The line didn't have a lot going for it. It was about 6 stump. The length was one you had to be careful with, and Cracknell's seeing it like a football at the minute. Waited for it to get to him, but still the bat was on the upswing when he made contact. But his shape was good, his technique was good, and it hit it very hard.
103 not out against Yorkshire at Lords in 2015. 103 not out of 122 deliveries.
Oof.
Side bottom Brooks, Patterson, Bresnan.
Robinson's after that very quickly, but he won't be able to pick it up safe. Zaib tries to pick it up and throw it in one motion, and he ends up just sort of, in rugby parlance, that was a knock on. And he knocks it on past Tim Robinson, and that enables Cracknell to call Gohar through. They pick up 3 there. It was a mistake in the field by Zaib, but it was a mistake with good reason, in that he was trying to do something positive. And I find, you don't want any mistakes, do you? But if you're going to make a mistake doing something positive, and that goes into that bracket. There have been a couple of fielding lapses that have not been in that bracket so far from Northampton. They've looked a little below their very best, I would say, in that department. This is an interesting field now as Broad comes around the wicket to Zafar Gohar. Oh, it's very straight. It looked like there was a bit of tail on that. It was very straight, and it looked like it arced away from the batter. The left-hander pushed hard at it, got an edge. It went down very quickly and ran away for 4. It was a good delivery from Justin Broad. I mean, he's looking to get the ball very straight. He did that. He's looking to get a bit of tail on it. He did that. Did everything he could. Drew the edge, but it went all along the floor through about a vacant sort of 3rd, 4th slip area for 4 runs. Gets him off the mark.
Yeah, another one of these Middlesex batters with the first-class 100 to his name, Zafar Gohar. Rowland-Jones, kind of more impressively, 17 first-class 50s in his career. So fair to say they bat a long way down, in summary.
That's horrible, isn't it? because what happens is you get buoyed up by getting that 8th wicket. Yeah, 8th wicket. Yeah, we're into the. Oh, it's Toby Rowland-Jones. He loves batting at Wantage Road. He's a good cricketer, Toby Rowland-Jones. Obviously capped by England. Very good county cricketer, captains this group. And that's 2 straight. Looking to bowl very straight, but on off stump. But that one angled in from round the wicket onto middle and leg. And again, they're taking the 3rd run, where most teams would not have taken that 3rd run. It was one of those, it was James Sales at square leg who ran virtually all the way back to the boundary. Slid picked up. And at that stage, most teams say no. And what Cracknell has really encouraged is say, no, we're going to go because he's off balance. He's on the back foot. And he's not going to be able to generate an absolutely razor flat throw from that position. It's not quite one for the arm. I wouldn't want to say that because James Sales is far better than that.
Yeah.
But it's very well judged by Cracknell.
Well, it's a long way out there as well, isn't it? And I think it's another one of those little white ball box ticks to say, well, this is what we would do with a white ball. Why wouldn't we do it any differently with a red one?
Yeah.
And you've said several times across the Northamptonshire live streams over the summer, you set your own standards, don't you?
Yeah.
And that's his standard. That's what he wants to play his cricket by. Why would you leave any out there if they're...
Yeah. And I think we'll see that kind of thing more and more and more in the game as you know, as white ball cricket will only continue to dominate red ball cricket in terms of focus and energy and money and budget and all of that stuff. We will see more of that where coaches will say, why don't we run that run? Yeah. And Joe Cracknell's ahead of the game there. I used to play for a team. I can't mention names here because it'd be wrong. I'll mention one name, but it's not the... I used to play cricket for a few years at Overston Park Cricket Club in a decent side there. Mm-hmm. And one of the guys in the field, who shall remain nameless, but anyone listening to this who played in those games will know exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah. We'd put him down at fine leg or somewhere out of the way. And in good hands, but he couldn't throw and he couldn't run. So if he did get to the ball, there was always going to be, almost wherever he was, you're always from the boundary, you're always going to be able to run a second.
Yeah.
But nobody ever did because the fielder's got the ball in his hand and you don't run for those.
Yeah.
And we played, we were very close with Wellingborough Town Cricket Club in those days. The personnel knew each other very well. And their captain was one of the best cricketers I've ever played with that didn't play first class cricket. I'll come back to that in a sec.
Guthrie from the David Capel pitches that one up. That's a lovely shot by Zafar Gohar.
So one day we're playing Wellingborough Town, and it was clear that the captain of that side, Richard Dalton, who is a phenomenal sportsman and a brilliant, brilliant cricketer, said, when the ball goes to the man who we can't really name because it wouldn't be fair, we're just going to run 2. We're running 2 every time.
Yeah.
All right. You're not going to get run out. And they did. And we never had a run out opportunity.
No. And potentially added 20 runs to the board that they wouldn't have had otherwise.
Yeah.
It's nicely played. It's run guided through the offside. Sales will give chase. Cracknell nearly laps Zafar Gohar there as he comes back for 2. Well, there's your standard Zafar Gohar. That's what you've got to work with Joe Cracknell. There's no strolling the one. The thing is, it's when you look at it from a detached perspective, it's such a simple thing. There's no skill involved in it. There's no ability. It's mindset, it's desire, isn't it, with regards to how you want to do that. And there's something for the club cricket that I play that frustrates me massively. It's always a beautiful bumper from Guthrie.
And that's pinned him, isn't it?
It's a bit of a badge for Zafar Gohar. He's tried to get out of the way of it, but it's just followed him, isn't it? Just pinned him in the chest. But it's when you see people take a one and run 10, 15 yards past the stumps.
Yeah.
And then you see the ball land in no man's land somewhere else. And you think, oh, probably 2 there, wasn't there? But we'll settle on 1 because instead of running 22 yards, you've run 35. But
people don't do it.
It's easy when you're not there, isn't it? Flicks into the leg side. It's aerial. Can I land 2 bounces to save Zaib? So Gohar adds another and moves on to 10. Thought we might have had another bumper there from Guthrie.
Zafar go hard, they should call him, because he is going hard, isn't he?
He's fitting the mindset, isn't he, so far from the Middlesex batters.
What I particularly like about, I mean, there's a lot to admire about Joe Cracknell's cricket, and most of it we've talked about, is in every partnership he's in, he is the junior partner. But it hasn't looked that way, has it? He's been happy to sort of push his teammates. We're going 3. We're running 3.
Yeah.
Come on. I like that.
58 now for Cracknell. Yorker attempted by Guthrie, dug out by Cracknell. And the other thing as well is he's looked to impart seniority on his batting partner as well. He's offered those kind of encouraging words to Luke Coleman midway through an over.
Yes, he has.
He has been part of the Middlesex squad and dressing room for a long time. So it's not like he's a junior Middlesex cricketer, just as you say, a first-class cricketer still in his infancy. But it'll be interesting to see what happens with Middlesex. This is another good bumper as he gets out of the way of that one well. Kane Williamson obviously electing to take a bit of a rest or a break for these couple of games where they travel to Northampton, and then next week I think they travel up to Leicester. So that potentially creates that vacancy for Joe Cracknell to come into the 11.
Mm-hmm. Well,
he's not going to keep Kane Williamson out the side, but does it cause a headache for somebody else in the top 6?
Well, what he's doing is making it difficult. Something that people have said to me over the years: when you get in a side, first thing, make it difficult to get dropped, and he is definitely doing that. The way he's going about his cricket, the interim head coach at Middlesex, Dane Villas, will be a fan of this because he never took a step backwards and he always tried to impose his will on the opposition. And he was an amazing Dane Villas. You could not stop that man running between the wickets. So he will be loving this, I'm sure. It is a coach's dream, isn't it? But particularly the way that I know, and everyone who's seen Dane Villas play, he just used to run teams ragged.
Yeah, one of those cricketers that you'd love him in your own dressing room and not be quite so thoughtful on the opposition.
So Lloyd Pope is on at the Lynn Wilson end. He's replacing Justin Broad. Pope's figures 7 overs, 0 for 32 so far. He bowled a good over, the last over of those 7 from the other end. That's well fielded. That's what Northampton need, more of that. Back in the bowler, up in the field. Justin Broad diving away to his left. He gives everything. Wherever he fields, he seems to make an impact. Well, I thought Pope was growing into his bowling.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. Those final 6 balls before he was taken out the attack, I thought were the best that he's bowled probably in a Northamptonshire shirt since he's arrived in the UK, to be frank.
Yeah, it was a good over. It was a good over. Seems to have got a bit more control, a bit more confidence. And the other thing that would have buoyed him, well fielded Tim Robinson, still got it. The other thing that will have buoyed Lloyd Pope will be that great catch he took. Because it just gives you more confidence. I've contributed, I've done something. And actually I've done something flipping well there as well that people perhaps weren't expecting. I'm on the score sheet. Started with 4 dots so far. Nice control of pace there. Just bowled a slower ball.
Yeah, I like the matchup. Harrison's getting loose as well. The further you go down the order, the less shots that the batter has, capable to go and score those first-class hundreds, but doesn't have the range at which a number 5 or a number 6 would have.
Oh, and having talked him up considerably in that over, he's bowled an absolute shambolic delivery off the last ball. They fired it down the leg side very quickly and very wide, so quickly and so wide that Lewis McManus wasn't able to get much on it.
It's a bowler's game, this, isn't it?
And it goes away for 4 byes.
Should be punished and have to bowl another one for that.
Well, you said earlier, and it was a really good point. And I was particularly moaning about the ball going slightly over the batsman's head and being called a wide, but then you bowl it 3 foot down the leg side really quickly, and the batter can't get hold of that, and it's byes. That's just wrong. I don't know what the right answer is, but that can't be allowed to happen.
Well, it's not consistent, is it?
It's not consistent.
And that, I think, is particularly with sport, well, not just with sport, with almost every walk of life, is people's biggest bugbear. When you don't feel like you're getting consistency from the rules or the lawmakers, whatever it might be, that's when I think people start getting a little bit frustrated by things. And it doesn't make a great deal of sense.
It makes no sense. Yeah, it makes no sense. I'll tell you what makes no sense as well is Tim Robinson's 1 over this morning.
Do you know what that felt like? That kind of felt like it was written into the contract. You will bowl whilst at Northamptonshire. So
Had that happened elsewhere in the world, people have been looking at betting patterns. It was just bizarre.
yeah, perplexing. As I say, maybe they've signed him as an all-rounder, and it had to be fulfilled.
I'm only coming if I can bowl the 11th over of the innings and no more. Said in a New Zealand rather than an Australian accent.
Yeah, a bit softer.
Round the wicket, started over the wicket, it's come round the wicket. Harrison to Zafagoa. He's on 10, 285 for 7. Pushes him back. It's quite a slow delivery. He wants to get bat on ball, Gohar. Giving him no pace to work with there. Feels like a caught cover. I wonder how many times he's been caught cover in his life, Zafagoa.
Not as many as me, Rowie.
You love a caught cover, don't
You're
you?
a big fan of a court cover. There's always one of those that you walk off and just go, why didn't I sit harder?
I timed that as well.
Like that very rarely, to be fair.
I hit that well. Yeah, they have these people called fielders. Damn, dude.
Yeah.
Just-
They're a pain. Spoil the fun.
just lost his length a little bit here, Calvin Harrison. Each ball of this over has been played comfortably off the back shoe by the batters. One ball to go. Bring him forward. Bring him forward. Oh, that was a better length. Of course, a little bit of consternation.
The question I asked you earlier about the scheduling and the would it have been a difficulty with regards to changing formats and codes throughout the course of the season? And obviously they'll do this now and then switch back and then switch back again. Was it something that you spoke to players about? Did players speak to you with regards to challenges or difficulties with regards to it? Or was it just a case of, well, we'll just suck it up and get on with it because that's what we have to do?
Yeah, it was mostly that.
Yeah.
It was mostly that. It is ridiculous. Okay, I don't have the right answer here, by the way, if I would say that, but it is ridiculous. You're asking players to be professional and to be shop window and to be world class, and then you're giving them red ball and white ball almost one day after the other. So it doesn't make a lot of sense. It's not easy getting all the fixtures in because there's I don't know if you heard this new competition that they introduced recently that seems to take all the money and the focus away from everything else. But yeah, in the game, just get on with it, because if no one's going to change it. So you've just got, you can't control it. You just got to get on with it. And what you try to do is, it's a nice shot. What you got to try and do is just be positive about it. You know, try to get white ball practice in during red ball games. If you can get your bowlers to bowl a few in the warm-ups with a white ball rather than a red ball, and so on. Do what you can around that.
Here's a quizzical thought for you that I don't think I'll be able to find the answer to, but can't believe in modern era cricket there's been too many times that two leg spinners have operated in tandem in first class cricket in the UK.
That's nicely bowled. That's a really good question. Two genuine leg spinners.
Yeah, not a part-timer that can give it a bit of a twirl.
Yeah.
Two actual leg spinners together.
That's a really good question. Oh, that's nicely bowled, that. Well bowled, Lloyd Pope. Do you know, I think that catch has really spurred him on. That's a lovely delivery, that. Because he ripped that out of the hand, didn't he? It was quick. It went quickly, but it dropped out of the sky, bounced and turned. It was well played. But then follows it up with a release ball. And, you know, that's, for me, there's lots of things to say about today's play. It's been very interesting as well. The 73 overs now that we've seen, 288 for 7, has been really interesting. One of the things has been that Northampton have just allowed Middlesex to get away from them too frequently within overs, within spells, within periods of play. Credit to the way Middlesex have played. I must say that they've played very, very well. But I think Northampton have been about a ball and over off throughout the 73 overs. And that's a tired drag down from Harrison, and it's got exactly what it deserved. Cracknell now on to 65. I wondered a little bit whether he would alter the way he has played when number 9 walks in. There's no need for him to do that, and he hasn't done that. He's just said, well, this is the way I'm playing. I'm playing nice. I'm going to carry on playing that way. Sometimes batters can maybe just blink a little bit and go a bit harder than they had previously been doing when they lose a partner. But as we've said before, Gohar is a dangerous man to have coming in at number 9, dangerous for Northamptonshire.
Yeah, and do you know the other thing as well, Rowie, is 292 for 7, 73 overs. I still can't quite work out who's going to be the happier of the two sides here. I can't work out with the way that Northamptonshire have bowled, having won the toss and having a bat first, would they want... Well, the runs are perfect. Let's be honest. They'll have done really well to have gone at a better rate than this for the entirety of it. But 7 down, is that something that I can't believe the conversation there for Middlesex would be, oh, that's perfect. That's where we wanted to be.
Yeah.
Northamptonshire, having been asked to bowl first and probably knowing that they've not been at their best, to have taken 7 wickets as well.
I think a lot depends on what they add at the end here. You know, what does that number end up on?
Yes.
But at this point, you know, if your question was a good question because it said now, who's the happier now? I think the happier now will be Middlesex, because I think 293 is quite a lot of runs. We know the wicket is going to deteriorate, and they've got first use of it, having won the toss. Oh, well bowled. And the ball's just started spinning a little bit more. One in the previous over from Pope turned quite sharply, and a couple in that over from Harrison have turned as well. So I think the fact runs on the board, 293, I think they'll be slightly happier. But as you say, the ball hasn't done a lot so far. So to get 7 wickets is no mean feat. And obviously 5 of those come into Liam Guthrie, who has spearheaded the attack. But I think 293 at the rate they've got them at probably says Middlesex for me. Just well, not just. I think they'll be happier.
Yeah.
What you got to do, I always say this, and I know I'm like a broken record, got to control the rate. As a bowling side, control the run rate, which for me is 3. You know, and that's a hard task, right? That's a very, very hard task on a flat pitch with a lightning quick outfield and the Kookaburra ball really hard. Set your stall out to go at 3s. If you go at 3.5, well, then you're not going to cry about it. So, but we're going at 4, and at times we've run much more than that as well. We haven't controlled the rate, and as a result of that, we've not been able to build pressure. That's a wide. It's a good job Vasconcelos standing a little bit wider than he was at silly mid-off, because it would have been in the back of the head almost. It was very wide, that.
Just a little haircut on the way past.
Perhaps he anticipated him running down the wicket, let's say that. I think if you look at the wagon wheel, I mean, the boundary count tells us, backs up our assertion that Northampton haven't bowled particularly well. Where the ball has gone, it's gone square of the wicket a lot. I can't remember. There's been a nice on drive by Deploy. There's been a couple of lofted drives by Holman. Cracknell lofted one down the ground. But I think in terms of the straight Vs, of the 300 runs that have been scored, 20, 30, if that. Ball's gone too square too often, which tells you the line hasn't been good.
24.
Okay, well done. So, yeah, 23rd, that's good, wasn't it? Oh, that one doesn't count because that's an inside edge. That's going to go away for 4, is it? No, it's really well fielded down on the boundary by, I think that's Rob Keogh based on that throw back.
Yeah, 24 down the ground, I believe.
Okay, so a very small number. And that what that tells you is a number of things, but it tells you what the line of the ball has been. And it's been too square. Too wide, I should say, so the ball's gone too square.
Yeah, it's 34 runs square in front of square on the off leg side, 52 in front of square on the offside.
That last ball there from Lloyd Pope, nothing happened, did it? It was a nice ball. It was front foot ball, nicely defended by Kraken when it ran away. There was a little bit of spin on it as it ran square off the bat face. But he asked him to play a forward defensive shot, and he played a forward defensive shot, so he respected the ball. But we have not been able to do that. Northampton haven't been able to do that often enough. Had they done that, I think Middlesex would have wanted to and would have taken some action. They would have upped their level of intent to force pressure back onto the bowling side, but they haven't really had to do too much. Just not make mistakes. And that's a big part of batting, and they haven't made mistakes. So Calvin Harrison to continue from the David Capel end. He looks a difficult man to get forward, Zafar Gohar. That length of ball there, a number of people would have played it off the front foot, but he plays it off the back foot. Difficult bloke to find. Ah, that's good. Got him forward there. Well bowled. I've got a feeling for Zafar Gohar that he wants to play a big drive. I don't know. It's just the way he's shaping up, communicating that to me. It's nicely fielded. The ball was squirming away from James Sales there. That was a much more difficult piece of fielding than it looked. Diving away and the ball was spinning away. He did very well. Coming back over the wicket now. Calvin Harrison, different look, different angle. Oh, well bowled. That was the googly that goes across the left-hander. Bowled that from over the wicket. It might be interesting to see him bowl that from around the wicket. It was nicely bowled. So this is a better over so far. A couple of times he's managed to get Zafar Gohar forward. He's reluctant to get forward. He's brought him forward, and he's done the same there again. So that's a good over. Just one off the over. 13 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 46 so far. Lloyd Pope, 10 overs, 0 for 38. So that's like 23 overs for 84 runs, no wicket. Tells you a story there, doesn't it?
Certainly does. I mean, the makeup and the build-up of this Northamptonshire side is, the bowling anyway, is almost geared for that second innings shootout, isn't it?
Yeah.
So to speak. Obviously, they're going to have to bat well to go and get to par here with Middlesex. Now 298 for 7. But what they've not been able to do, the two spinners, is control the rate, as you mentioned, and harder as a wrist spinner than what it would be for a finger spinner. That's fair. That's safe to say. That's something proven really with statistics and history.
It's not out, is it?
But they haven't been able to put the pressure on a batter to make them play a shot that they don't want to play.
Yeah.
That, I think, is the big thing. And they haven't been able to keep Joe Cracknell off strike for long enough for him to then want to go, okay, well, I need to get on here. And then they haven't been able to bowl enough at the other batter to go, oh, I'm struggling. I need a release.
Yeah. No, all very fair. Whilst at the same time, Middlesex have done a little wrong, have they? They've played beautifully, actually.
Yeah. But it's not been reckless.
No,
there hasn't been a...
Well, there was one, wasn't there?
Yeah.
There was one
Yeah.
deploy. It was, having done it once and sent the message.
Yeah, that's one delivery, though, isn't it? From
Yeah, exactly.
76 and a bit overs. I think,
Yeah.
is it Rob Keogh going in there at leg slip? I think the umpire was just checking to see how close he was going to stand as to whether he needed any protective equipment. The 300 up for Middlesex. Another point on the board.
Quite a healthy round of applause, wasn't it? There's quite a few Middlesex supporters in. It's nicely played. Made the trip up the M1. I said earlier, there's no first-class cricket between Wantage Road and Lords. So a number of supporters will have made the shortest journey up the M1.
A few first-class cricketers have been found between Middlesex and Northamptonshire, mind you. The county of Buckinghamshire providing a lot of talent.
Absolutely right. Including the young man who got his cap this morning, Zaib. Played his junior cricket at High Wycombe Cricket Club. Came through the Buck system until he came our way as a 14-year-old, and we're very thankful for that. The junior coaches at High Wycombe and at Buckinghamshire should be very proud that one of theirs has got into a first-class county and gone on and been a success. And we're very grateful for the work those guys will have done.
Someone that's certainly thrived this year, isn't he?
He's going all right, isn't he? He's going all right.
He's got a really, well, it just feels like he's got a really defined role in the squad this year.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting point about defined role and the clarity that brings. It's like any of us, really, you know, when we go to work. If we're clear on what we're trying to do, we've got half a chance. And I think that seems to be a watchword for Darren Lehman. This is what I want from you. This is what I want. This is your role. This is what I want from you. Now go and practice that and deliver it. And it's just very clear, isn't it? Because you know what you're assessing as well, you know.
Yeah.
Because we talked about this, didn't we? And we said this, didn't we? And what happened next? It's a really good start point. Role clarity.
It's a first hint of indecision from Cracknell the ball before there, wasn't there? Was tried to work it square of the wicket and ended up getting a little bit of a leading edge on it and it running up to mid-on safely, but it did carry in the air wide of Harrison on his follow-through.
And actually, and you're right, it's exactly as I saw it too. And the fact that we're highlighting that is a real credit to Cracknell in terms of how little he's done wrong. He's not put a foot wrong. He's now on 70. And he will inevitably. Oh, that's beautifully bowled. I've asked him to bowl the googly from round the wicket. He did that just past the outside edge. Beautifully bowled.
Umpire just indicating that he's picked it. That's googly, that one, wasn't it? Yeah,
That's brilliant.
He's bowled a couple, the umpire now. He's bowled a couple of leggies and now a googly.
That's lovely.
Harrison does have one that he just pushes out the front of the hand as well, isn't he? I don't think we've seen it yet today. But looks to be enjoying the match up against Zafar Gohar, doesn't he?
I don't know whether the ball's just started spinning a bit more. It's getting old now, isn't it? Whether it's
softer, biting into it.
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe it's on the surface for longer and spinning a bit more as it's a bit softer, possibly. 78 overs gone, 304 for 7, Middlesex. Yeah, so Cracknell, Joe Cracknell now on 70. At what point does he look at the scoreboard, see he's on 70 and think, could it be today? Could this be my, could it?
Not yet, I don't think.
Well, I hope he doesn't do it at all, because that could lead to an error, and he's played too well to put himself under undue pressure here. He seems to, I never met the guy, the way he's gone about his cricket, he's got a real good focus and clarity about it. So I suspect 70 is perhaps a bit early, but when he gets to 85, he might start thinking about it.
Yes, yeah. Whether he'll have a look up at the scoreboard. I think if Zafar Gohar's there, he won't worry too much. I think if it gets down to, respectfully, Toby Rowland-Jones with those 17 first-class 50s, it won't be anything other than the fact that Joe Cracknell will feel like he's potentially running out of time.
Yeah. Well, the good news is that Toby Rowland-Jones is so experienced, and he will be reading what's going on in between the young man's ears. Tom Helm can hold a bat as well. There's a Buckinghamshire lad as well, I think. Tom Helm.
Yeah, another lovely first-class cricketer, Tom Helm.
Yeah.
Very nice human being.
Oh, very nice bowler.
Didn't hit me in the head when I faced him, so tick in the right box.
That's nicely bowled. It's quicker, it's flatter, it hurried on off the wicket. The ball was loaded with spin. It fizzed off the surface. got the inside edge of Cracknell's bat, but he was good enough, wasn't he? Good enough. Technique was good enough to get the inside edge rather than it cannon into the pad. Picks up 2. Nicely bowled.
It was. It's there, isn't it?
Oh, and then it's there. And that's the story of the day, isn't it?
Well put away, Joe Cracknell.
He's good there, isn't he?
Very good.
I mean, I think, you know, a number of us could be good there, but he is very good there. That was a half tracker.
Yeah, doesn't miss out on it.
Doesn't find the fielder. You see that, don't you? With leg spinners particularly, they do pick up that. People go on the back foot and tense up and cloth it to mid-wicket. But Tim Robinson, his job there was to run back to the boundary and pick it up rather than catch it. Two balls left of this Pope's 12th over. There has been a little bit more spin in the last few overs on offer. That one again, that bounced and just offered a little of a way turn. But in 7 balls' time, the new ball is going to be available.
Yeah, there's a few Northamptonshire players out there just taking a little bit of a longer look at the grass as well between deliveries.
That's fired by Pope, but it's fired down the leg side. And yet again, Cracknell good enough. Plays the sweep shot. It was going down the leg side. He kind of caught up with it, really, got enough bat on it, runs away for 4. And having said at the beginning of the over he was on 70, well, he's now on 80. And he scored those last 10 runs off some poor deliveries, really, from Lloyd Pope. Again, it was an over of good in parts, really, but it wasn't an over. You know, it was a couple of good deliveries and then a couple of 4 balls, which Cracknell put away for 4 very well.
Yeah, it's not an over. If it's not an over, it's not going to be a spell, is it? That's the other thing, and therefore then it can't be a partnership. It's Calvin Harrison has got away with that one, hasn't he? Because I think Zafar Gohar, with a couple more balls under his belt, I think probably would have rocked back on that and deposited it over the leg side.
Gohar's read the script well here, because as I say, for me, he's shaping up as a guy who wants to put bat to ball. But what he's done really, he's played for his partner. What is the innings that the team needs him to play now? They just need him to be not out at this stage. Just don't get out. He's rotated the strike nicely there, gets his mate on strike. So he may have more shots. He is a talented ball striker. We know that. He has scored some good lower order runs in his career so far. But today's innings is about not getting out. If you can pick up 1 or 2 here and you get a short wide ball, hit it for 4 by all means, but don't get out. That's what he's done, and that's allowed. This partnership is now worth what? Wow.
Over 50, he's just brought it up.
52, yeah. Oh, it says actually there is a line saying partnership on the scoreboard, so I don't have to do my counting out loud. 52 is the partnership. And whilst Zafar Gohar has only got 18 of those, he is an equal partner in this partnership. Because if he gets out, then there's a problem potentially. But he hasn't. He's played really well in support of his partner. It's well bowled.
I don't think Northants take the new ball here, Rowie. It's just become available, isn't it? Liam Guthrie's turned his back and he's walking away. Cracknell and Gohar are going to get a bit of a towel down and a drink.
Yeah, the helmet's going off though.
But so it is going off. Okay.
Yeah.
Just wondered, because I hadn't seen Luke Proctor getting loose at all.
It looks like nobody is going to bowl this next over. Is it going to be the captain? Yeah, it's going to be the captain. I thought Tim Robinson might come on for his 2nd over of the day.
the other clause in the contract.
What's that about?
You will take the new ball.
I'm going to catch up with Rory Kleinveld before he goes back to South Africa. And it won't be my first question. The first question will be, what are you drinking? And the second question will be, Rory. Why did Tim Robinson bowl that one random over? And I know what I'll get a straight answer as well from Rory, that's for sure. So the new ball has been taken. 80 overs have been bowled by Northants. Well over 50% of those 80 overs, sadly, have had a boundary ball in them, which means that Middlesex find themselves in a healthy position of 315 for 7. Northants need to make this new ball count. It's a statement of the obvious. Round the wicket to the left-handed Gohar. Good start by Proctor. Nip back off the surface. It was well left. And it swung as well after the bat. It was a good take in the end by Lewis McManus. So there are 2 slips in. 3 men saving, 1 on the offside. 2 saving, 1 on the leg side. A fine leg and a deep square, just to let the batter know that he might get a short ball. Oh, he doesn't get a short ball, gets an absolutely beautiful ball. Well, this new ball has skipped through twice now. It was just slightly back of a length, a little bit fuller, and it might have caught the edge. It was just back of a good length and had moved too far by the time it reached the bat and therefore missed the edge of the bat. It was a good delivery, though. Yeah, Northants have to make this. They have to make inroads with this new ball. Absolutely vital. Well, they're not going to do it like that because that was a little bit fuller from Luke Proctor. It was a push drive from Zafar Gohar, and it escaped the clutches of Tim Robinson. He's fielded very, very well at extra cover for the most part on those difficult old wicket ends, and that one just escaped his dive.
That was really well timed, wasn't it? You said he looked like a batter that was shaping up to play a cover drive. And he's been given a bit of width and a bit of length from Luke Proctor, and he's just lent on it, hasn't he?
He's enjoyed that, hasn't he?
Yeah, I've enjoyed that. That's a lovely shot.
A nice shot. He's earned that, hasn't he? He's earned the right to have that ball because he's played so well in defence. And Procky follows up with I'd call that an angry ball. It was a sort of banged in, but not fully banged in ball. And it gave a little bit of width, and Gohar cut it away beautifully. That's the best shot he's played. So he's now gone bang, bang, 4-4. 323 for 7. More boundaries flowing from the bat of a Middlesex batter. He hit that hard.
Yeah, he played it so well, didn't he? Almost created a bit of an angle for himself, didn't he? Where he just leant back. Guided it past backward point.
Tim Robinson's getting loose at extra cover. Oh, that one keeps a bit low. It was straight, kept a bit low. Actually did very well there. Gohar to get his bat back down because each ball in each of the previous 4 balls had, as you would expect with a new ball, have really whistled through off the surface and bounced a wee bit, and that one did the opposite. But he was good enough to get his bat jammed back down onto it. The last ball of Proc's come back over. It's turned away into the leg side for a single. So another healthy over in terms of scoring rate from Middlesex. Zafar Gohar will keep the strike. The partnership now worth 61.
Yeah, 42 boundaries now in the innings as well. So the rate at which they're coming has stayed, hasn't it? At just over 50% throughout, or one every other over.
It has. I mean, there's only one good stat on that board from Northants' perspective at the moment, and that is the over rate, where Northants are +7. And that does not happen very often. So using the new ball, looking to use the new ball well, and looking to add to the 5 wickets he's already got, is Liam Guthrie. Currently 15 overs, 5 for 66. He has spearheaded the attack. Oh, and he bowls a beautiful delivery to Zafar Gohar. Pitches, leaves the left-hander, but he was good enough to get it down. It didn't fly to either of the slips. It went down quickly off the edge of the bat, which means he must have played with softer hands. Didn't really push at it. It was very nicely bowled. It's the first ball back.
Yeah, and this new ball so far, just if it needed any encouragement to, it's just accelerated the scoring rate a bit as well, isn't it? Its run rate's ticked back over 4s.
Well, there's been 7 balls to the new ball, and 3 of them have gone for 4s. And that can happen, can't it? That's the issue. That's always the conundrum in these situations. You know, you've got 7 down. If you don't take the new ball and you end up 7 down at the end of play, you look like a right numpty as a captain.
Yeah.
But you take the new ball and suddenly you're going at 5, 6 and over. You look a right numpty as a captain. What you want is your bowlers to bowl the ball in the right place more frequently. That does help if you're a captain. Man's gone back at backward point.
Well, the responsibility of one of those bowlers will be the captain himself.
Yeah, absolutely.
He'll be looking to lead this. Guthrie's got 5 wickets already in the innings. He's certainly been the pick of the bowlers, hasn't he, for Northamptonshire, really generating extra bounce with the Kookaburra, a bit of extra swing as well. It does feel like if this is going to get wrapped up quickly, it's going to be Liam Guthrie that's going to do it.
Yeah, you do. It does have that feel. I agree. Yeah. Well, that's a beautiful cover drive. He's only going to get 1. Proctor moves very quickly to his right to prevent any more than that. Nicely played, though. The previous ball was banged in. And Guthrie saying, well, I've banged it in. You're on the back foot. Do you want to get forward now? And he did. He got forward nicely. Didn't really time it. But another Middlesex player who's come in and he's got a number against his name. He's already on 32. But Cracknell's now on 80. 20 away from a maiden first-class 100.
I think it just backs up the point of how good of a batting wicket it's been.
Yeah. Yeah, that's very true. Middlesex won the toss this morning and wanted first use of the pitch. In some respects, that's true. They have got first use of the pitch, but also they didn't want to be batting last. They thought it might turn. But they have made good use of it. So this is an interesting field now for Guthrie to the right-handed Cracknell with the new ball. He's got 2 slips, the second of which, Calvin Harrison, is really close. That's so close when he's a brilliant fielder, but that ball will get to him quickly. There's a backward point and there's a wide extra cover. They're the 4 fielders on the offside. On the leg side, there are 5 fielders, a fine leg, deep square, a leg gully, mid-wicket, mid-on. And Cracknell misses all of those fielders with a beautiful shot. What he doesn't miss is his partner as he crashes into his partner in the middle of the wicket, dislodges Zafar Gohar's helmet. If the umpire could call for a concussion check here, I think, because in rugby, that would be a yellow card as head-to-head contact.
It's a beautiful embrace to celebrate Joe Cracknell's 84 not out, wasn't it?
It was a lovely cricket shot.
It was
Let's talk about that. Beautiful cricket shot. It was pitched up, but it was too straight, and Cracknell leant on it, just closed the face nicely. Hands led the blade of the bat, closed the face, and timed it away for 4. Beautiful cricket shot. That's the 4th boundary with the new ball after 11 balls of it. Oh, and he has a swish at that one. Probably was ready for the short ball. Looked like he might have been. Guthrie obliged and bowled a short ball, but it was through, really. It did him for a bit of pace. It was through Cracknell before he could make any contact. That is the end of the second over with the new ball. It's now, Nelson's up. It's now 333 for 7. This partnership is worth, every time I say this partnership, it's gone up 10.
Yeah.
This partnership now worth 70. Out of nowhere, really.
Yeah, it's been really, really impressive between the pair of them, isn't it? As you said, it started off with Zafar Gohar batting for Joe Cracknell.
Yeah.
And as this second new ball has been taken, the load has been split evenly between them. Whether Gohar has a bit more of, maybe a bit more comfortable against pace than what he was against the spin. He's on 32. Proctor from the Lynn Wilson centre end. He just shuffles forward to Luke Proctor.
Imagine Ben Sanderson's got his feet up somewhere in Leicestershire where he lives. I don't know if he's tuned into the live stream. Might be walking his dog or his baby or something. Might be doing a number of things. Sunday lunch, possibly late one. And thinking, oh, missed a good one there. Missed a good one there.
Sure. Well,
a Kookaburra game on a flat one.
Yeah, he's a well-deserved rest for Ben Sanderson. Been brilliant, isn't he, during the T20 blast? Leading wicket taker of that opening
by distance, isn't he?
block.
Yeah.
That's the right way to describe it. Fixtures. Absolutely superb. But yes, I would imagine. I would imagine when that conversation was happening or came together, Gohar just defends that one.
Oh, this is tight.
Cracknell, wow,
Oh, that's a good run.
that is brilliant, Joe Cracknell. That ball hasn't left the cut strip. And he's sprinted through for the single. He's loving his day out here, Joe Cracknell. This is good. It's good cricket from Joe Cracknell.
It is good cricket.
He's done the basics really well, and he's gone above and beyond really well.
Yeah, it's impressive. He's played in the manner of a man who's played a lot more than 5 games, that's for sure. Absolutely, for sure. But he's been around. He's been a pro for a while, hasn't he? And you know, he looks like someone who's got an open mind. He's learned a lot about the game of cricket by playing in a professional environment with good coaches. They've always had strong squads. Middlesex, number of professionals. So when he plays in the second team, he's surrounded by other professionals. They've had a lot of professionals on their books over the years. Middlesex, that helps. You know, he's not playing in a second team with 6 trialists and 2 clubbies and whatever. He's playing in and alongside good professional cricketers. And he's come in this and he's looked to the manner born. He just looks at home. They've been very, very impressive. It's good to see.
Yeah, it is. 84 of 136 for Joe Cracknell. 13 overs remain in the day's play. 10 past 5.
Wide on the crease from Proctor. Asks a different question. And Joe Cracknell has the answer, which is, I'm going to block it.
Yeah.
Better over. The captain there. And at the moment for Northampton, a better over is one that doesn't contain a boundary. Because, you know, chances and oohs and ahs have been few and far between, haven't they? Other than those 7 wickets, it's been kind of almost incident free, really, hasn't it?
Yeah, the shame for Northamptonshire is that the odds are well in favour of the fact that this next over will contain a boundary of some sort. I don't necessarily know where it'll come from, but...
Well, one of the things about number 9s, number 10s, number 11s, however good they are, and this kid is a good player, don't get me wrong, is that it's doing it consistently and doing it over a long period of time. And that's oftentimes why someone is a number 9 rather than a number 4.
Yeah.
They've actually got the same technical ability and the same skill level in terms of hitting a cricket ball, but it's being able to repeat that over a long period of time and being able to concentrate for that period of time. So I don't know whether that's true of Zafar Gohar, but he's certainly giving himself a chance, that's for sure. He's on 33 not out. Partnership 71. Just keep doing what he's doing. The plan for Middlesex couldn't be simpler, could it? It's just keep going. Just keep doing that.
Yeah. Does it feel like this second new ball's done less than the first one as well?
Yeah, it does. When Proc started with it, I thought, oh, this is interesting because it bounced a bit and fizzed through, but it hasn't really continued in that way. It's only in its 4th over, so it's probably too early to write it off completely, but it doesn't appear to have done. The wicket's flattened out a lot since 11 o'clock as well. But there's no little effort from Liam Guthrie. He's a wholehearted performer, isn't he? Barrel-chested, slingy action, and he will run in all day for you. He's in his 17th over currently.
I think he'll grow into this contract as well. It's a 3-year deal, wasn't it? Signed at the start of this season. He qualifies as a domestic cricketer despite being born in Australia. So good bit of business for Northamptonshire to find such a cricketer.
Oh, that's wow, beautifully played.
I hope the club photographer is somewhere around here for Middlesex, because that is the shot for a poster in the club shop. That's beautiful.
Let's talk about the positives. What a beautiful cricket shot. And it was a beautiful cricket shot. You predicted this over would contain a boundary.
It wasn't the wildest prediction I've ever made in my life, Rowie. I'll be honest.
But you know, he's got 5 men on the leg side, and that ball is on 6 stump going across the right hander. That's just not the job that he's trying to do. He's not executed that anywhere near how he's trying to. Oh, that's hurt him. That has hurt him. That has missed the padding. I think it's probably gone under the, as the knee has been bent, it's gone into the gap between the thigh pad and the top roll of the batting pad, and it's hit him hard.
It's quite a gap there between the two of them.
Yeah, there is, isn't there? Keepers often wear short pads. I've noticed that over the years.
Come in different sizes, don't they, thigh pads? So they will cover more or less depending on what you want, what your preference is.
The adrenaline's ticking there. He plays a lovely pull shot. Is he going to? Yeah, he's going to come back for the seconds. He's done all day, sometimes the third. Turn twos into threes, ones into twos. He moves on to 90. The partnership is now worth 78. So it's gone up, what, 7 in that, 7 off that over. And the new ball, I think, has now gone for 5 boundaries in 4 overs.
That there is another huge compliment to Joe Cracknell. He's just been pinned in the thigh.
Yeah.
That's going to hurt. That's going to cramp a little bit. He's going to be thinking about the size of the bruise that's going to be on his thigh by the time he gets back to the hotel or home, whatever Middlesex have chosen to do. And he still sprinted back for the second. You could have forgiven him for have trotted down the other end and gone, oh, okay, well, he's just been badged there. He's just going to take a little bit of time. But no, he wants to take that. The new ball was taken, Rowie. The score was 315 for 7. It's now 341 for 7.
4 overs later.
Yeah.
That's what, 26. 26 off 4.
Yeah.
6 and over. That's nicely bowled. Very nicely played as well. Very nicely played. Just left his hands low, swayed backwards, let it go through. That's not the leave of a number 9, is it? That's a proper leave, that. Rob Keogh has just left the arena. George Scrimshaw is on as 12th man for him. Didn't see anything untoward going on. Maybe just a comfort break. The short one followed by the full one. And every time they've asked Gohar, do you fancy getting back into the ball? He said, yeah, I'm pretty happy doing that. The new coach, the interim coach, will be very happy, I think, with what he's seen here. Not necessarily with 7 wickets, but the application that his batters have shown, the intent they've shown. Oh, I thought he nicked that. That's beautifully bowled, Luke Proctor. Good area, good length. Absolutely on the money. Zipped past the outside edge. I thought he got a little glove on that at one stage, but he didn't. Just demonstrating that he left it. I don't think so. Don't think he pulled the bat inside the line. I might be doing him a disservice. Don't think he did. Good from Luke Proctor, backing up the previous ball. And that's the game, isn't it, really? You know, with the ball, had Northants done that consistently, one thing is absolutely sure, I don't know what the wicket count would be, but the score wouldn't be 341 or very close to that. It would be starting with a 2. Ifs and buts. Oh, that's a good bumper, pacey. It is a good bumper and it was pacey. But if you're bumping the number 9 with the second new ball that's 5 overs old, you kind of know from Middlesex perspective that you're winning.
Yeah, as easy as it is to say, though, Northants should take positives into a batting innings here, shouldn't they? They should look at this, having spent the day in the field and potentially longer as well, to say, well, there's nothing in this surface.
Yeah.
It's not turning massively. It's not moving laterally or swinging for the seamers. So
certainly there's not been a lot of nip, has there? There's been very little nip.
I don't think there's been a great deal of swing, has there?
There's not been very much swing at all. A little bit from Guthrie, but who is a prodigious swinger of the ball. But so a little bit from him. A maiden has broken out, so that's good news. Luke Proctor bowling his 4th maiden. And we know that Proctor's control of line is usually very, very good. So he's bowled 13 overs, 4 of them maidens. Okay, so you think, well, that's a pretty good count. That's towards my kind of 22% mark. Something's almost pretty dead on that, I think. But he's still gone for 43. Boundaries have hurt Northants. 90 not out, Cracknell on strike. Previous career best is 33. So he is well in credit. If you're going to go past your CB round, go a long way past it.
You don't want to beat it twice in 2 weeks.
Certainly done that. Change in the field. Another man coming over to the offside. I think that's about right because he's very strong through there. So Justin Broad comes away from leg gully into the covers.
He's looked strong everywhere today, Rowie.
He has.
Going to look for two, isn't he, as he drops it into the leg side. He is certainly going to come back as well. He has not left a single run out there, Joe Cracknell.
Yeah. Absolutely right. And a warm round of applause as well, wasn't it? Warm round of applause from the crowd, recognising good cricket when they see it. Good basic cricket, wasn't it? Run the first one hard. Have a look then. He did that in and out very quickly at the non-strikers end, touch and turn.
Could I go so far as to say it's been outstanding basic cricket?
Yeah, absolutely. Wouldn't argue with that. Oh, where's that gone? Banged in, an attempted pull shot. Or it has been fielded, scramble fielding down on the boundary by Lloyd Pope. Did well in the end. It was off the glove of Joe Cracknell. It ran away fine. Lloyd Pope did well to pounce on that. Cracknell on 93.
Looking for two, though, wasn't he?
He was looking for two. He was looking for two.
You could think there would be scenarios, and no batters springing to mind, but another batter here could be 75 not out.
Oh, absolutely. That's nicked and edged and nicely caught by Vasconcelos. Was well bowled by Liam Guthrie. Picks up his 6th wicket. Zafar Gohar will be thinking, that wasn't quite. It wasn't absolutely in the bang on line and length. It was sort of back of a length. And could I have avoided that ball? It looked like it moved away from him off the surface. It was a healthy nick and flew very quickly to Vasconcelos' left. He pouched it comfortably, just falling away as he caught it. Yeah, it was back of a length, wasn't it? It was very much back of a length and actually did him a bit for pace, I think, in the end.
Yeah, nearly did Vasconcelos for pace as well.
It got there quickly, didn't it?
Did, carried through well. That new ball making the difference. Good catch. Northants have caught really well in this innings. What's that? The 6th dismissal that's been taken to hand. Nice round of applause for Zafar Gohar as he makes his way off the field as well for 34 off 61, and the captain Toby Rowland Jones in about 4 strides makes his way out to the middle.
He's got a lumbering gait, hasn't he, Toby Rowland Jones? Never quite looks balanced when he's walking along. He kind of rocks around a bit, but he's a heck of a cricketer.
Certainly has been a stalwart, hasn't he, for Middlesex over the years. Part of that championship winning side.
I think he had a really big year that year. They won the Champo as well.
Yeah, I think so. Capped by England. 1 first-class 100 to his name. 17 first-class 50s as well.
Having a long chat with Joe Cracknell on the way in. That's a good sign.
Toby Rowland Jones going, you can think twice if I'm sprinting back for 3.
Yeah. Joe Cracknell can't surely. I mean, he must be thinking, oh no, that's 8 down now. But he's got Rowland Jones there, who, as we've just talked up his numbers here, he's a very good batter to have coming in at number 10. 7 short currently, Joe Cracknell, just 7 away from what would be his first class 100. Oh, and that is short. Rowland Jones gets under it pretty well. Yeah, I think I did Gohar a disservice there. His dismissal was the short ball, wasn't it? I thought it was more of a length ball, but on rewatching it, it was banged in and just got to him quicker than he thought. Didn't get his back quite on line of the ball. Caught the outside edge and it got to Vasconcelos really quickly. It was nicely pouched. 6 for Guthrie. Roland Jones is away, turns it off the ribs. He will keep the strike as they can only get one. James Sales comes in to complete the job. So success with the new ball, but not at no cost. It's cost 30 to get that that 8th wicket. Guthrie 6 for 86 currently, still with power to add.
It's 90 overs, isn't it, for the bowling points?
Yeah, it's been changed,
Yeah.
isn't it? It used to be 110, but yeah, it's
No,
come
it's-
down. Has it come down?
Oh, no, I think you might be right, actually.
It was 110.
Yeah,
It was 110.
I don't know why I had.
I know there
90
was
in my
talk.
mind.
Well, there was talk of moving it.
$110 overs.
Proctor can to continue from the Lynn Wilson end, and really at this stage, with the ball only 6 overs old, just get it in the right place often enough. You challenge the top of off often enough. Well, that was quite straight. I've got a feeling that might have interested the umpire had he missed it. Roland Jones, he didn't miss it. He was late on it, but got it fine. Because he was late on it, he got it fine. Let's have a look at the line of it. Well, that was pretty straight, wasn't it? And Roland Jones didn't quite line it up, and it skidded at him a bit, but he got an inside edge, and away it goes for 4. One short of another batting point. Middlesex currently 349. But don't blink now, Brock. Keep it up. There we go. That's nicely bowled. Sense there's a bit of frustration about Luke Proctor, and I can understand why there might be. I mean, to his own high standards, he's not lived up to them with the ball. He has bowled 4 maidens, which is considerably more than most, but he's leaked a number of boundaries along the way. He's currently 0 for 47, but he'll be frustrated that with all the bowling options he's got, he hasn't been able to find. That's dropped into no man's land for a single. He hasn't been able to find a partnership that's really done the job of either strangling the scoring rate or challenging wickets. Guthrie really has been the main and only man to do certainly one of those jobs with 6 for. So here we go. Joe Cracknell on 93. Proctor's got his tail up.
Yeah, it's an angry spell, isn't it?
It is. You can see Proctor,
Proctor.
He runs in faster when he's angry. And actually, I genuinely think he generally bowls better when he's a bit fired up. Second slips come out to Gully. Cracknell cracks that away off the back foot. That's good cricket. Good cricket all round, actually. It was a slight fumble in the outfield by James Sales. And the fumble was caused by the fact that he's put under pressure by the running of Joe Cracknell. But what Cracknell did well was recognised. Sales recovered very quickly and got the throw away very quickly to prevent the second. As you say, continuing to work at a very high level in terms of personal standards, Joe Cracknell. Doesn't want to get run out on 94, pushing to come back for the second. It was well recovered by James Sales out in the outfield there. He's played with great intensity, though. You know, as you've said a couple of times already, Dan, and credit to Joe Cracknell, he's still putting fielders under pressure. He's in the 90s. He's got whacked on the leg. Really hopped around for a while because of that.
And yeah, Toby Roland Jones, he's just walked out to the crease, just playing that full face of the bat all the time in the world back to Luke Proctor. It's one of those days, and you can understand some of those wearing maroon caps are just beginning to get a bit frustrated with the day that they've had to go through. And I think it's mostly just the rate at which Middlesex have scored. But let's not forget, they were asked to bowl first this morning. I dare say they would have batted had the coin had fallen the other way. Would they have had 351 runs on the board? Who knows? Would they have lost 8 wickets? Who knows? But actually, having picked up 8 wickets towards the end of the day here, there's still 9 overs to go with this newish ball. So not inconceivable to bowl Middlesex out on day one. It's not a bad day for Northamptonshire, and plus it's one of those pitches that judge it when both teams have batted on it.
Yeah, for sure. The frustration, I think, from Northamptonshire perspective is one word: boundaries. You know, if they could have halved the boundary rate, or at least 80% of the boundary rate, you know, they'd be in a far healthier position in this game. That's not to say they're out of this game by any means. As you say, they're 8 down. They go bang bang. They're batting at 350, batting on the first day. Oh, and that's how you get there. And I don't think I've seen Joe Cracknell play a miss until then. I'm pretty sure he hasn't played a missed previously.
He had a go at a short ball down the leg side, didn't he? Which I
Okay.
went through to
Yes, he
McManus,
did.
but I
Yeah.
mean, it wasn't exactly a textbook
Yeah.
play and miss.
No,
But
you're
other than,
right.
I'm
Yeah.
being a bit pedantic there.
No,
but
no, that's right. That's absolutely right. It was a play and miss. But 2 in 9. Our monitor has gone kaput at the moment, so we're blind to anything other than our own eyes, which in my case is not a good thing.
I think we just lost a bit of audio for apologies to you. Just a couple of gremlins. Technical difficulties, as is often the case. But it is Justin Broad. One slip and a gully in place. Cracknell takes, well, it's going to be at least one. It's going to be two as Zaib comes round and tidies that one up. And Joe Cracknell moves up to 98 and keeps the strike.
Well, you've surely got to squeeze him now. I mean, I like most people in this ground, I'm sure will want Joe Cracknell to get these 2 runs, but Northampton got to squeeze him here and make him do something he doesn't want to do. Get some men off the boundary.
Broad to Cracknell on 98. Make that 99. They're going to look for a second. Safe save off the boundary. He's going to come back. They're going keeper's end, and Cracknell comes through for 100. Very well batted. Joe Cracknell jumps in the air in celebration, raises the helmet, salutes the Middlesex dressing room with the bat. Gee whiz, what an innings that is. Round of applause from everybody inside the ground at Wantage Road. And Joe Cracknell has made his first-class hundreds in just his 5th first-class match. What a knock.
Fantastic.
What
I
a knock.
absolutely love that. That's just been good, hard cricket from him. He's played the innings that was required of his team, got himself in, and he's just got better and better during his innings. Run really well. His decision-making has been good. His execution has been good. He had one sweep that got a top edge. He's played a miss twice in 100. He's put the fielders under enormous pressure. He's looked really controlled, back foot, front foot, spin seam, played the short ball well. It's been a fantastic innings, and I really like the way he's gone about his cricket.
It's a bit cliche to say, but I haven't seen many better live.
Yeah.
It's a bit cliche to say it because everybody gets asked that. Where would you rank it? It's a shot through the covers by Toby Rowland-Jones. Just takes a big step forward, hits it on top of the bounce, strokes it through the offside. It's a bit cliche, isn't it? People ask, oh, where does that rank amongst your... Obviously, for Joe Cracknell, it's going to be right up there. But that's the response, isn't it? Everyone just goes, well, it's right up there with some of the best. And that genuinely is. That is up the top.
Top draw. It's been top draw. I think just something else that perhaps doesn't immediately spring to mind is well selected as well.
Yeah.
Because Middlesex would have had options about who came and kept wicket in this game, and batted at number 7. And the guy who's averaging 30 odd, whose career best is 33, has been selected for this game. He's come in and got 100. And he came in at 160 for 6. Not forget, it was a very tricky position.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant, wasn't it? He's put on, well, been part of that score increasing by 200 runs with the loss of just 2 wickets in that space. Good partnership with Luke Holman to start. Another good one with Zafar Gohar, and then a handy one at the end of this 100 for Joe Cracknell with Toby Rowland-Jones, his skipper. 10 off 17 for the captain. 3 slips in play. Short ball pulled away by Rowland-Jones, dismissively down towards the covers.
When you say pulled away towards the covers, you actually mean
the actual covers, not the covers.
Because that would be a heck of a shot, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would be. Well, yeah. It would be a challenge, that, wouldn't it?
He's pulled it into the covers. He hit that very hard, didn't he? I think it was...
It would either be a hell of a shot or a terrible one.
Or a terrible shot, yeah, one of the two. Yeah, the reverse pull. What it was another boundary.
Yeah, commanding, wasn't it?
It was dismissive, wasn't it? I said earlier, Toby Rowland-Jones has so much time, and that was certainly demonstrated with that pull shot. He hit it well in front of square, 2 bounces to the long boundary.
There's certainly that extra pace in the angle from Liam Guthrie has served him very well, hasn't it? There's been very little here for your traditional county seamer. But again, that ticks the box. It ticks the cliche that we were led to believe is the case. We knew that the 75 to 82 mile an hour seamer will struggle with a kookaburra in hand. But the thing that we haven't seen yet is prodigious and consistent turn. We've seen a couple, maybe maybe half a dozen that have really gripped into the surface, but it's not been consistent. As Calvin Harrison comes back into the attack from the Lynn Wilson centre end. It's, what is it so far? 15 overs, 2 maidens, none for 48 so far. With Cracknell on strike. And that one's cut away through point. Short boundary, really well fielded by James Sales. Had a bit of a ticking off, didn't he? Bit of a ticking off through his teammates through the course of the day.
Yeah, he was a bit slow getting the ball away, wasn't he? And they ran to him, and he immediately apologised. He knew he could have got it away quicker, but since then he's been absolutely his very best.
I just had a message come through from Ollie, who part of the Middlesex comms team. Now, Joe Cracknell's innings today has been absolutely fantastic, but it gets better. And I'll just read it word for word. It goes, just FYI, this is Joe's 3rd century this week for Joe Cracknell. In the first innings of Middlesex 2s versus Glamorgan 2s at Radley, he's got 167 off 220 balls, including 26 fours. And in the second innings, 177 off 204 balls with 24 fours in there. Middlesex won by 179 runs in the end against Glamorgan 2s at Radley earlier this week. So it'd be fair to say he's seeing it well.
Wow. That's why he's been picked, isn't it?
How big is this cricket ball that that Northamptonshire are bowling with to Joe Cracknell? Remember that famous incident, was it? That's going to run away for 4 as leg buys. But was it Liverpool versus Sunderland in the Premier League, and Darren Bent, I think, scored that ball that hit the beach ball?
Oh, yeah.
Do you think it's a similar size to that
I
that
think
Joe
it is,
Cracknell's seeing right now?
I think it is.
That's a phenomenal stat. Thanks, Ollie, for sending that through.
Jeepers creepers. So he's still below par for the week at the moment.
You're harsh. You're harsh, Rowie. But yes.
Nice place to bat, Radlett. Very nice. Nice ground.
What a week that's been.
Yeah. Had worse weeks, Rodney. Oh, that's
big appeal
close.
for OEW.
That's close. Has he hit it?
Was there a tickle on it? I thought I heard a noise.
I thought I heard a scratch as well.
But then I've heard noises that carried through to the gloves of McManus, and there wasn't an appeal. So
yeah. I think he hit it because it would have been very, very close otherwise.
Yeah, McManus and Roland Jones in conversation there, I think. It wasn't the most convincing appeal, was it?
No, it wasn't.
Firstly, it was a late in the day appeal. Secondly, it was I don't know whether that's going to be given or not. But then, what was it? A month and a half ago when Lancashire were here, a couple of wickets that were adjudged to be wickets.
Over the course of the season, you kind of hope that decisions go for you, and that's the game of cricket, and it's always been part of the game. I do, and I'm not talking about this game at all, because I've no problem with anything in this game. So far this season, I think Northampton are in the debit column, in the deficit column. They're owed a couple.
Yeah,
by Mother Cricket.
It's broad to Cracknell. Just defends that.
What we're seeing is a man who likes batting, aren't we, as well? So he's not going to throw it away. Backing up a big 100 in the second team with another one. That's a hunger to now don't pick me.
Yes. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, you made the point, didn't you? You said get in the team and make it hard to drop you.
Yeah.
300s in a week. I mean, the term undroppable comes to mind, that's for sure. He settles on 1 that time. Save is quick, isn't he? Down on the boundary edge. He's got a good arm as well. Where are we? 375 for 8. 4.4 overs remain in the day's play. So we'll be there or thereabouts for 6 o'clock, won't we? Maybe a fraction afterwards. But a good toss to win for Middlesex. This morning, 10:30, Toby Roland Jones. Oh my word, that's Calypso.
Wow.
Calypso cricket. Come over to my side, Justin Broad.
What a shot that was.
Whipped over mid-wicket for 4.
That was a decent length ball, that. Slightly full, wasn't it? It's only slightly full. Foot down the wicket. Hands through the ball.
Whipped it off stump. Thanks very much.
I've said the word partnership a lot today. I'm going to say it one more
Well, go on.
time.
What's this one worth?
35.
Blimey.
I
It's
know.
been a cracking day for Middlesex. I can't believe there was a great deal of hesitation from Toby Rowland-Jones when he got to make the decision this morning as to whether he wanted to bat or bowl first.
Well, we were watching it, weren't we? We actually watched the coin go up and come down.
Yeah.
You said immediately it landed, Middlesex are batting. Because you could see Toby Rowland-Jones' smile.
Yeah, one captain smiled and the other one cried. Well fielded by the Stumps at the non-strikers and saving Northamptonshire another boundary. That's, that previous shot there, I believe, that was the 50th boundary of the innings from 91 and a bit overs. That one into the pads and half an appeal really from Justin Broad. I'm not even, a quarter of an appeal from Justin Broad. As Rowland-Jones strolls through for a leg bite. Just be a case of Northamptonshire matching this tomorrow, won't it?
Well, I mean, one thing is clear is that if they wanted a template, then they've been given one. And it's just been, as you've said, it's just been good professional cricket, hasn't it? To a high degree, to a high level, consistently throughout the day. And let's not forget there were 3 reasonably early wickets, and there was a position at one stage where Middlesex were 160 for 6. 160 for 6 becomes 380 for 8. So those last 2 wickets have added 220. And obviously there's been some good partnerships in there, but the man chiefly responsible for that is the one that I'm looking at out there now, is Joe Cracknell on 105, because not only has he got 105 runs, but he's kind of marshaled the innings really, hasn't he?
Yeah. Harrison continues from the Lynn Wilson centre end, and that's gone through everything.
I don't know how that's got fit. He was going to sweep that ball at one stage. He was initially going to set out to sweep that. Got stuffed by the length of the ball, and it's gone through everything. What's the umpire giving him?
Gone through as buys. One buy, I think.
As buys.
That has gone through Toby Rowland-Jones, past the Stumps, through Lewis McManus.
I mean, it was a lot of things. One thing it wasn't was buys. Because if that misses everything, it goes for... Oh, okay.
Well, who knows what it...
Yeah, miss buys. Move on.
But it might have hit Lewis McManus, to be fair. But that one... timed nicely into the leg side. Fortunately for Northamptonshire, it didn't connect with the helmet that's positioned behind Lewis McManus, because it would have been quite close to that, wouldn't it? As it went past the keeper.
Yes, that's right. Went pretty straight, didn't it?
382 for 8. That one dragged down from Harrison. That's going to go through the offside, and that's going to run all the way for 4 by Toby Rowland-Jones. Moves to 22. Middlesex getting closer to 400. For this, they had 5 batting points to their name in the 2025 County Championship.
Well, they might double that.
They are in good position to double that tomorrow morning.
Oh, yes. Okay, get in.
Run well again. Again, Joe Cracknell there. 106 not out. He's not sprinted past the Stumps. He stopped on a sixpence and would have been ready to go again had that have given the opportunity for an overthrow.
That's well bowled.
Guess another little battle for him though, isn't it? 3.1 overs, 19 balls left in the day's play. Does he have one eye on coming back tomorrow morning? Is that something that's crossed his mind now? She said he loves batting. That's just rolled along the turf, isn't it? The old daisy cutter from Calvin Harrison.
Well, that's an interesting one, because it was an attempted sort of square cut, wasn't it, from Cracknell? The ball, as you said, kept low, and very often the batter gets an under edge on that back onto the Stumps, but it kept so low that he was excused that. But a variable bounce that's going to happen more and more as the wicket gets older. The wicket gets older, sorry. That's going to happen more and more, and you don't really want to see that as a Northants batter. But yeah, does he have one eye on coming back tomorrow? He should have both eyes on it, really. I think he looks a mature cricketer. He's only played half a dozen games, but he looks a mature cricketer, and he's obviously a very good cricketer. he'll just play what's in front of him. There's no reason for him to change the way he's playing. His captain has come in and supported him in that way as well. These two have already put on 43 from another quick scoring partnership from Middlesex.
Yeah. Well, that rate now, 4.16. Was it down at 3.7, 3.8 for a point, wasn't it, in the afternoon session? So it's accelerated quickly again since taking that second new ball, and that's been dispatched over the leg side again by Toby Rowland-Jones. That's, well, best described, I think, by Justin Broad as a bit of a tired long op, wasn't it, by Broady? Just sat in the pitch and pulled away from outside off stump. A couple of bounces down towards the coffee van at the county grounds.
Great coffee van it is too.
Well, I don't like coffee, but I would imagine it's up there. If I did like coffee, that would definitely be the place in the county ground I would go to
Got to
get
get you into coffee. Got to get you into coffee.
I don't think I'm mature enough for it.
Got to get you into coffee. Another fielder's gone out to the leg side boundary.
Down the ground
and
this
so
time.
Toby Rowland-Jones drives it down the ground for 4.
Strokes it down the grounds. Past Rob Keogh.
Another slip comes out.
I'll say it quietly because you can get it in, but that's the 50 partnership rowie as well.
My goodness. That has come in no time. Gee whiz.
It's all happened pretty quickly for Middlesex today. 400, well, the best part of 400 runs in the day. 51 or 46 balls, the partnership, over the course of 32 minutes. Just the one slip in place now. Dragged down again from Broad, but there is protection out there on the leg side this time. So just the single, but the damage very much done in this over. There's tiredness, isn't there, in Justin Broad now? It's 16 and a half. This is his 17th over. He's been asked to come back. This is his third spell, fourth maybe for Justin Broad today. On a hot, humid day. It's tiredness at the end of the day. Solid defence once again from Joe Cracknell.
I've loved the way this kid's gone about his cricket. Really have. There's so much to admire about it. He's worked incredibly hard and with a high level of skill and application.
A fantastic response as well from the teammates and staff up on that Middlesex dressing room as well, wasn't there? Every single one of them out on the balcony. Inside edge into the pads. Cracknell throws his head up in disgust. How dare I play a full shot?
Yeah, he's lost it. He's lost it. That's the third false shot he's played. What's Luke Proctor organising here? He's telling somebody something.
Safe save, maybe.
Oh, save, come on to ball. Okay, that's interesting. I've got a feeling that if safe save's going to come on to ball now, by the looks of it, that was a very late decision.
Mm.
Anyway, he's going to come on to ball now from the Lynn Wilson end to Toby Rowland-Jones. Rowland-Jones likes to strike the ball, and I think he might well try and take safe save down the ground for a few here.
I think everything so far that we've seen from Toby Rowland-Jones in this innings is 32 off 31. It's going to do exactly that. I don't think he's going to be particularly fussed about the fact there's 12 balls left in the day. I think he'll be quite happy to get as many as he can, as quickly as he can. And
the new ball is 14 overs old, but it's already gone for 81. Ouch. So the new ball's gone at well over 5 and over.
yeah, and they've picked up one wicket with it, haven't they, as well?
Yeah.
That one of Zafar Gohar, caught by Vasconcelos at first slip. Yeah, long levers for Toby Rowland-Jones. And we'll have relatively short leg side boundary, but safe will bowl straight and bowl relatively flat as well. So it won't necessarily be the easiest to get underneath it. But in equal measure, it's not going to be the biggest hit. It certainly isn't the biggest hit straight in world cricket, is it? At the county ground in Northampton. That's watchfully, respectfully played into the offside.
Yeah, the field, as you said, the fielders are in, aren't they? They're not up, but they're not back. They're halfway back.
It's a carrot dangle, isn't it,
It is.
for the captain? It
is.
What do you want to do? Do you want to come back tomorrow, or do you want to take a risk against the part-timer? That, again, a little bit of a full shot there. Just holds in the pitch. Gets it down just in front of Zaib. He fields it well off his own bowling. You can tell Zaib wasn't expecting to bowl because he's got the short sleeve shirt on.
He was not ready at all, was he? He got 2 balls notice.
Nicely played by Roland Jones. Strokes it out to deep point. But that's captain's instinct, isn't it? He's obviously seen something, figured there could be a match up there, and thought, well, if Roland Jones is on strike, we'll throw the ball to Zaib and see what happens.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea, is it? I can certainly see the thinking.
It's certainly not going to ruin the day, is it? With 397 runs on the board already.
And if nothing else happens, he gets through his overs quickly and we get off the pitch, because I think Northampton have had enough of this day.
I can completely understand and empathise with them for that. It's been a fantastic day for Middlesex, led by Joe Cracknell. He's going to bowl the one, so it's a change of ends for Calvin Harrison just to get through and finish this day off. Just the 1 over remaining, 2 minutes to 6, so this will take us past the cut-off. We'll finish on time. Loose deploy, 66 off 95 was a really good 66 with a bit of a reckless dismissal, but at the stage of the game, it was an incredible innings. 25 for Ryan Higgins in that partnership, 27 for Ben Geddes, obviously Joe Cracknell, 51 for Luke Holman, 34 for Zafar Gohar, 32 already for Toby Roland Jones, and some relatively unpleasant looking bowling figures for the 8 Northamptonshire bowlers that have been used today.
Yeah. Can't argue with that. Procky's sort of pulled his numbers back a little bit, hasn't he? He's going to finish the day 15 overs, 0 for 51, so he's going at 3.4, which for him is about normal.
Yeah.
Guthrie's gone at 4.5, 4.6, but he's got 6 wickets, so that's well bowled from him. Really weird. This next analysis is going to surprise you. Tim Robinson 1 over, 0 for 8, out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Rob Keogh's gone at 3.5. Which is about right. First innings for a finger spinner. Justin Broad's gone at 4 3/4, picked up a couple of wickets. Pope 4.4 and over, none for. Calvin Harrison 3.35, none for. And Zaib just a couple of overs, 2 overs, 0 for 3. But the problem for Luke Proctor has been finding a partnership, and it just hasn't happened really.
No, I mean, he's tried several different combinations and it just hasn't quite worked, is it? It hasn't quite worked. Come back tomorrow morning though and try and wrap the innings up as quick as they possibly can. It will be interesting to see who gets the nod, who gets the bowl. And that is it. Stumps on day 1. 397 for 8. Middlesex having won the toss, batted first this morning. And Joe Cracknell gets a hug and an embrace from his captain, Toby Roland Jones. Will walk off and resume tomorrow morning with his first-class 100 to his name, his 3rd this week, 106 not out of 164 deliveries, 11 fours and 1 6. For the man playing just his 5th first-class game of cricket. He doesn't want to walk off.
Well, he probably wants to sleep here, doesn't he? And keep on batting. Can we enforce the extra half hour? He's thinking. That's been a lovely performance by Middlesex all round throughout the card. They've shown very good skill. They've shown application. They've pushed Northants. When Northants have tried to exert any pressure on them, they've responded, put the pressure back on the bowlers. As a result of that, and putting Northants under pressure and running so well, the Northants bowlers weren't quite at the races and bowled too many 4 balls, which were tucked into. And they didn't really respond well to the pressure that they were put under. And the best exemplar of that is the guy just walking off 106 not out, Joe Cracknell. It's just a fantastic innings. From a Northants perspective, I guess they'll be disappointed. Yes, they would have certainly had a bat had they won the toss. Let's say it was a good toss to win. So, that's 50-50. Good toss to win from Middlesex. It's a very flat pitch, as it's probably going to be at this time of year with the weather we've had, so that's to be expected. And it's the Kookaburra ball, which we know doesn't deviate. So a lot of things in the favour of the batting side, but then you've got to go out and do it. And they've got 400 on the board on day one. And Northants will be disappointed that they haven't managed to control that scoring rate. They've taken 8 wickets during the day, but it's the scoring rate which really has hurt them.
Yeah, it's certainly in excess of what you would expect to see in one day of first-class cricket. But we'll be back tomorrow morning, about 11 o'clock for the start of day 2. 397 for 8 on the board for Middlesex. Dan, my name is Dan Jadzovic, joined by Phil Rowe, powered by Daffabet at Northamptonshire. And as I say, we'll see you in the morning. So thank you for joining us and have a nice evening.